everything back into compression. During our seismic retrofit, we were able to remove the large diameter stainless steel bolts that we had installed after the Scotts Mills earthquake. Replaced those with a reinforced pneumatically placed concrete wall, tied the brick together with the marble, and then was able to reattach the Oregon Pioneer to these reinforced concrete walls, something that originally had been omitted from the original 1937 drawings.
In 2000, the state capitol was in the process of being recalked due to leakage in the exterior marble. During the process, it was determined the Golden Pioneer was very oxidized and corroded. A scaffolding was put around him to determine the advanced state of damage. Upon inspection, it was decided to regild again. This magnificent monument that graces the top of the Oregon State Capitol building reflects the courage and pioneering spirit of Oregonians.
He's symbolic of the pioneers that came to Oregon originally. When he faces north but his head is looking west, that's what the pioneers were doing when they came out here. They were headed west. And you're coming to Salem, you can look up and you see the Gold Man on a sunny day especially, and you know that's where the Capitol is. You know that's where you're going.
Did you know dragging chains can spark a wildfire?
Only you can prevent wildfires.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move, so I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day, I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you, and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
I'm a facilitator. We got a grant from the Ford Family Foundation to do a feasibility study and renditions, and that's what you're looking at here with this display. We actually have two buildings. We have the community building that we're in now. This is the American Legion Hall next door, and this is the floor plan for the whole complex. And it is our biggest meeting space. The American Legion Hall has a kitchen that needs to be refurbished, and so far in about 90 days we've generated about $73,000 from our local community. And this project has a budget of about $1.5 million. We're hoping to start construction in 3 years.
It's a rehabilitation of existing buildings, and it's important to take care of what we have.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Welcome to Oregon's capital, your Oregon capital. The Capitol is home to the Oregon State Legislature, the Governor, Secretary of State, and the State Treasurer. This is Oregon's third state capitol, the previous two having been destroyed by fires in 1855 and 1935. The current building was designed in 1938 by Francis Keeley, a New York architect. The wings were completed and dedicated in 1977.
I'm very pleased to join with all of you this afternoon for the dedication of the new Capitol wings. I welcome all of our many friends and distinguished guests who are able to be with us to share in this proud day.
The Senate wing is named after Jason Bowe, who was the Senate president. The House wing is named after Phil Lang, who was the Speaker of the House.
p.m. on November 18th, 2020. We're going to start our meeting here. If you would, please rise with me and join me in our Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have a line of duty casualty report, Commissioner Boyce.
Mr. Chair, thank you. The life of a police officer. We have quite a distinguished group here today. Perhaps some of you heard the news last Friday. A 12-year-old boy was shot in his car 3 times by a gang. Sometimes I think I'm reasonably brave, but I can't imagine if I would be able to hold up and go to that car and see him shot 3 times. So, Mr. Chair, you've let and encouraged this report almost 2 years now, almost every meeting. So, the Officer Down Memorial, the last report was November 4th. We're now up to 249, so that's 102 more than what we had for all of 2019 at 147. We remain with good news. Oregon still hasn't had a lost officer in the line of duty for 4 years now. And then good to report on the military deaths, no change, still at 25 for 2020. Firefighter fatalities is up 2 to 75. That's also an increasing number since 2019, which was at 57. Also want to shout out for our healthcare workers and first responders. Don't want to ever overlook them. Officer Down Memorial quote, "When a police officer is killed, it's not an agency losing an officer, it's an entire nation." Courageous fallen heroes. We can have our moment of silence, Mr. Chair, would sure appreciate. Thank you again.
Do we have any amendments to the agenda?
If I may, Mr. Chair, could I interrupt?
Go ahead.
We have a very important presentation today, and I think to change some of the agenda, would the board be amenable to moving the main presentation up now, and then we will we'll make that perhaps line item 2A, and then approve the agenda?
Well, I'd like to do the amendments to the agenda, and then I was going to do the presentation before public comments.
And
no, that's a good idea.
There was a request that Commissioner Gold could. Miranda's doing it. Turn the speaker on.
Any amendments to the agenda?
I would like to pull number 12A or 11A, or excuse me, 11A and 12A, simply because after reading the description of the job, I don't think it fits at all, and I just think it needs to come out and be discussed further. I don't know whether you were involved in that, but the job description definitely does not fit what the intent was. And that's about the deputy treasurer.
So, we could still discuss it. When you say you want to discuss it further, it could still be discussed.
I don't think it should be an action item today, simply because it definitely doesn't describe what is happening.
Sure, but it could be discussed in exec session and then direction be given for that.
And I think that's the fair way to do it, is let's discuss it in executive session.
That's okay
and then
with me.
We don't have to take an action on it. We can discuss it and then make a decision from that.
Good here, Chair Pash.
No further amendments?
I do.
Yes.
I'd like to pull all of 6A, B, and C until we get it. I think we need, Mr. Chair, uniform policy on what we're going to accept on minutes. There's been a lot of controversy around that. I think there's been a little bit of pressure on Staff Jesuit. And there's no rush to get these 3 approved today, but I would schedule, or I'll put an agenda item on the December 2nd, not a workshop, but just a discussion item on what we're going to accept. If somebody wants to call names or make outlandish statements, then, you know, I think we want to see what we want to preserve in history forever. And so I would like to pull those 3 items today.
Okay. Anything further? I'd like to look at pulling 5C. I don't understand the nutrition fact here. I mean, this is for county employees. This is something that I think we should have maybe in a management meeting to talk with our county employees, with their department heads, and they can go back to their employees and perhaps set up an appointment for those interested with the appropriate people. We're getting into, I think we're getting into the weeds here with having several different healthcare or health-oriented people getting involved in the county's nutrition programs. Again, I don't think this is something for a public meeting. I think this is something more for an employee meeting.
Thank
I
you,
would have to agree.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a presentation, a 20-minute presentation. We've had 2 distinguished guests come all the way from Brookings. It's not specific to just Curry County employees, but to the citizens. I have to admit, talk about healthy eating as we approach the holiday season might sound a little, but if you've been to their website, they have simply asked that they speak to the Curry County employees and through the public, through our system, and reach out. Boy, if we ever needed any good news, it's right now with all that we're dealing with. And healthy eating, I mean, we've talked about having a food forum with all the churches that are helping feed the homeless, teaching kids how to grow food, how to shop healthy. Simply a good diet as part of health. And the more I've researched their information, I think it's our biggest responsibility as county commissioners are to bring people together. And it's not just designed for county employees. There's hope that it might encourage some interest and go into families, go into neighbors, bring the counties together. My daughter-in-law in Canada runs one of the biggest nonprofit food service for the poor in that country. Master Gardeners, our 3 community food banks, and so this is a good message. And suddenly say, well, not suddenly, I understand we had one citizen that said this is terribly inappropriate. I'm just shocked by that. And so I'm gonna ask the board, for all the reasons I just stated, and I think for common sense, that follow through with the 20-minute presentation, and I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. And again, it's a good way to bring the citizens together. Again, our biggest responsibility. I don't want them to have to come all the way back here, and I surely don't want to discourage them.
I didn't know that that's what you 2 ladies were here for. Because you're already here, I'll say let's leave this on the agenda. But
thank you, Mr. Chair.
For me, what it says here is, and you said it's for everyone in Curry, but it specifically says available for our Curry County employees. So I don't want to be inundated with phone calls from different companies wanting to come in and pitch to our employees. If that's just for employees, then it should be done through their department heads and through maybe the Director of Operations office instead of this board. So,
fair enough.
Any further amendments to the agenda? I have a motion.
I move that we approve the agenda as amended.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold.
Aye.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Yes.
Chair Pash.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, with that, we are going to forego public comments for a brief period and go on to presentations. We have many in the hall. We don't want to keep waiting. Under U.S. Attorney Billy Williams to present Sergeant Jason Thean with the 4th Annual Attorney General Award for Distinguished Service in Policing Field Operations. Sheriff Ward, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. We are here to honor our very own Jason Thean, Sergeant with the Curry County Sheriff's Office for the 4th Annual Attorney General Distinguished Service Award in Police Field Operations. I'm going to introduce a couple people to begin with, and you'll hear the story of how this came to pass. So first of all, I'm gonna introduce Sergeant Jordan White. He's my sergeant that I asked to make the nomination, and you'll understand why after he reads what the nomination was about. So tell you, Sergeant, get you started here.
Sheriff, before we go too much further, we have Deputy Dean here, or Sergeant Dean here, plus we have half the Sheriff's Office. They would like to see what's going on. So, social distancing out the window.
That would be great, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate everyone doing that.
Thank you. Wow. Oh my gosh.
That was
Good call. Good call.
There, Cap. Should have brought my bottle of water.
And if someone left something on their chair and you'd like to sit, just set what they left on their chair on the floor next to them. Come on in, everyone. If there's something on the chair, just set it on the floor directly next to the chair.
I'd be afraid of that guy.
That might be the whole sheriff's office. No.
Probably a quarter of them.
Come on in. Matt, if you'd like to maybe move or take this chair from here, and you can just spin it around, and that way there you can face, and they got more room. Wanting to get good pictures, I'm sure. Thank you, sir.
You better have a wide angle lens.
We got more room up front here if you'd like. Come on in.
Lots of open chairs. Come on.
I'd like to have everyone in from law enforcement if you can, please. There's some chairs up here you guys can sit.
Matt.
Pardon me if I back off just a little bit trying to...
You're skinny enough to get through there.
U.S. Attorney General.
Sarge.
All right, I think we're ready. Before we begin, I do just want to thank everyone for taking the time to see the importance of this, and I'm proud to work in a county and in a sheriff's office that sees the value in recognizing the superior performance. I've been privileged to have had Jason Thien, Deputy Sheriff, on my shift when this incident occurred before his promotion, and now to work alongside of him. And I would say each of us that ever has the privilege of standing behind the badge with the public trust is given a blank canvas to create our legacy of heroism and service. And Jason has certainly done that. And as I read the nomination that I was proud to write on his behalf, I had no idea that it would ever be read by anyone besides the nomination committee and his wife, who I made sure had a chance to read it in case it didn't go further, but I'm proud that it gets to be here today. So this is the nomination that I wrote was printed in the handout. If you have it, you're welcome to follow along. A widespread manhunt involving authorities in Oregon and California, along with the U.S. Marshals, was concluded on May 22, 2020, around 5 p.m. when Curry County Deputy Jason Thien, since promoted to sergeant, arrested a 41-year-old man from Bakersfield, California. The man was arrested on a homicide warrant following an incident in Kern County, California, in February 2020. His criminal history includes attempted murder, robbery, and battery on a peace officer. He was found to have had family connections in Portland, Oregon, and the Oregon State Police alerted the Curry County Sheriff's Office to his warrant and potential presence in Oregon. All Curry County deputies and detectives were notified of this information, but one deputy took it upon himself to go the extra mile to keep his community safe. Deputy Thien used every resource available to the Sheriff's Office, including social media, criminal justice information, property ownership records, and TransUnion resources to identify associates and a potential location for the suspect. He coordinated a covert approach to the property and worked in cooperation with other deputies and the Oregon State Police to locate and apprehend the suspect safely and without incident. The suspect was booked into the Curry County Jail and since returned to California to face charges. Deputy Thien would say he was just doing his job when he tracked down and led the capture of this fugitive. What he would not say is that he generally works alone on day shift, providing service to the entire 1,600 square mile county and more than 80 miles of the Pacific Coast Highway, which attracts people from all around the world. Thien does not let a stack of pending reports to be written bog him down or distract him from the important work of taking care of the people with a smile on his face. This man of character and compassion makes this agency proud and challenges everyone to do better, to be better deputies and neighbors. Thank you, Sergeant Thien. It's been a privilege and an honor.
Well, now you understand why he was nominated. And I'm going to introduce you to the Oregon's attorney, U.S. Attorney for the state of Oregon, who is going to make the presentation. Get my glasses out here, I can read this.
I can loan you mine.
It's a bio, and you know, I was having dinner with Billy last night, and he goes, you know, just shoot from the hip. I go, there's a lot of big words in this thing, so. But I think I'd rather read it. Billy Williams has been the U.S. Attorney and the Chief Federal Law Enforcement Office official in Oregon since May 2015. Williams was reappointed by President Donald J. Trump on November 17th, that was yesterday, several years ago, 2017, to serve a 4-year term. He was confirmed by the Senate on March 7th, 2018, and his presidential commission was signed on March 13, 2018. Williams is a 20-year veteran of the Department of Justice, joining the U.S. Attorney's Office in October 2000. He has held multiple leadership positions, including First Assistant U.S. Attorney, Chief of a Criminal Division, Chief of the Violent Crimes Unit, and the District's Indian Country Assistant U.S. Attorney and Tribal Liaison. Williams has served on a number of Attorney General advisory subcommittees. Currently, he is a chair of the Attorney General's Marijuana Working Group, which is part of the Controlled Substance Subcommittee. He is also appointed to serve on the following subcommittees and working groups: Native American Issues Subcommittee, Civil Rights Subcommittee, Border and Immigration and Subcommittee, and Domestic Terrorism Executive Committee. Prior to his federal service, Williams served as a senior deputy district attorney in Multnomah County, where he supervised the career criminal unit. As a state prosecutor, Williams handled major crimes of violence, including aggravated murder, adult and child sex offenses, domestic violence, narcotics trafficking, vehicle homicide, and officer-involved shootings. Williams received his bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Washington State University in 1981, his law degree from Willamette University College Law in 1989. U.S. Attorney Williams is here to present Sergeant Jason Thien with this year's Attorney General Distinguished Service Award in Police and Field Operations. It is my pleasure to introduce my friend and U.S. Attorney Billy Williams.
Hey.
Thank you and good morning.
Morning.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. So it's an honor to be here. And this is an award that's traditionally presented in Washington, D.C. at the Department of Justice in the Great Hall. And so for obvious reasons, because of COVID, we weren't able to do that this year. And so on behalf of the Attorney General, his staff reached out to the U.S. attorneys in the districts where award recipients reside and ask us to present this award on behalf of the Attorney General, Bill Barr. The Attorney General's Award for Distinguished Service in Policing honors exceptional efforts in categories of innovative community policing strategies, criminal investigations, and field operations. Particularly now, this is a challenging time for law enforcement, as we've seen in our nation and in the state of Oregon, and in particular in Portland, Oregon. So I am particularly grateful to local, state, tribal, federal officers, and state troopers, deputies who work every day to enforce the laws and place themselves in harm's way to protect others. Much has been said about the notion of defunding the police, and I'm here to tell you that's a bad idea. And we support police here in the state of Oregon because they are good and honorable men and women who are dedicated to serving in public service and protecting others. The HE Award Field Operation categories recognizes exceptional policing in partnership with other law enforcement agencies to make a significant arrest. This award is, I would say, part of our mission, really, in the District of Oregon, as long as I've been in the U.S. Attorney's Office, and that is to support our law enforcement partners at all levels as a fundamental piece of our mission. Interesting, there are 23 recipients nationwide under these three categories, and Sergeant Thien is one of those 23. Think about that. That's pretty amazing. There were 219 nominations for these three categories. 355 officers and deputies were nominated nationwide from 39 states and 12 federal jurisdictions. There are 18,000 law enforcement agencies in the United States, 23 recipients. So I'm repeating that to emphasize just how amazing this selection is, and as was laid out in terms of the factual basis for the nomination, just remarkable work. So it's fair to say that Sergeant Thien is a shining example of what dedication in his efforts to locate and arrest this dangerous fugitive from justice who traveled to this community to evade capture. So, Sergeant Thien, I want to recognize you and thank you and honor you. And I've got a few things from the Attorney General. I can do this without breaking anything. Let me start with, I believe this is a letter from Attorney General Barr congratulating you. I'll just read it if you don't mind. Dear Sergeant Thien, congratulations. You have been selected to receive the Attorney General's Award for Distinguished Service in Policing. Honoring and supporting the work of our nation's law enforcement officers is a top priority for the President, and it's an opportunity for me to personally express my gratitude and commitment to those like you who risk their lives daily to protect their communities. The Attorney General's Award for Distinguished Service in Policing recognizes individual, state, local, and tribal sworn rank-and-file police officers, deputies, and troopers for outstanding efforts in innovative community policing strategies, criminal investigations, and field operations that have proven effective in enforcing our laws. This noble work far too often goes unacknowledged, but through this award, we seek to highlight the importance of policing and the vital public service that our nation's law enforcement personnel provide. You are an inspiration to me, your colleagues, and fellow Americans. Thank you for your courageous and dedicated service. Congratulations, and may God bless you. William Barr. I've been in the federal service now 20 years, and us folks in the Fed service love plaques. So, but this is actually really a remarkable one. It's the official certificate, Attorney General's Award for Distinguished Service in Policing. United States Department of Justice presents this certificate in honor of Sergeant Jason Thien. in recognition of his exceptional efforts in effective policing and outstanding contributions to the safety, security, and welfare of the community he served. The Department of Justice commends his commitment to proven constitutional and proactive policing that keeps his community and the nation safe. Presented by William P. Barr, October 27, 2020, Attorney General of the United States. So congratulations. I'm going to let you do the official unveiling. If you'll pull that sleeve off. Sorry. So this is the medal.
Oh, wow.
We have a prolonged handshake for a couple of pictures.
Keep down the line. You know if there's anybody on the line that Director Keith is supposed to be on?
I think they had somebody on.
Yes, Director Keith is on.
Oh, great.
We would like to be able to have him speak some words after Billy's done.
Director Keith, I invite you to please go ahead and share any words you have.
Well, thank you and good morning. And on behalf of Attorney General Barr, it's an honor for me to be able to join U.S. Attorney Williams and Curry County Sheriff's Office virtually today to celebrate and honor the dedicated individuals who are recipients of the 4th Annual Attorney General Awards for distinguished service in policing. Oregon is certainly fortunate to have such a strong law enforcement advocate in your U.S. Attorney, Daley Williams. He's a proven advocate and supporter of law enforcement, and Oregon's fortunate to have him. We're all fortunate to have him in our country. And as it has been mentioned, these awards honor individual state, local, and tribal sworn rank and file police officers, deputies, and troopers. Our focus is to recognize these individuals for their exceptional efforts in innovative community policing strategies, criminal investigations, and field operations that have proven effective in enforcing our laws. In many ways, this has been a year like no other for law enforcement. And this year's award recipients are true examples of what it means to protect and serve, despite concerns that they must have about their own health and safety over this past year. They remained on the front lines doing their jobs, confronting incredible circumstances that we've all witnessed. Today's law enforcement officers are truly new centurions who serve and protect our country. And it's and in often very difficult circumstances on a number of other fronts. Law enforcement continues to do their work they dedicate their lives to, and they deserve our deepest respect and gratitude. And I also want to thank all the stakeholder organizations who helped us select this year's recipients, as well as many other offices within the Department of Justice that helped us make these awards possible. You can find a complete list of all those folks on our website at the COPS office. It's been an honor for us to manage this program for the Attorney General for the last 4 years. It's an incredible privilege to do this process for the Attorney General, because I get to read not only the winners but all the stories of the submissions and nominees over the last 4 years, and it's just incredible the amount of work and what these men and women do every day without regard to their own safety. They go out, they don't know these people, and they put their life on the line for them. In this case, Curry County is certainly breathing easier with the apprehension of a violent criminal who had already taken a life. The courage of Sergeant Thien to do this, take this course of action, to step out He used all the basic tenets of good police work to find the suspect, who was the target of a widespread manhunt. But and I'm sure after the arrest occurred, the residents of Curry County and surrounding counties could breathe easier, thanks to the extraordinary efforts of Sergeant Thiem. At the COPS office, we're so encouraged by examples like this, and they remind us every day that this is part of the reason we do what we do in the COPS office. And the COPS office is proud to support the law enforcement community and providing resources that we do through our grant programs, our technical assistance program, and as well as our publication. It's particularly rewarding to me to manage this process for the Attorney General because, like most of you in law enforcement, I've spent a great deal of time. In fact, I've been in this business for 50 years, which is another way of saying I'm kind of old. But it's truly been an extraordinary ride for me, 50 years of law enforcement, and I've seen the caliber of men and women that serve continuously improve over those 50 years. And in this case, we have someone who's a role model, someone who has taken extra step to make sure that the community is safe. It's really hard to measure prevention, but when you look at this particular case, had this individual not been apprehended, there's no telling what could have happened with his background and his already obvious taking of a life. So we're thrilled at the COPS office to be a part of it. Sergeant, we commend you and from our entire COPS office. But on a personal note, I commend you because I've seen a lot of great officers in this country in my 50 years in law enforcement, and you certainly have distinguished yourself in being one of those that I'll always remember. So again, congratulations. I'm glad we could join you for a few minutes today, and God bless you.
Thank you, Director Keith, and thanks for everything that the COPS office does on behalf of law enforcement throughout the United States. So thanks for participating today. With that, Mr. Chairman, thank you. It's been an honor to be here today and present this award. Oregon has two. I'll be in Roseburg next week for another presentation. Pretty remarkable, and speaks so well of the professionalism and commitment of law enforcement in Oregon. So very, very proud to be a part of it. Thank you.
Sergeant, would you like to say a few words? I know you're a man of. I know you're not a man of many words, but I see a lot of beaming pride back there with your family, and I just.
Well, he can talk. I wanted to thank my family for supporting me for the almost 21 years that I've done this. It wouldn't be without them that I could even be here. I probably would even actually be out of police work at this point. I thank Sergeant White for supporting my hunch, honestly, to go after this. There's other people involved as well. Sergeant Speeney from the Oregon State Police, Detective Freeman with our department, Deputy Rhodes, who's in the academy right now, and Deputy Falls, who got mad at me on the radio a couple times over this, but it all worked out in the end. But thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks again. What I'd like to do, it's 20 to 10. This is kind of a special moment here, so we're going to take a break early. We're going to come back at 10 o'clock and just take 20 or 25 minutes to kind of mill around, say thanks to everyone, and just kind of enjoy this moment. So thanks. And Mr. Keith, again, thank you for coming into Curry County and giving us your words, and we thank you for all COPS does, all that your organization does for our community as well as our nation to strengthen our police force. Thank you, sir.
And this is a great place to visit, too.
Let me just say one thing before we recess. I just want to thank Chair Pash for being very involved in getting this to happen. So thank you so much for your service.
Thank you.
Yes. Could I get the family film up front with the rest of the officers, please, remaining for one more picture?
Are we in recess?
Yes, we are.
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you, and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
I'm a facilitator. We got a grant from the Ford Family Foundation to do a feasibility study and renditions, and that's what you're looking at here with this display. We actually have two buildings. We have the community building that we're in now. This is the American Legion Hall next door, and this is the floor plan for the whole complex. And it is our biggest meeting space. The American Legion Hall has a kitchen that needs to be refurbished, and so far in about 90 days we've generated about $73,000 from our local community, and this project has a budget of about $1.5 million. We're hoping to start construction in 3 years.
It's a rehabilitation of existing buildings, and it's important to take care of what we have.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Welcome to Oregon's capital, your Oregon capital. The Capitol is home to the Oregon State Legislature, the Governor, Secretary of State, and the State Treasurer. This is Oregon's third state capitol, the previous two having been destroyed by fires in 1855 and 1935. The current building was designed in 1938 by Francis Keeley, a New York architect. The wings were completed and dedicated in 1977.
I'm very pleased to join with all of you this afternoon for the dedication of the new Capitol wings. I welcome all of our many friends and distinguished guests who are able to be with us to share in this proud day.
The Senate wing is named after Jason Bowe, who was the Senate president. The House wing is named after Phil Lang, who was the Speaker of the House, both during the 1977 legislative session. Welcome to the Rotunda. The 4 large murals that grace the walls in the Rotunda represent 4 events that shaped Oregon's history. They were painted by Frank Schwartz and Barry Faulkner. The first mural, located on the southeast wall, depicts Captain Robert Gray's discovery of the Columbia River in 1792. Gray, an American explorer, named the river after his ship, the Columbia Rediviva. Because Gray was an American, his discovery laid the foundation to the United States' claim to the Pacific Northwest. This opened up important trade relations with the natives. The second mural on the southwest wall shows Meriwether Lewis and William Clark, 2 of our nation's most famous explorers. Lewis and Clark were appointed by President Thomas Jefferson to lead an expedition west across the continent. The expedition, named Corps of Discovery, left St. Louis, Missouri with a contingency of experienced frontiersmen in the spring of 1804 and arrived 19 months later at the Pacific coast in 1805. The mural depicts the expedition portaging Celilo Falls near the Dalles, Oregon. The 2 other historical people in the mural, Sacagawea, an 18-year-old Shoshone Native American with her baby, was the only woman on the journey, and York, the first African American to come to the Pacific Northwest. The presence of Sacagawea and her baby served to allay the suspicions of the native tribes that the expedition encountered during their long journey. York was much admired by the Indians. When the expedition returned to the east, York remained behind and was the first African American to own land in Oregon Territory. The third mural on the northwest wall portrays the arrival of the first non-native women to the Oregon Territory. The women were missionaries, Eliza Spalding and Narcissa Whitman, who came to convert natives to Christianity. The women are being greeted by Dr. John McLaughlin, chief factor of the Hudson Bay Company. Because of his generous support of the settlers, McLaughlin is considered to be the father of Oregon. The fourth mural on the northeast wall depicts the Great Wagon Train Migration of 1843. In the 1840s and 50s, nearly 3,500 pioneers made their way west across the Oregon Trail. They came for the abundant resources of fertile soil and free land. There were 900 people in the first wagon train migration. Nearly 600 were children. In the mural, the pioneers are shown resting at the Dalles before making the arduous journey down the Columbia River.
In 2008, the House and Senate wings were remodeled due to health and safety issues. This was the first upgrade since 1977.
The centerpiece of the Capitol Rotunda is the bronze replica of the Oregon seal sculpted by Ulrich Ullerhusen. Ullerhusen also designed the Oregon Pioneer and the 6 cast bronze sculptures over the inside and the outside of the main entrance. The seal includes 9 symbols of Oregon: a British man-of-war ship leaving our shore, an American steamship arriving, the western sunset, mountains, stand of timber, wildlife, sheaf of wheat, plow and pickaxe, and the American eagle. The phrase "the Union" was the motto of the state until it was changed by the 1987 legislature to the state's territorial government motto, "She flies with her own wings." There are 33 stars in the seal, symbolizing that Oregon was the 33rd state to be admitted into the Union in February 14th, 1859. The rotunda rises 106 feet from the floor to the ceiling. Directly overhead, you can see elements of the seal lining the walls of the rotunda. The Capitol's exterior is faced with white marble from the Danby Quarry in Vermont. The walls inside the Capitol are lined with rose travertine marble from Gardner, Montana. Floors and staircases utilize large squares of Phoenix Napoleon gray marble from Carthage, Missouri, with Art Deco borders of black radial marble from Vermont.
Russell Zanolinski, a Springfield City employee, designed this piece of art from 3,250 different items that he collected from the city sewer. After boiling them, it took 60 hours to assemble.
The governor's formal or ceremonial office is home to the sitting governor of Oregon. The governor's reception area table was a gift from Francis Keeley, architect of the present Capitol. The ceremonial office is where the governor holds press conferences, bill signings, and other special events. Above the fireplace is a hand-painted map of Oregon, which was painstakingly restored after the fire of 2008. This is the governor's ceremonial desk and chair. Most of the furniture in the office was designed by the architect and has been in the building since 1938. With the exception of the smaller slanted top desk, the desk was used by legislators in both the House and the Senate chambers of the previous Capitol building.
On August 30th, 2008, a 3-alarm fire, which started on the terrace, burned the governor's ceremonial office. Firefighters were able to extinguish the blaze in 30 minutes. The governor set up a temporary office outside of the Capitol while restoration work was done.
Welcome to the House of Representatives. Golden oak paneling and furniture decorate Oregon's House of Representatives. The distinctive carpet features a repeat pattern of Oregon's state tree, the Douglas fir, which also signifies Oregon's timber industry. The House consists of 60 members who serve 2-year terms. Behind the rostrum, where the Speaker of the House presides, is a mural showing the historic vote at the Champoeg Settlement, which created a provisional government to the Oregon Territory in 1843. On that day, 100 men had gathered. They represented the 2 groups of settlers that resided in the Oregon Territory. At first, the vote was a tie. Then a fur trapper by the name of Joe Meek emerged from the group, drew a line in the dirt saying, "Who's for the divide? All in favor of the report and the organization follow me." Meek was indeed a persuasive man. 2 French-Canadian trappers changed their minds and switched to support the provisional government. With Joe Meek's encouragement, the 50-50 vote was changed to 52-48. If you look above the chambers, you can find the names of 158 people who helped with the development of Oregon.
The Capitol has many volunteers who give their free time to educate, inform, and assist the public in many ways. Their broad knowledge and investment of their personal time is a priceless resource for the Oregon State Capitol and its visitors.
Welcome to the Senate chambers. There are some striking similarities and noticeable differences between the House and the Senate chambers. The Senate chamber is finished in matching black walnut. As in the House, the carpet was designed by the architect and features alternating designs of a sheaf of wheat symbolizing Oregon's agriculture industry and the state fish, a Chinook salmon, which also symbolizes Oregon's fishing industry. The most obvious difference between the chambers is the amount of desks. There are only 30 Senate members that serve 4-year terms. The mural behind the Senate President's podium illustrates a scene in Salem on St. Patrick's Day in 1859, when the news of Oregon's statehood finally arrived in Salem. A popular attraction is the Tower Tour. Guests climb the 121 steps to the observation deck, where they can enjoy the amazing panoramic view of Salem and the Golden Pioneer. 23 feet tall, 8.5 tons of sculpted bronze, and covered in 11.5 ounces of gold leaf, the Golden Pioneer is a testament to the pioneering spirit of Oregonians. Oregon is the first state in the nation to mount solar panels on its capital. A portion of the energy generated by the solar array is used to light the Golden Pioneer on the state capitol. There are many monuments on the Capitol grounds. For more information, pick up a brochure from the Visitor Services Information Kiosk. Thank you for visiting the Oregon State Capitol. We hope your tour was both educational and informative. If you have any questions, feel free to call Visitor Services at 503-986-1388.
When I was your age, I was just like you, fascinated by stars. But now I get to search for life in the universe. And who knows, maybe life is looking for us too.
So we're like aliens to them?
Yeah. Does anyone want to be a scientist now?
I do.
Awesome. We need more girls in STEM.
Maybe we can find aliens. Okay, Dad. 1, 2, 3. You saved me. Dad?
Are you okay?
I'm fine, dear.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving.
The 23-foot-tall, 8.5-ton Golden Pioneer, which adorns the Capitol Dome, is a symbol of Oregon's pioneering spirit. In 1938, a New York architect by the name of Francis Keeley was commissioned to design Oregon's third state capitol after the second one was lost to a fire. Keeley commissioned a New Jersey artist, Ulrich Ellerhusen, to sculpt and cast a monument for the new Capitol building. At his workshop in New Jersey, Ellerhusen sculpted 5 models out of plaster before settling on the design we see today. Due to the nature and size of this project, Ellerhusen had special doors put in his workshop. His friend Aileen Eveleth Hammond described it this way.
It was a very large piece of sculpture, and he had to have a door built in his studio so he could roll it outside and see it in the daylight, because he knew that that pioneer was going to stand on your Capitol in the sunshine, and he wanted to make sure that it was a beautiful piece.
Ulrich Ellerhusen, a German-born sculptor who studied at the Art Institute of Chicago, is also known for accomplishments that include ornamental designs that adorn the outside of the Louisiana State Capitol, weeping figures on the colonnade of the San Francisco Palace of Fine Arts, additions to the tympanum over the entrance of the Oriental Institute in Chicago. When finished, the final Golden Pioneer was sculpted of bronze. After work was completed in 1938, the Golden Pioneer was loaded on a steamship and traveled via the Panama Canal to Oregon. Upon arriving in Oregon, the Golden Pioneer was loaded on a flatbed truck and transported to the new state capitol.
There were a whole bunch of us, and my older cousin was much more adventuresome. And he was even, when they weren't looking and it was off the truck but on the ground, he was even climbing up into it. Times were more relaxed back then, if people weren't so worried about lawsuits, and kids could get into a lot more trouble.
In an era before helicopters and hydraulic cranes, workers spent 3 days using a makeshift wooden crane, pulleys, and muscle to hoist the Golden Pioneer 160 feet to his perch on the Capitol Dome. Workers then constructed a plastic cocoon around the statue so that the gold leaf covering could be applied. When gold leaf is added, this is called gilding, and was used to cover the bronze, which keeps it.
All right, we are back in. It is 10 o'clock on November 18th, 2020. Unfortunately, the rest of our agenda will have to wait for just a few minutes. We had a misprint here on the agenda. We have a public hearing that has to be done at 10 a.m. It will only take a couple of minutes, so please indulge me and forgive me. But it was a typo that happened, so we have to go by what was printed in the newspapers. So with that, I'm going to open this public hearing for Community Development Block Grant, CDBG for Business Oregon. With that, do I have any public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Ms. Schmelzer?
Sure. So this is a public hearing because the county is considering applying for a Community Development Block Grant. And approximately $12 million of CDBG monies will be awarded to Oregon non-metropolitan cities and counties this current year. The maximum grant that a city or county can receive for a project that we're thinking of doing, which is a family resource center, is $1.5 million. The county is preparing an application for the 2020 CDBG opportunity from Business Oregon. We're looking at two things. We're looking at the railroad building in Brookings, and we're trying to decide, do we make entryways and restrooms ADA compliant, or do we just completely rebuild that family resource center? So we want to apply for the CDBG grant, and we want to look at two options for that building, and of course, depending what architects tell us is the way that will go, but we do want to let the public know that we're thinking of applying for that. The board did look at the condition of the building, and that is why they've started leaning towards perhaps they should be rebuilding it. They looked at the size of the lot, are they able to rebuild? There are some parking constraints there. You really can't put additions on. So for that aspect, maybe we are better rebuilding it. We looked at perhaps the idea of relocating the Family Resource Center, but it is close to the VA clinic, and it's in a location that the veterans and the low-income population are accustomed to going to. They're comfortable with it. There's some confidential entrances. So it's a good location, so we really don't want to relocate where we would put that. So we're looking at the CDBG grant to do, like I said, either to do some remodel or to actually rebuild it. The purpose of the hearing is for the board to obtain information from citizen views and to respond to any questions or comments about the CDBG program or community development and housing needs that we actually have in the county, especially those that would benefit low and moderate income families and individuals. We do have more information about CDBG grants and the programs available in the board's office. If anyone's interested, you can get a hold of me and I can help you with that. With the project that we are looking at, we do not anticipate any displacement of persons or businesses as a result of the proposed project. If we do a rebuild, we'll probably have to set up some mobile offices on that site or temporary locations elsewhere, but they would be able to come back into that building once it is completed. But again, it all depends based on an architect's interpretation or what they find would depend which route we go, but it is our intention to apply for those funds to do something to improve that Family Resource Center to make it better suited for the low and moderate income population.
Thank you. With that, this hearing is closed. We will move on now with our agenda. Public comments. Connie Hunter. Good morning, Ms. Hunter.
Good morning. I'm Connie Hunter. I'm a proud resident of South Curry County, and I wanted to talk a little bit today about veterans and belatedly wish every veteran in Curry County a happy Veterans Day. And of course, Chair Pash, thank you for your service in the Marine Corps. The reason that I wanted to come in today was to talk about veterans and homelessness, which, as you may remember, in October, I talked about suicide prevention and the relationship of veterans' homelessness to suicide among veterans. And a veteran with a history of homelessness is more likely to attempt and, of course, succeed in suicide. So I'm going to read a bit of information about the 5 key facts about homeless veterans. I did send a copy of that to all 3 of our commissioners, so you'll have a full copy. In November, the nation takes a day off to honor its veterans. In recent years, the homeless services world has held these sentiments all year long, diligently working to secure permanent housing for everyone who has served our country. There are 5 key facts that we should know in addressing veterans' homelessness. First of all, there's been a dramatic drop in veterans' homelessness, and that's associated with 2 key ingredients. And one is housing first, and then investments in veteran-specific programs. And some of us are familiar with, and I hope more people will become familiar with, the HUD-VASH program, which is administered by ORCA here locally. It provides significant support for veterans, but also the administration of the Supportive Services for Veterans Families program, which began in 2011. Essentially, these programs have helped the United States cut veterans' homelessness nearly in half. Housing First through HUD-VASH and SSVF were not only implemented, but Congress also funded them consistently to the needed scale. As a result, they are able to successfully house thousands of veterans. Being a veteran increases the risk of becoming homeless, but that's changing. Veterans of color are more likely to experience homelessness. And then the number 4, COVID-19 and the recession may be a setback. So now we're in Curry County. I'm going to ask a little bit of grace here because I would like to present a $1,000 check to Curry County Veterans Service Office to work toward supporting their efforts during the point in time and in association with ORCA and the Curry Homeless Coalition. We've been gathering donations to the Veterans Cold Weather Fund for CVSO Tony Bowdy so that we can have tents and rain and cold weather gear for our veterans. We'd like to have a total of about $5,000 in that fund. Here's $1,000 to jumpstart it, and we've applied for Wild Rivers Community Foundation Holiday Partners Grant for $1,500, and I need the EIN number so that I can also apply online. And Tony asked me to help support this for Fred Myers and a couple of other small things. So I'll need permission, I think, from the board to do that. But in the meantime, and thank you all for your service.
Thank you, Ms. Hunter.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I looked on a copy of that check you gave me, and I could have swore I saw Mr. Hunter sign the check, so say thank you to him, too.
Actually, this is a family commitment, and because of COVID, This is a family commitment, and because of COVID, 2 of our nonprofits are on hold, so we just do it in our family. So we've been blessed this year with economic stimulus money, and so we just like to pay it forward.
Thank you.
Give a little shout out too for All Care and Advanced Health was on your list. Thank you. Very good.
Next, we have Gordon Clay. Morning, Mr. Clay.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Gordon Clay, Chair of the Suicide Awareness and Prevention Council from Brookings, Oregon. Each year, our council has openings for 5 new members plus replacements for anyone who has resigned. We're looking for applicants for with current experience in law enforcement, medical, doctor, nurse, hospital board member, or community care organizer, a social worker, therapist, counselor, or peer support specialist trained in suicidality, someone from elder services, juvenile programming, a city mayor or administrator, a faith-based community member, youth ambassador, and a layperson. Applications are on the county website and are due at the county commissioner's office no later than the close of business next Monday. Next, recent reports suggest that the pandemic is exacerbating suicide risk factors, though we don't know how the increased depression, domestic violence, and substance misuse will impact the suicide rates here in Curry County. Know that in Japan, suicides claimed more lives last month than the 10 months of COVID. It's coming. So we are urging people to talk about the issue in an open and responsible manner, to remain connected even during physical distancing, and to learn to identify warning signs. Check in on your friends, neighbors, and family members to make sure they are doing well physically, mentally, and emotionally. And if you feel overwhelmed yourself, reach out to them and call a health professional. We want you to know that you are not alone and they are there to help. Next, the council produced a brochure titled Recognizing and Responding to Suicide Risk During the Pandemic that can be found wherever you see the familiar black and yellow Are You OK crisis wallet cards, including 111 locations throughout Curry County, medical facilities, dispensaries, auto parts stores, libraries, activity centers, liquor stores, tattoo parlors, food banks, and some restaurants. Pick up a card and a brochure to keep handy at home or in the office for easy access to the information and resources. Next, face guards do not work by themselves. Wear a mask that fits and covers your nose. This lectern is a particularly dangerous place when speakers remove their masks to speak, since the mist that the speaker releases can remain in the air for up to 15 minutes after each exhale. Check out zeroattempts.org/facemask.html to see tests showing the effectiveness of each style of mask to contain the majority of the droplets from your breath. Finally, partisan politics from the commissioners during these meetings is not appreciated. You were elected as nonpartisan representatives for all Curry County citizens, and I hope you will curb your enthusiasm to misuse your position on the board and refrain from promoting any particular political agendas. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Barnes? Mr. Colon? Good morning, sir.
Normally I'd respond with a good morning, commissioners, except I don't think this morning is a good morning for Curry County. And it begins with the note on your commissioner's agenda. Says due to Governor Brown's 2-week freeze, county offices will be closed from November 18th, 2020 to December 3rd, 2020. I didn't think that I'd ever see anybody get more restrictive than our Governor Brown, but our County Director of Operations, Ms. Schmelzer, was able to do that. Last week she actually tried to add 2 days to the freeze period for Curry County. No discussion with county departments, elected officials. It was just an edict. I'm here today because I consider it the duty of elected officials to advocate for the citizens of Curry County. Unfortunately, for the past few weeks, I've been distracted. It's been the tax payment period for property taxes, and just haven't been able to spend much time with what's going on with COVID or read the governor's directive. In fact, just last Friday, we took in over $8 million in payments for the property tax districts in Curry County. The people in your assessment and taxation office are doing an excellent job for the people of Curry County in the work that they do. So it really wasn't until last night that I had the opportunity to take a closer look at the governor's executive order. And this is the point. The executive order says in at least 2 places that the executive order does not apply to local governments. We don't have to shut down and keep our services from the citizens of Curry County. And yet, outside doors locked, the door to the assessor's office is locked, and it's just not necessary. So why is Curry County taking these services away from our citizens? That's my question for you today. We don't need to be closed for 2 weeks, so why are we?
I can answer that.
I thought this was just a comment, that's all.
No, it's a question.
Okay, well, this is public comment, so that's why I thought it was just a comment. If you'd like to respond, Ms. Schmelzer, go ahead.
Sure, because the reason why we put that notice out is because the governor's regional solution team, her staff, told us that the public offices had to be closed. And then yesterday, of course, when we actually saw the order come out, it was worded different. But we were relying on what the governor's staff told us. We have that in writing if you'd like to see it.
And yet
It also went to the
and yet
commissioners.
you're still closed after seeing what the executive order was yesterday.
That's because we're waiting for clarification on
I will
it.
tell you that I was able to confirm the fact that this doesn't apply to local governments with the governor's office, Alex Campbell, last night. So my request for you today is to reverse whatever it is that you have going on and get these doors opened back up to the public. We've still got work to do with assessment and taxation. We do all year long, and we're here to serve the citizens, and we need to be able to do that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Boyce?
Council Huddle, do you see any roadblocks to making that happen fairly post-haste?
Well, I think if the board's going to discuss it, the board can make direction on it, and it sounds like both Assessor Colin and Director Schmelzer and I have also heard the same thing, that the governor's order does not apply to local governments. Sounds like there was some mixed message earlier. Sounds like it's cleared up, so the board has some decisions and direction to do today. And it sounds like that's what Director Schmelzer is looking for. So.
Yes, and we're also waiting for clarification from the governor's office because and I talked with Sheree about it beforehand, we're getting conflicting messages from them and we need it clarified from them.
I can read the executive order if that helps and speeds this up so that we don't lose the rest of this day and potentially tomorrow would be my recommendation. I won't take the time to read this, but it's not ambiguous in my opinion.
I think the executive order is pretty clear, but again, we saw something else in writing on Friday that said something else. So,
out of an abundance of caution, we're waiting for an answer from someone. Hopefully by lunchtime we'll have an answer and we can move.
It's not that difficult to get a hold of Alex Campbell.
Well, I don't know if Alex Campbell is the final authority.
Got a hold of him at 7 o'clock last night.
Here's the final authority right here is executive order. That's the safest way to go. Is that correct?
Kind of a point of order. We're just in public comments now. If the board wants to pick this up later, I think take that up later is the best way to do it.
All right.
If that's okay with the chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Assessor.
Next, we're moving on to, I'm sorry, we had one more.
I have that.
Okay.
So we had two written comments that public had asked the board to read. One was from Dave Barnes regarding the minutes, so I'm going to hold off on that to see what happens with that minutes discussion. The other one is from Tad Hyatt. It says, I'm writing this note to ask what the Curry County Commissioners are doing or can do to protect businesses and citizens of Curry County from our tyrannical governor and her silly COVID-19 restrictions. What would it take to make Curry a sanctuary county where overreach by state government is not tolerated? The emergency she is using to force her will on the citizens of Oregon is bogus. There is no emergency aside from her being a tyrannical maniac who is drunk on power. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, moving on to presentations. 5B, COVID update. Ms. Ward.
Good morning, Board. Good morning, Commissioners. Well, it's been busy. I can tell you that much. It's been busy, and I understand that our community is going through a lot right now with the new governor's orders and the executive orders. I'm not going to get into the executive orders. What I am going to get into is the current updates in regards to COVID, where we stand as a community, our partnerships, and what is currently happening. So I can tell you, as of last night, we have 16 active cases. 89 total positive cases since the start of the pandemic. 2 deaths, which resulted in Seaview Senior Living facility, which were underlying medical conditions. Since September, we've had approximately 68 cases. The biggest uptick from those cases have been coming from workplace, as well as Seaview Senior Living, as well as Pelican Bay staff members. As you know, we live on the border of California, and we have a state prison. So we've been working with our partners in Del Norte County Public Health. We have open, wide, literally communication 24 hours a day to Del Norte County Public Health. So there has been a recent outbreak down there at Pelican Bay, and we have corrections officers who live here. Mind you, some of those corrections officers are husband and wives. And so we have seen a lot of household contact in regards to COVID-19. So that is what has kind of increased our numbers a little bit. There's been some discrepancy in regards to employers putting out notification. I commend them for getting that out, but I did speak to a recent employer stating you may want to check with public health first, because some stated that they had 2 positive cases at an employment, and actually they only had 1 positive case. So it's working with our community partners, it's working with all of our workforce as much as we can. Situation we have is, unfortunately, our public health, Curry County, we only have 4 staff members, and that is myself, as well as our environmental health, as well as our WIC clerk and WIC assistant and / environmental health clerk. We are all currently doing contact tracing. So long story short, we get a positive call, hospital calls us, says, hey, I have a COVID-19, we need to report that. Great. Immediately get on the phone and we start the contact. What people don't understand is when we talk about contact tracing actually starts right then and there. I believe in front end, not waiting. Get the initial, who's close prolonged contact. Close prolonged contact is closer than 6 feet, longer than 15 minutes. And we start working cases that way. So stopping the spread is the biggest concern of COVID-19. Our investigation can only go as far as the individuals are willing to share the information with us. So For example, a case last night that came through. We were able to tie it into a November 7th case. Question on that case is, well, how come we didn't contact trace that? We did. We also did a re-interview, a couple of re-interviews on that case. We'll tell you, if individuals are not forthcoming, we are going to see some situations kind of slide by, people not understanding they've been exposed. It's not public health's fault. It's not anybody's fault. We need individuals to be cooperating with public health when public health does call and speak with them. So we do understand that there is privacy, and we're just trying to help everybody slow the spread so we can open our economy back up. In regards to governor's orders and mask wearing, what I can tell you is it's the governor's orders. We ask that you wear your mask, practice social distancing, wash your hands, cover your mouth, cover your sneezes and coughs. I have been asked recently in regards to the 6 people in their home. Are we going to enforce that? Sorry. Public health doesn't have the staff to enforce that, and I believe that's going to be up to OSHA. So if anybody wants to put a complaint in, they can put it into OSHA if they like. I don't mean to sound callous or anything. We have been working 24/7, 7 days a week since the pandemic started. I'm in constant communication, even with Coos County. We're in constant, Del Norte County, regional. I do want to clarify, the public has asked and had made comments in regards to contact our health officer. From March, we've had a contracted health officer. It is Dr. Candelaria with Josephine County. Phenomenal. He's literally at the touch of my fingertips if I need him. Same thing with Del Norte County Public Health, any public health administrator if needed. So we do work collaboratively with them. So besides COVID-19, we are also responsible for immunizations, vaccines, and I will tell you we are getting a lot of questions in regards to testing, vaccines, and immunizations. Problem Curry County has is we don't have any public health nurses. So unfortunately, public health here at Curry County cannot administer those vaccines / immunizations. So we are looking for medical providers as well as possibly contracting out those services. So I kind of wanted to give a little bit of of what's going on with public health. Environmental health services. Now with the shutdown, now they're going to have to rethink in regards to licensing. They just recently sent out the license renewals to all of their vendors and restaurants. I don't know what's going to happen with now the shutdown of restaurants. Are we going to have to put those fees on hold again as well? Because if they aren't making money, are they going to have to pay those licensing fees? So environmental health is definitely working on that. Our WIC services are by appointment only. They still are going out and meeting with individuals. They have been down in Brookings working at the railroad clinic, and they come out, our railroad office, and they meet with moms and little ones and getting them the SNAP cards and every services that is needed. School-based health center. That right now is a big, huge project for me, and unfortunately with COVID-19, the pandemic has taken a lot of our time here. School-based health center is a resource for high school where they end up needing a medical sponsor, and then it actually houses a little bit of mental health services as well as providing medical for children at the school. Unfortunately, we have not been able to get that up and going. Back in April, I believe we put a recertification in for it to keep it certified. If we can't find a medical sponsor for School-Based Health Center, they will shut School-Based Health Center down completely and deobligate the money that we receive from School-Based Health Center. So that's also another project that we have to get rolling. But how do we do that when we are 24/7 complete response mode in public health, and literally response mode? So what I'm asking as well is in the future that we definitely need to start thinking about how are we going to structure public health, and if that means a workshop, that's great. But that's where we stand on that avenue. Modernization piece, we've been doing that all along with COVID-19. as well as we are going to be progressing that even further. Communicable disease is a top priority right now, and that is with the pandemic. So, any questions?
Commissioner Gold?
Yeah, I took part in an all-care meeting where Dr. Cavalaria was on the phone, and he mentioned that the cases in Jackson County are so high they can't keep up with the investigation, and I know that the counties are working together. He said Curry and Josephine counties are in pretty good shape. And also interesting, and I don't know whether this has changed, the meeting was like a week and a half ago, so he said we're only doing testing if people are symptomatic here. Is that?
That is still currently true, correct. Yep.
And also mentioned that if we were to do mass testing, this could overwhelm the system.
Correct. It will
So-
definitely surge the system, not just here in Curry County, but throughout. We are definitely seeing a surge with the testing capacities that they would want to do. So yes, it will surge the system.
And I just want to publicly thank you for all the work you're putting in. It's been overwhelming, I know, so thank you.
Oh, one of the other things I wanted to add, yesterday morning I was up bright and early after being up working on cases, went down to Brookings Harbor School District, met with the school superintendent, and did a walkthrough through the school superintendent, through the schools, Kelmiopsis, the high school, and K school. Phenomenal. That staff, and going through everything we've had to go through with COVID, taking our kids out of school has been such a hardship, but our schools are so clean. I have never seen the floors that sparkly. They are now have got K through 6th grade back in, and 4th through 9th. I have to double check my records. And are looking, as long as we keep a positivity rate under 10%, we'll be able to get the high schoolers back in and open back up. There's a lot of controversy about that. The biggest thing, and everybody has to remember, is we've got to wash our hands, and we have to cover our coughs and sneezes. Slow the spread. It was a little overwhelming. It was nice to see all the kids back in school, but it kind of was interesting to see all of our kids wearing masks. And I was glad to see that interaction. But I'm hoping someday we will be able to get back to some type of normalcy. What it's going to look like in the future, I don't know. But we are missing that interaction. And I'm with Gordon. I mean, we have to watch out for mental health. The separation. Holidays are the hardest time anyway for individuals, let alone going through a pandemic at the moment. So that's what I have to add. Oh, CBOs, community-based organizations. Thank you, Sheriff. We are currently working with community-based organizations, and throughout COVID-19, we actually refer cases. So when we have individuals, say for instance, that test positive or have been exposed, we are referring them, and have been prior to any MOU being signed, by the way, getting them connected with community-based organizations to be able to help provide groceries, help with telecommunications, help with power and electricity, help with transportation. We did have a situation where CBOs were awarded money for transportation, but then unfortunately did not go pick up somebody, so we had to kind of work that out over the weekend, but managed to get that individual back home and safely. So, you know, community-based organizations and all of our partners are vital to Curry County. But when you're having a surge and everybody's trying to do the same thing, we have to be really careful and work really close together in the sense of making sure we're not duplicating efforts and we're not confusing the matters. So community-based organizations is an MOU that's going to be coming up, the 3 MOUs coming up here shortly. John Huddle and I have been working on that as well. In regards to, in our IGA, intergovernment agreement, through the pandemic, Curry County was given money for, and the CBOs were awarded money directly from OHA. And so they were given money to help out with Curry County. And part of the agreement is we have to sign MOUs with these individuals and these CBOs. But I will tell you, for the record, we have been providing those services and referrals before any MOU. So that's what's nice about living in a small community: handshakes, knowing your partners, everything else, to making sure that we all work nicely together. So.
I'd like to say I'm guessing our sheriff's here because this is probably one of the few times this month that he's seen his wife, so he came over so we could see her for a minute. And I think I have more conversations with you now than perhaps he does, because we talk on a daily basis almost. For anyone in this community that thinks that this lady isn't working, I can show you many phone calls that started at 10 p.m. or later from her with issues in this county and have begun before 7 a.m. So my question to you is, I know we've talked briefly about it, but moving forward until this COVID issue starts to surrender, where are we with looking for some temporary help for you to help deal with some of this?
Well, that's kind of interesting. We actually did put an ad out for a public health emergency preparedness coordinator, part-time. And what originated, we did one round of interviews, and between the public health administrator position and doing communicable disease 24/7, it's very challenging doing interviews. We are going to need, and the way I'm looking at it here is communicable disease is, we need an epidemiologist. Literally, we have a surge epi, which is part of the modernization piece, but bottom line, an epidemiologist is going to be somebody who can dig into the science of the communicable diseases, such as STDs, gonorrhea, all of those, as well as COVID. And so that right there would be nice going forward, to get a CD and epi.
Is that something we could partner with the hospital on, or one of the CCOs?
It is possible.
Because I know when I spoke to the hospital administrator a year or so ago, when we were looking at different things in funding for the hospital for that short-term loan, we did mention sharing some services, and she did say that she would be very open to that. So it might be worth a phone call, or maybe like you said, a workshop, to start to, solidify some of these things that people have talked about, because, I mean, this has we've got to take the workload and distribute it better throughout the county. You cannot continue to do what you're doing.
No, and I'm surprised I'm still doing it. I mean, I'm surprised I'm still here. But where I'm going with this is in regards to the workload. The administrative part, the quarterly, those pieces still go into place. I mean, the state has put so many mandates and so many responsibilities on county, local government that, and our community deserves services, but the money that they give us is not sustainable money, number one. And number two, it's like all of the requirements, still work plans, still quarterly revenue reports, all of those things still have to happen on top of this 24/7 COVID. And so I'd hate to see our county losing services, losing a community, a school-based health center, losing money and being de-obligated because we just don't have the people in place. Now, if we can hire a couple of people, and I don't mean just existing staff in the county. I mean, we are gonna have to hire, because all of our county people anyway, I can't believe how we're even functioning sometimes, because we're already doing multiple and triple the work on different departments. So I think if we can maybe try and get some resources, at least a little bit into public health, it would be very beneficial to where I can do the job for the community that is rightfully needed. So
I would implore you to get with, probably Brad Ormish Schmelzer in the days, not weeks ahead, to move forward. We now have NeoGov software that is ready for launch, and I mean, we can pull from the best there are to offer. So possibly we can get you some help immediately, and I will, as I'm sure our other commissioners will, continue to voice our concerns through the governor's office on getting some more of that money released and getting it into the proper channels. so that we can continue to fund this and improve it as it's needed.
I just want to say that the community really has and always has been a big, huge part of my heart and always will be. So if I didn't care, I wouldn't be up 24/7 doing this. And it isn't about a paycheck. It really is about doing this and slowing the spread, making sure nobody gets sick. But I'd like to see us back to some type of normalcy and not lockdown. And when I'm dealing with individuals on the phone who are already on quarantine because of their significant other and end up finding out the next day the governor is shutting down restaurants again, and that's where she works. I'm going to tell you right now, I've got community people, members in our area that is scared to death that they're going to lose their livelihood, their homes, everything else due to this shutdown.
Commissioner Boyce?
Hey, thank you. You mentioned slow the spread a couple of times, and on a board meeting I was at yesterday, Superintendent Marshall give you a little bit of a shout out that was nice, and he mentioned how clean the school was. We all got a little bit of a grin, you know, it was neat to hear. He mentioned, and you just mentioned as well, the 10% is the magic number, and Brookings Harbor's at 8.5%. So he communicated just a little bit of apprehension that, wow, that's not much room, and yet they're so excited to have the portion of the kids that are back. And so slowing the spread, we just have to keep saying it. You repeated it nicely. Much appreciated. Commissioner Pash just mentioned we've got $55 million coming from the from the state that the governor's releasing. We can argue whether that's the right amount or not, but it's going to be coming properly, I think, equally distributed through the counties. And so, yes, as he said, this board is anxious, and we've said it a lot since even before COVID hit that, wow, public health is somehow about to pass law enforcement as our number one priority. So stay tuned, keep working. Thank you very much.
I do want to add real quick before we leave is one thing we have to remember through these trying times, we have to be very respectful of each other and care about each other as well. I'm going to tell you there's a lot of hardship here going on in our communities, not just in Curry County and around and abroad. And so I think if we show a lot of respect, common courtesy to each other, and just remember, virtual hugs, I'm a hugger, but I miss it, and I'm sure I'm not the only one that misses that. But in the same retrospect, we do have to do the best we can to get through this, and I'm hoping come spring we'll be able to take these masks off and be able to smile and see everybody smile and smiling again. So.
Small community, you mentioned the restaurants. All I'm going to say is thank you on that too. The sensitivity to what people are scared to death and survived it once. A lot of them won't survive it a second time. Your recognition on that is awesome to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ward.
Thank you.
5C, My Nutrition Nurse Academy, available to all Curry employees. Commissioner Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Little introduction here. You kindly give us some, yes.
Would you like us to start, sir?
Well, I was going to give you these stats that you encouraged me with, but I can do that later. Yeah, we'll do it real quick here. Health. My goodness, 78.6 million individuals with hypertension, which is a significant risk factor for heart disease and stroke. Almost 56 million U.S. residents have osteoarthritis, which leads to the breakdown of joint cartilage. Type 2 diabetes, boy, that's one you hear a lot nowadays, which affected 27 million people in the U.S., almost 11% of the adult population. These are incredible stats. Increasing steadily, obesity is by far the greatest risk factor contributing to the burden of chronic diseases in the U.S. I could go on, but I would like to just say, hey, thank you again for coming, and the health aspect is something we all need to be reminded, and the discipline needed for that, right?
Yes.
Welcome, thank you.
Thank you. We're so glad to be here. I'll kind of kick us off. I'll introduce myself quickly, our program, and then I'll introduce Sherry more fully. I'm Misty Young, and I'm joined today by Nurse Sherry Carey Baum. She's my nutrition nurse. She is the nutrition nurse. We represent a program called My Nutrition Nurse, and we are so thankful for the opportunity to bring it here to the good folks of Curry County, to the elected, appointed, and regular employees in the county in what we would consider to be a true public-private partnership. We currently have a program that serves hundreds of members on 3 continents, hundreds of community members, hundreds of subscription members. We're seeing people reduce their weight, reduce their medications, reduce their need for diabetic medications and heart medications and high cholesterol and blood pressure, hypertension. And what I see in your mission, and this excites me, we just talked about public health and we understand how important public health is. If the mission here in our county, this is our county too, is to provide high quality public services, that requires high quality, healthy, energetic people to pull that off, to make it happen. And what we believe is that lifestyle plays a really important role in all of that. Lifestyle from every perspective, and our program happens to be a lifestyle program founded on solid nutrition. It's been exciting to watch this video every time the nuts and seeds come up and the blueberries. I'm like, yes, this is awesome. What this program offers is an opportunity for the staff members to come in and learn about lifestyle from any device, anywhere in the world, any time of day, at their leisure, at their convenience, at no fee. And you might ask, and the members of the public might say, why would you do this? Well, we're an internet startup. We are, and see ourselves in the future, offering this program to large group employers worldwide. But we haven't served a large group employer yet. So when it came time for us to say, how do we do this? We've got, as I said, hundreds of folks that are involved, but not in a system. So this is our opportunity to be kind and compassionate here at home with our own, friends and neighbors, really, the folks that we so thankfully rely on for governmental services to help us get our rhythm and our cadence on for this program. Now, I'd like to introduce you to Sherry Carey Baum. Sherry is a registered nurse, holds a Master of Science in Nursing, is a former nursing professor at San Diego State University, and as of yesterday is accredited in lifestyle medication by the American College of Lifestyle Medicine. So truly a true professional. She's also holds a certificate from the Center for Nutrition Studies, the T. Colin Campbell Center at the E. Cornell University. So, Sherry, please tell why we're here.
Basically, we're here because after you've just heard the discussion about what's happening to our community, our country, we have to learn how to also get the best health we possibly can, because chronic disease is pretty much the one killer that's happening with coronavirus, right? The people that have the most chronic diseases are the ones that are really getting sick. We're trying to protect them. But as a culture, we still have a multitude of chronic diseases, all of them, between heart disease. 655,000 people per CDC die from heart disease every year. That is startling when you think about it, and when one of those people is someone that's in your family. So we believe that by offering it to Curry County, we can also impact our community, not just through those employees. They're going to take this information, they're going to share it, they're going to bring it home to their families. And our goal is to get more education out and to support more people. So we really do appreciate the time that you're taking. I understand that it wasn't the best for the agenda today, but we're really excited to be here, and we're really excited to share the program and hope that it'll benefit our community.
Okay. Hey, thank you again, Mr. Chair. Plant-based.
Yes. It is plant-based.
And we have an aging community.
Yes.
We do.
Folks that are, largely meat and potatoes.
Right.
So when you say less meat, you don't include seafood in that, do you?
Never, never. But the other thing that we want to really share is we've had a lot of friends that have, as I hear, aged out, which means because we're a small community, we don't have as many resources for health care as we'd like. And we see a lot of people having to leave a community that they love. I love our community in Curry County, and the thought of having to leave to get more intensive health care is pretty heartbreaking. So hopefully we can help people through this.
I guess my question is, my sister has a master's in as an RN in hospital and everything. She runs a big hospital as well. And her conversations with me, and there might be argument to what Commissioner Boyce just said, this does not include fish. Where some people might argue, well, the mercury levels that are in fish aren't.
You know, I'm.
What's
thank
worse
sir.
for you, the mercury in fish, or the cholesterol in chickens, or those kind of things? So, it's
All I'm going to say is we are a fishing community coming from Brookings. So
absolutely
That's good news.
But I also own a cattle ranch.
right. Get in trouble now.
Oh, that was good.
You know, our program is not one of restriction. It's one of saying, let's add.
Right.
So reduce the amount of saturated fat, reduce the amount of dairy, animal products. You don't have to be perfect, but increase your vegetables, increase your exercise, increase your sleep, increase all these other habits that we know support our health. And as a country, we're really looking at a huge deficit that is just related to healthcare costs. And we're hoping that this is our small way of making change.
Well, thank you so much for coming. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate
We
it.
will try and, hopefully there'll be interest. I presume there will be, and we'll do a workshop and dig down a little bit deeper, but it's preventative maintenance,
It is.
preventative medicine, right?
That's right.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, and
Thank
thank you
you.
for your service. Appreciate it.
Thanks for making the trip here today.
Absolutely.
Great visiting with you.
All right, next we're going to move on to our consent agenda, which will be D only. State Homeland Security Program Grant Agreement. Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as amended.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold,
Aye.
Vice Chair Boyce,
Yes.
Chair Pash.
All right.
Motion carried unanimously.
Next we have 7A, excess sick time donation. Ms. Swift.
Good morning, Commissioners. Richard Christensen, Curry County Roadmaster. I have an employee that's limited to give 40 hours a year in annual sick leave, donations to other team members, and he has currently in excess of 1,000 hours, and he'd like to be able to donate more than 40 hours, as much as he sees fit, of his 1,000 hours to team members. I have a real young team. With COVID-19, I have also another employee that has long-term, or maybe not long-term, but an illness that's still trying to be diagnosed. And so we're trying to see if the board would amend the personnel rules with a 40-hour limitation to be donated, that he could donate more than 40.
I thought we dealt with this already about 7 or 8 months ago. We dealt with an issue from someone downstairs and we amended the rule.
Yeah, I wish Julie was here, but I think what we did was I think it was, don't quote me on this, like
There's
maybe
Julie.
20 hours, maybe we bumped it up to 40.
Yeah. Here's Julie. Come on in. So we're wondering, didn't we deal with this already about 6 or 8 months ago, maybe a year ago, about we amended the rule on how many hours of sick leave could be?
Right, what we did, this is Julie Swift, Payroll and HR, what we did is reduce the number of hours that someone had to have before they could donate to someone else.
Okay.
So we took it from 240 down to 140 to allow people with lesser time to be able to donate. I didn't hear the beginning of Rich's presentation, so I'm not sure what he's talked about.
He's got someone with 1,000 hours that would like to lower that or be able to donate more than the 40 hours annually to someone else.
The way the rule reads is that no employee may contribute more than 40 hours sick leave per year to any other employee. And I think what he wants to do is make it so it's not just one employee that he can donate to, but potentially more than one, up to a maximum of 240 hours.
Is that correct, Mr. Christensen?
That's correct.
My issue with this that I can see is misuse of it. So for me, I probably wouldn't have a problem with it as long as it is the department head
knows exactly what's going on and approves it, and therefore we've got another set of eyes on that, it's just not happening with nobody, with no one checking and balancing.
Right, and I think the intention is maybe not be able to donate more than 40 to more than one employee potentially, but donate more than 40 to one employee also. So
Gotcha.
to potentially donate 200 hours to one person, or what we did before was we put it in a bank for that person to use if needed. It was, in that case, it was for a specific person. That was when Doug Robbins left the road department, and he had an employee who was in need, and so he had more than 200 hours on the books, and so he put it in a bank for that person to use if necessary. So I don't know if that's the intention of this, is to put it in a bank and for, put like 240 hours in a bank for employees to use as necessary. I'm not sure how
Well,
we want to look at it.
I think keeping, less government involved in the way we do things is better, but having a department head or like the roadmaster looking into, it's not just John calling in today saying, I got a headache, can you give me an extra day off of here? I mean, it's got to be something that, is perhaps something from a doctor.
Right,
that-
and the way
that is-
we worded it before, it was someone who is on an OFLA-FEMLA eligible leave, which is a family medical leave or Oregon Family Medical Leave, federal or state.
Commissioner Gold?
I think as long as it's done on an individual basis, I would be okay with that.
I don't have a problem with that either. I don't think, like I said, as long as the department head knows what's going on, approves it, and then even, as you just said, OFEM, was it? It's
Family medical, federal family medical or Oregon family medical.
right. So as long as that, it meets that criteria, so we have checks and balances against cheating, I think is a fair way to do it, sure.
So maybe we can come back to the next meeting with an order saying that this person is allowed to donate so many hours to a bank for use by individuals on a FEMLA OFLA leave?
You okay with that, Commissioner?
Do you want it to an individual employee?
Go ahead.
How this employee would like to handle it is when anybody's in need, that they'd be free to donate as they see fit their time to help. They don't really want to put it in the bank, they want to hold on to it, but delve it out as needed.
Does that create a problem for HR?
No, not at all, because every time someone donates, they have to fill out a form to do that. And he would just be able to donate more than the 40 hours in a year.
Again, I'm comfortable as long as, with a broad way of doing it, as long as department heads sign off on it and HR signs off that it meets the criteria. I say we can broaden the language on that order however you'd like to.
So maybe we come back with an amended personnel rule on that, John?
That's what I think, that this microphone's working. And I came from a jurisdiction with a pretty robust leave donation program, and I can reach out to them and see if we can't get not reinvent the wheel.
Perfect.
Something that the board, so we'll bring something back at the next meeting.
Okay.
We're all in agreement on that?
That's fine.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Very good. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we're gonna, let me see, 7B, discuss proposed Social Security Bar campground and contract with City of Brookings. Mr. Durock.
Good morning, Commissioners. Anthony Durock, Parks Coordinator for Curry County.
I can barely hear you. I don't know if you'd prefer to lift that or put the microphone under it.
Said, good morning, Commissioners. Anthony Durock, Parks Coordinator for Curry County. Today, we're here to talk about Social Security Bar a little bit. I'm in the process of obtaining a new Parks Committee, and I was trying to create that currently, which I don't have at the moment. I have came across some pretty important information that I wanted to hand out to you guys for you guys to review.
Sure.
Possibly now or at a later date.
Anthony, do you mind if I give the board a little background on this while you're handing that out?
Yeah, that's
So the previous Parks coordinator, Josh, he had come up with the idea of a campground at Social Security Bar. And in the county, earlier in the year, the county had decided that we would pursue further discussions with the city. We would see what the city thought about entering into a contract. So we presented a contract to the city, and in March they agreed that they would, they agreed to the contract. They agreed to our terms, which was a 50-year term. Originally the city wanted less terms and the county wanted 50 years. So the city finally signed that contract and got it back to us this past month. So I, before bringing it back to the board for final signature, I went to Mr. DeRock and I said, you know, Anthony, you're new in your position, you have a different Parks Committee, maybe you need to just bring this back to the Parks Committee one last time before we bring it to the board, make sure everybody's on board with this, address any concerns that we have. So he was going to do that, but then he lost his quorum. Some of his members left, so he wasn't able to bring it to the Parks Committee. The city is waiting to find out what we're going to do with the contract. So we decided we would put it on here. But in the meantime, Mr. DeRock found some information that may influence whether or not we want to continue pursuing that contract. And that's where we're at right now.
Yeah, and I don't know that we want to get into depth with the paperwork that I just provided right now, but it's just something for you guys to review, and I'm looking into as well.
Okay.
So in other words, for anyone watching, so Mr. DeRock came across some correspondence from the Talowadini Nation, the Coquille Indian tribe, just making sure, they want to make sure that if we're going to have a campground there, we've researched everything thoroughly. And Mr. DeRock was not able to find anything in the file that shows that we addressed this. So at this point, he's basically sharing it with you. And I guess the recommendation, you know, I was all for let's sign this contract and get this moving. But after he found this, I'm like, well, maybe we need to just make sure these matters are addressed before we go any further.
Okay. Commissioner Gold?
I think there's some other things that need to be addressed. I know that property is very prone to flooding. And so if we were to put a campground there, that could cause problems. Also, I don't know whether a geological report has been done, so we might want to investigate that. I'm not sure the county wants to bear the cost of that. I'm also concerned about possible economic impacts on the county. Also, from what I've heard, that area has disturbances. This is from neighbors complaining, drug use, that sort of thing. So I think it really needs to be investigated more thoroughly before the county makes that commitment.
I completely agree, and I'm aware of a lot of what you just said as well, and I just wasn't trying to present that at this moment. Like I said, I wanted to try to create the Parks Committee once again, provide all the information to them, and bring it back to the board and see where we take it from there.
All right. Also, Commissioner Boyce?
Oh, no,
go ahead.
I thought you were done. I'm sorry. I agree with everything, excuse me, I started to say Miss Commissioner Gold, I apologize. I think we need to have at least 90 days before we consider any kind of expansion, decisions, growth on just about any part of our government. I mean, you have the national elections, you have COVID, you have national unrest, you have tremendous uncertainties, and this doesn't come as a surprise to you, I suspect, because I've been saying we need to see what the next 6 months is going to be like for our county. Our state is in an upheaval right now. Talk about the national debt. If you ever wanted to do something that would make the county money, it would be in RV spots. And the average RV spot takes about $25,000 or $30,000 to invest in. Not that that's bad, there's a tremendous demand for RVs. Also, 2 or 3 years ago, we were a little bit negotiating with the city of Brookings, trading that piece of property. I think we even referenced, correct me if I'm wrong, Council Huddle, as part of the airport trade or some other trade for that property, and it just didn't go too far. And I mean, it's only 3 acres. It's just barely in the floodplain before you drive down into Social Security Bar. But that's all I have, Mr. Chair. I think it's premature to really look at expansion right now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next, we have C, COVID-19 updated personnel rules. Commissioner Boyce?
Well, I'm sorry to have to bring this before the board, but it's this all could have been avoided. I think Mr. Rickard has done some good work here on, there's been some challenges back and forth and somebody can't wear a mask. They have a medical disability, but they're not legally bound to explain what that disability is. They're not required to have anything put in confidence in their file. And there's even resistance to wearing a face shield. And so a lot of time and research went into this. But because we don't have a policy, the county really is in a position, we have to change our personnel rules, or somebody can just say, I don't want to wear a mask, therefore I'm not going to. And so it's been a little disappointing. It's been a little intense, and so Mr. Rickard has done some additional language that I think is adequate. I don't know if you want to vote today. I think we only have one person that was resistant. That was confirmed somewhat by Mr. Rickard of all of our 120 employees. So I'm not sure what recommendation I have where we go from here. I just want a uniform policy within the county so that we prevail in slowing the spread of this incredible contagious disease. So it's an action item and discussion, so I'm just open to board input here, Mr. Chair, if we could, please.
I'd like to ask Council Huddle, if I could. Council, do you know, or Mr. Rickard, if you've looked up the HIPAA law on response to, I've been told, let me clarify, I've been told once someone asks you why you're not wearing a mask, if you respond to them, I have a prior health condition that would restrict me, or that restricts my an issue that I have with my health, and I'm not required, that I don't have to answer that any fuller or produce anything. I'm wondering if that's how you understand the law as our legal counsel.
Well, I have not. I was kind of waiting. I've seen some back and forth. I'm waiting for board direction to bring. I think it would take a decent amount of time and resources to, you mentioned HIPAA. Technically, HIPAA is for medical care providers. It doesn't really deal with employers. I think perhaps the ADA or some other medical-related privacy issue may apply. But regardless, if the board directs me to bring them back a rule with the vetted and researched language for consideration of adoption, I will. At this point, I thought this was mainly a discussion item, so I'm waiting for board direction. But until board direction, like everyone, limited resources, so I can't just go chase down every idea. So if the board directs me to, I'll go ahead and look at this and bring back my opinion. I'll work with Mr. Rickard, and also the other part about it is when we make personnel rules, we also go through our insurance company. We have them review it. So there's a little bit of vetting involved, and I haven't got to that point. But if the board wants me to, I'll definitely put the effort in and bring something back.
Thank you. Mr. Rickard, did you get any clarification on the HIPAA or any?
The direction I received was that really no one other than the manager, the HR, and the employee, or the manager and the HR personnel can ask what the disability is, or if there's anything on file. No one other than those individuals can really say anything. The ADA does allow us to know what the issues are before we make any reasonable accommodation. But our employee manual states that we can have something on file. It doesn't say that we have to have something on file. And maybe that's where the issue is that it's in our, you know, do we want to require written documentation for every instance of that requires a reasonable accommodation?
Okay. Commissioner Gold?
I guess another question would be, since we have no written policy at this time as far as an individual having to have that on file, if that individual has stated to their supervisor that they have an issue, a medical issue, and that accommodation has been given, is this going to be grandfathered in? That would be my question.
Ms. Schmelzer?
So an employee with a disability discussed their disability with me. And at the time I did a lot of research on this. And what I found with ADA and BOLI is when an individual has a disability, it does not have to be in writing, it can just be verbal communication. But we do have to make accommodations for disabilities. And when it comes to COVID-19 and face coverings, those accommodations can be having the employee work from home, having them work from a distant office, having them stay more than 6 feet apart, or making some other accommodations such as a face shield. That information also said that you can ask the employee to put their disability in writing, but the law does not say you have to. It does not say they cannot. So it's really up to the county to develop if the county wants it in writing, the county would have to develop or put that policy in writing. Absent a policy, my response to the whole matter was, absent a policy, I don't see how I can demand that employee put that in writing, because ADA and BOLI was very clear that it can just be verbally.
Okay. Counsel?
Thank you. I also wanted to touch on something that Mr. Rickard said is who does the inquiry, who does the enforcement. And, you know, we're a county. The county is run by the Board of Commissioners, but the Board of Commissioners delegates out responsibilities for the execution of rules. So the board makes the rules, and then the execution of the rules is through, you know, managers and directors of operations and whatnot. So really, it's not just what we can do, but who does it. Those are the two prongs. And so, you know, if it's not your position to be the rule enforcer, it would be your position to contact the rule enforcer and go through the proper channels. So that's the other part about the rules and the rules we have and all that. So those are the two elements. And again, if the board desires, and it sounds like with COVID, maybe we do need to, and all these changes, maybe we do need to revamp our rules, but I'll wait for board direction on that.
Well, I will say I don't recall what meeting it was, but it was at a large meeting, and I'm almost thinking it was at NACO back in the spring. It was discussed about this because COVID was just breaking out, and it is clearly my recollection, again, I won't say for sure that it was at the NACO meeting, but it is clearly my recollection that we were instructed by the speakers that we were not allowed to ask what it was and for a doctor's certificate or whatever. If whoever it was answered in the affirmative, we could ask why you're not wearing a mask, and if they respond with the illness, that we could not ask anything any further. So I'm guessing it's going to be the direction of this board to ask council to look into this and find out what we are legally and not legally required to do, and come back to the next meeting.
Okay.
Commissioner Boyce.
Thank you again. So we're saying now, I want to hear confirmation, make sure I understand, that there's nothing in our personnel rules that would require a privately placed in a confidential file what that release, doctor's release would be. Is that correct?
I can't confirm or deny it. I haven't,
Okay,
I haven't
that helps.
gone so far to research it. So Now that I have board direction, we'll get all those answers next, but for the time being, the real key is, the board has delegated to particular individuals in the county to enforce the rules and regulations that we have, and that's the Director of Operations. If there's a claim of violation of our personnel rules or anything like that, the person can report that violation to the Director of Operations, the HR officer, or the county council to enforce. So it's really just following the paths and making sure, and then that's where the answers we get derived at, and we go from there. So anyway, we'll bring something back at the next meeting.
Thank you. Commissioner
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Quickly, this is a small community. We're a small team. This is about one person. So I'm all in favor of getting this absolutely ironed out despite the staff time and expense, because we don't know who's going to be resistant tomorrow or 10 years from now. COVID's not going away. It is, I believe, all about attitude and effort. That's all. Thank you.
Well, I think it's about more than one person. I mean, I've had the same issue. I don't wear a mask because of my condition that I've had for years. I've been turned into OSHA for it. I've had a commissioner email me asking me for for a doctor's slip on why I'm in the office. So it is for more than one employee, and therefore I do think that it is in the county's best interest to let's look into this from Council Huddle, and what his determination will be on the law, then hopefully this board can follow. Commissioner Boyce?
Thank you again. I've supported your cause because you have not been secretive or vague about what your situation is. So I've had no issues whatsoever, almost proudly supporting your reason. So if there's two people counting you, I think you're off that category. Thank you.
All right, so did you have anything further, Ms. Schmelzer?
No, I guess I was just going to clarify the record, what Commissioner Boyce said, that this was specifically for one employee.
Okay. So has it been an issue with other employees?
No, you just asked me for documentation on one employee, and of course I wouldn't give you the documentation, so that's where this came from. I just, I'm concerned that there's going to be a complaint filed, and it appears that it's against one. It appears we're targeting an employee. I just had a concern with that, but we'll just leave it at that. Council do his work.
Sure. So again, I do think it is. Again, I've just observed in this room people come up to the podium and speak without masks. There's a fellow here not wearing a mask in the room. Besides Commissioner Pash, Commissioner Boyce has taken his mask off to talk. So has Director Schmelzer. I witnessed co-employees not keeping social distance without masks. So again, I have personally witnessed this being more than one employee, and that's where in my interest for the organization to make a uniform rule that would apply to everyone makes the most sense. So that's the approach I will take.
All right, well, if you would, again, this board is directing you
That's
to
fine.
look into that, to the laws and a direction to go on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is D, to approve agreement, order authorizing MOUs with CBOs for COVID-related support services funded by CARES. Commissioner Boyce?
Well, I'm glad, thank you again, Mr. Chair. I'm glad that Administrator Ward is here, and she clarified some things today. The only reason I was asked to
One second, sir. Mr. Durock, if you would kind of remain in the area, because our next one is on parks. Thank you. I'm sorry, sir.
Forgive me, what was that, 7?
D.
D. Thank you, guys. Anyway, I think this is ready for board approval. I was really interested but not surprised to hear Administrator Ward say, hey, we've been doing this for a long time. This is what OHA requires. There was just one thing, basically from Brookings Harbor Food Center, or excuse me, Now they want to be referred to as Brookings Harbor Community Helpers, which I thought was good. Got a note from them that clarified that, and then I included in the agenda routing slip wraparound support guidelines. So it's what is it, 15 pages. Just good for the community to know. It was helpful for me to learn some of this, and just put a little bit of emphasis and clarification. And we want to keep these systems going, and I think we have a really good community effort there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do you have a motion?
I can if.
I just had one comment.
Yes.
I want to make sure that this is put through with Cherie Ward's approval, since she's been, and Council Huddle, since she's been involved in this.
From my end, I have reviewed the MOUs. The information Commissioner Boyce added to the packet, from what I can tell, is the more or less directions. So that you heard Cherie Ward say the state is funding the CBOs and the state is funding us, and then together we're performing these functions. What I saw Commissioner Boyce put in was the publication from the state to the CBOs of how they can use the state money they get. But it didn't change the agreements that Cherie Ward and I prepared for the last adoption, so I don't have any concerns with anything in the packet or the agreements to be adopted.
Ms. Ward, are you comfortable with the agreements?
Cherie Ward, for the record. I am comfortable with the agreements. The only thing I really want to highlight as well is just, and Council Huddle and I talked about this, is we want to make sure that ending of the MOUs is that we can end it at any time, basically, either party.
Okay.
So that's basically what I wanted to put on the record.
And those provisions are contained in the documents.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I will request the board approve the community-based organizations agreement with Curry for the CARES Relief Act. That didn't come out too good, did it?
Authorizing MOUs?
Authorizing the memorandum of understanding. Thank you for the rescue there.
I'll second that.
Further discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold,
Aye.
Vice Chair Boyce,
Aye.
Chair Pash.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Next, we're going to move on to E, discuss camp hosts' roles and responsibility in county parks. And I
I
understand
thought
we...
it was restaurants next.
Orla, there was an amendment,
Oh,
Commissioner.
I'm sorry, I don't have the amended one.
Right here.
All right, E, Orla. Go ahead. Who's Commissioner Boyce, go ahead.
Thank you.
Why didn't I get
We
that?
got, oh, here we go. No. Well, I thought our documents were on here. Whoop, there we go. Where are we?
I have no documents on my website.
Well,
Oh, there it is, underneath. Oregon Hospitality Operators.
What? What?
I need another rescue by George.
It's in the middle, right there.
Go down to like 100%
That's good enough.
and just scroll it.
Thanks. So this is a press release. We can do this one first, but I actually was pretty proud of, used to be Oregon Restaurant and Beverage Association, of course now it's the Oregon Restaurant and Lodging Association, and they come out with, after the governor's 2-week freeze, they come out with a rather important press release on the effect of our lodging establishments and our food services. I'm looking for the original, where I had some information underlined. Well, maybe it didn't get on there. Anyway, their contention is, my goodness, and you even heard others testify today, that the restaurants especially have sacrificed enough. And we've known that this might be coming with the tremendous surge that we're having. And so we have obvious concerns that they may not survive another shutdown. So supporting these two documents, well, not the press release, but the one that apparently is not on here, I can probably find it on my information.
I think it's a link in the press release.
Okay. Thank you. It was turquoise. Oh, and then who just handed us this? I'm sorry, that's right. I'll just read the one main paragraph. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Chair. As representatives of employers across Oregon, we have outlined for you a series of action steps. This is part of their solutions. This is the one we want to support. I'm requesting to the board, Mr. Chair, that is to Governor Brown on November 13th, continuing here, for a series of action steps the state can take immediately to help Oregonians understand how to protect themselves, their families, and their friends from this dangerous virus. We believe the focus of your actions must be on the most prevalent cause of COVID-19 spread, social gatherings. Again, this is from the Oregon Restaurant and Lodging Association. We are extremely concerned that based on your previous statements, you appear poised to take a different approach, ordering shutdowns and other operational restrictions on Oregon businesses. We hope you will consider the very real impact such a decision will have on struggling businesses, the employees who may lose their jobs, and our already troubled state economy. We know you are facing difficult decisions with far-reaching implications, but we implore you, consider other options, including the actions we are proposing before issuing any further business. The governor was actually on national news, challenged that, she asked Terry Davies, the superintendent of the Oregon State Police, to connect with other law enforcement agencies. Knowing our sheriff, I don't think he would be too impressed with what that would mean in connecting. Be prepared to go into somebody's home. That's what was said on national news. And it's not going to work, and it's not going to be accepted. I don't think it's going to be accepted by this board, and it shows Oregon leading the way to tyranny. And so I don't think anybody in this room would be real thrilled to have, any police agency come in their house because they have 7 people of a family gathering as opposed to 6. So I've supported the governor from the very beginning on what she's dealing with. I have tremendous appreciation for her staff and what they're trying to communicate. We saw a little bit of conflict today on what did the executive order actually say. So this is not strong enough, but it's a good start and it's a collective effort. I don't know what the other counties are doing. I haven't had a chance to inquire, Mr. Chair. However, I'd really like to support this 13/2020 letter to Governor Brown.
You have a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
I just have one quick comment. When we last talked about COVID and having the restaurant shut down, as I recall, we didn't do it unless we had the cities involved. Have you contacted the cities about this, or no? Just curious.
No, we don't need city approval. I hope they're doing their own. I would presume that they are. It's important that we send a message that hopefully they can follow, that this organization is incredibly well run, and it represents a lot of our companies and our employers. So we need to
I'm really not disputing that fact, not at all. What I'm saying is, last time you were trying to have a united front against all of this. Has that gone on at all? Just curious.
I believe that was about transient lodging. It had nothing to do with restaurant.
Was it? Okay. I stand corrected. So I will, did you make a motion?
Yes.
I'll second that.
Discussion? I just want to make a comment on this as well. I feel bad for our local businesses, as I have urged all the commissioners in this state, and I will again urge this board as we have the opportunity to speak with our governor. She's holding a meeting. She's moved that meeting, I don't know if you know, to 6:30 this evening. It'll be Southwest Oregon counties only. She wants to ask us some questions. I would ask this board to convey this to her, as well as releasing that money that this state owes to this county to help businesses like this to survive this shutdown. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold?
Aye.
Vice Chair Boyce?
Yes.
Chair Pash?
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, next we are going to discuss the camp host roles and responsibilities in county parks. I understand we have a couple of camp hosts in the hallway. I don't know if we have room in here for them at this point. Oh, Ms. Hunter, okay, thank you. If they'd like to come in, they may, I'm sure, want to make some comment. But I think it's time that we discuss some of this between the board. There's been a lot of back and forth about camp hosts, the duties of camp hosts, the duties of liaisons, the duties of our parks director and other directors that have assignments and positions in this county. So with that, I understand that we had another issue out at Boyce Cope with some water this weekend. Could you address that, please?
Anthony
You
Durant.
might want to take the mask up, if you would. Thank you. I just can't understand you with them.
Anthony Durock, Curry County Parks. So it was brought to my attention, I believe it was late Monday morning, via email from Brad at, I think it was about 9:45, that Commissioner Court Boyce had initiated work and repairs at the park prior to me being informed of anything at all. Contacted and contracted services for people to come out. Like I had said, this apparently happened Sunday, and he contracted services for Monday morning, or maybe they were out there Sunday. I haven't been able to receive the information to what was going on. I was out there at the park yesterday, and I tried to speak with the camp host about why I wasn't contacted when there was an issue on the park, as I'm supposed to be, and her response was Court Boyce was supposed to tell me. I've been dealing with the matter. I've been in contact with Bandon Well, South Coast Septic, and Tri-County Plumbing. I'm in the process of having Tri-County Plumbing potentially deal with it, because according to Bandon Well, there needs to be a little bit of excavation work done in order to access the leak in the pipe. I'm still unaware of where the leak was. I barely went out there at the end of the day yesterday, put eyes on the situation, took photos, tried to evaluate what was going on, but without me knowing where we were in the evaluation or repair process, I didn't want to turn on the water and figure out where the leak is, because I didn't know where we were at in the repair process. And I was trying to obtain information from the host that there just wasn't.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Boyce?
Thank you. Everything that Mr. Drock just communicated was sent precisely to emails to Mr. Rickard. So I certainly did my homework to make that available to him. This was on Sunday. I'm available, and that's who the camp host felt comfortable calling. We had people out there Monday morning. I specifically asked for a troubleshooting and estimate, and they determined, so everything that Mr. Rock just completed, we gave that information way ahead of time to Mr. Rickard. So yeah, I'm a kind of a get it done kind of person. We had camp guests, and the water was shut off. That can result in a variety of issues, and so I did my due diligence. Council Huddle said, okay, now it's time to turn it over to Mr. Rickard and Mr. Durock, and I said, fine. He immediately got an email from me that told Bannon Well, who I left a message with on Sunday about noon, 12:30, and also South Coast Septic. And he had email. Bannon Well doesn't do email, but I got the phone message with them. We're here to discuss today the camp host issue. Okay, he's got full charge now of the leak issue, which, by the way, is somewhere under the building. We don't know how far, but I want to extend tremendous gratitude to Walt and Sheila for their quick action as a very responsible park host, for finding the power source. We talked one another through it on the telephone, and they got the pump shut off, and then I told them where they could find the well. And we had a troubleshooting and a program to get started on repairs as quickly as we could and to determine the cost. And I also worked with Council Huddle and Mr. Rickard on that. So,
Can I ask, was our parks coordinator contacted immediately upon learning of the water problem there? Did you contact Mr. Durock?
no, I wasn't comfortable doing that.
Okay, if I could have our camp host come up. Go ahead.
I'm going to start with something before I would like to introduce them at some point, but I want to lead in because they're. Are you done, Mr. Durock?
No, I'm not. I have a comment.
Go ahead, make your comment, sir.
Commissioner Courtboys talked on a lot of topics rather quickly. One of the ones that stood out to me was that he likes to act on things fast. Had I been informed Sunday when it happened, as I am supposed to be informed of things that happen at the park like this that I deal with on a regular basis, I would have been out there Sunday dealing with it. Not over the phone, not contracting people to show up on Monday. I would have been out there Sunday dealing with it.
Okay.
And had it been a different situation than what was handed to me after the fact, I could have located and figured out what was going on. But like I said, the lack of information that was provided to me and the lack of communication from my camp host and the lack of communication from the commissioner that had directly known what was going on.
Okay.
It really is to a point to where it's tying my hands and not allowing me to be able to do my job when information like this is withheld from me purposefully.
I understand. Thank you. Okay, evidently there is a rub between the camp hosts and Mr. Durock and Commissioner Boyce. There are some issues there where, for one reason or another, Commissioner, you have felt like you need to inject yourself into this situation. Over time, I'm going to be very blunt, sir. Over time, it has just continued to grow to the point where people have moved out of offices. People don't want you as their liaison. People continually come to me and email me about issues in this county, to the point that I fear for retaliation. I fear for the county. We always talk about the good of the county and what we can do in this county to protect it and save money. I fear that we are going to be inundated with lawsuits.
Oh my goodness.
From, well, sir, I would appreciate you hearing me, please, and then you can have all the comment you'd like. I have, again, consistently, when I came on board with this board, I was excited to work with you, and I knew you as a friend. And I have continually had people call me, come to me, explaining problems of they feel of your overreach into their position, that you're not liaison or you're trying to micromanage. And these are things that have just been brought up over the past couple of years. I have spoken with CIS about this, and I have spoken with our county council, and I am going to ask this board to censor you. And I will read this into the record. As a matter of censure, conduct of Court Boyce, ultra-virus disclaimer notice of personal responsibility, whereas an individual elected official has no legal authority to bind the county
to a position where the official has not been duly designated. And whereas the Board of County Commissioners has not delegated to Commissioner Court Boyce any authority over the day-to-day operations of the County Parks Department, nor the day-to-day operations of Boyce Cope Park, nor the contracts for park hosts in general, and specifically with respect to the Meekins. And whereas the Board of County Commissioners has not delegated to Commissioner Court Boyce any authority to enforce OSHA rules or county personnel rules other than his role as one commissioner who hears and decides the matters involving termination of a county employee after recommendation from the director or operations and after hearing the county employee's side of that matter. And whereas the Board of County Commissioners has delegated to the Director of Operations the authority to enforce all county rules and regulations and to draft rules and policies, whereas an individual commissioner only has one vote to determine the discharge of any at-will employee. Now therefore the Board of Commissioners of Curry County hereby orders Commissioner Boyce that has acted outside his authority and told camp host Meekins at Boyce Cope Park that they can move their trailer after the Parks Director and Director of Operations have told them that they cannot. And Commissioner Boyce has told the Meekins that they can remain in the county property if told to leave by the Director of Operations or Parks Director, such contact being ultravirus outside of an individual commissioner's authority. And Commissioner Court Boyce has acted ultravirus outside his authority by attempting to enforce county rules regarding day-to-day employee conduct, not in the context of a termination decision. And the Board of Commissioners declares that Commissioner Boyce's conduct described herein and similar is not the action of this county, and that he is acting alone. And in the event the described and similar actions of Commissioner Boyce subject this county to litigation, the Board of Commissioners reserves the right to deny him any defense and will require him to defend himself on the matter at his own expense. And all persons who are subject to the above described or similar conduct of Commissioner Boyce and the same or similar conduct in the future are put on notice that Commissioner Boyce's conduct is not an official act of Curry County, and this order constitutes an official censure of Commissioner Boyce for his conduct herein and similar. The Board of Commissioners disapproves of this conduct as described herein and demand Commissioner Boyce to constrain his actions to those limited to him by state law and under Curry County ordinance, order, rule, and regulation. Dated this 18th day of November 2020.
So
This
is
an
this gonna be a
official,
vote, sir?
if I can finish, sir, this is an official censure. I do it not out of anger. I do it to protect the citizens of this county and our employees. I understand that you are very proactive and love this county and the people that you serve. I do not do this out of malice. I do it to protect this county, and I just ask you to stay in your lane as a commissioner, as your liaison officials, and as the people you're supposed to work with as one voice on this board. You would refrain from moving outside of that lane, sir.
Thank
That's
you,
all I
Mr. Chair.
have.
Now may I have my say?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So, first of all, Mrs. Meekins is a disabled U.S. Army veteran. This shows the Space 17 right here. Here's a camp post right here. This is just an overview map to give you a good visual. I'm going to read here from one neighbor. Surely somewhere in archives in the engineering of the park, when it was created, you should be able to see exactly where it was designed to have the host. The whole thing is about Space 18 and the vulnerability they are to the wind there. Continuing, it works much better there at the sheds about 3/4 of the way around the loop, as they have enough time to catch someone who may have driven right through the park speeding or whatever. This is important. Your host is your ambassador. Ron was the very best you had hired since Bill and Mary. Walt and Sheila have been through 2 windstorms in this system that go up to 60. The wind drives completely sideways, working into every crack on the south side. They have had to tarp to keep the rain out of on that side, and that doesn't look very good for our park, does it? The angle of the paved RV spot at the bathroom sets the motorhome directly broadside to the southerly winds. We sit 3 miles above the windiest spot in the entire continental U.S., for heaven's sakes. Again, this is a neighbor. Evidence, the 2 previous park coordinators insisted the host park in space 18 during the wintertime.
This isn't dealing with the problem, though, sir.
Yes, it
This
is.
not dealing with the problem. The
You
problem,
have to
sir,
give me the respect and them the respect to hear their side of this issue. Here's 2 files. 2 files full of information. Don't be afraid to research and independently and find out where the truth is.
It's not about a parking space in this park. They should not be calling you, and you should not be accepting their calls. They should be calling the park coordinator, and that coordinator brings it to Ms. Schmelzer. If there's a continued argument, then as our park hosts, they can come before this board and address the entire board. What's happening is they're dealing with you, and you've got your own thoughts on it, and you're acting for the entire board to call contractors in to dig up parks and to tell people, don't listen to our parks coordinator, just do what I
didn't say
said.
anything like that.
You told them to, when they asked you if you could move, you said, yes, go ahead and move. Your parks coordinator
storm
had
was
already,
coming.
your parks
Sir.
coordinator had already told them not to.
Here's the truth.
I don't want to get into an argument with you, sir.
Here's the truth. This is not an argument. This is offering you the facts. I went through the proper channels way back. The emails are right here requesting that these folks could be moved October 1st. These people have
And
been
your
through
parks
3.
coordinator said no.
And I'm telling you, that was a horrible decision.
Okay, let's have a point of order, and let's just settle down here a minute. What I want to say is this isn't only about the parks. There are several
It is
employees.
about the park. Can we just stay focused on that, please,
There are
Mr.
several employees in the county right now.
That's totally irrelevant
that are
and it's
scared
hearsay.
to death.
Well, yeah, I would
That's
like to-
total-
I would like to make a point of order. This agenda item is to talk about the role of the park hosts, and so if we could, if possible.
Again,
Bear with me, sir. If you really want to get the truth, I can help you.
I don't.
You're
I'm
making
fully
it about
informed.
me and my...
I'm fully informed on basically what's been happening out
Here
there.
we go. Well, you're not fully informed, or you would not try and censor me for trying to help these people who Curry County has treated them horrible. That is the truth. And these files will prove it. We need an independent review, and the sooner the better.
Sir,
Maybe I'm wrong.
Pretty much every email that you've talked to me about has probably been CC'd to me by you or someone else.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not.
That is horribly false. Please produce one email that I CC'd you in the last, what, year?
A CC
8 months?
on this?
Yeah.
I can do that.
Here's the new restrooms. Here's where they're parked now, broadside into the wind. This is why the neighbors are upset and concerned about them. Okay? The other spot is right here. And I don't know what happened to the other pictures, and I apologize. The 2 previous park hosts said this is where they stay in the wintertime. It's simple. Huh?
I want to say this to both of you.
Please don't interrupt me again. I'm going to finish this, and I'll make it fast.
You're looking through pictures, and I want to make a statement
Okay,
to your people.
my apologies.
I'm not interrupting you. As you're looking through pictures, I'm trying to save time to get something done here. I want to let you both know this is nothing personal against you. This is about following the procedures that we're supposed to follow. When we're sworn in as commissioners, we are to follow the rules. If you're a liaison for parks, then that person deals with parks. If you're not liaison for parks, you don't go near it as an individual. You come to the entire board as a 3-person vote through the director of operations of this county. I don't go in other people's lane. I follow the liaisons that I'm assigned, that this board voted on to assign to each other. You just don't, and when you know you've stepped outside the lane, you apologize and get back in the lane. Again, this is nothing personal against you. It's the way that it's been done is what's wrong.
Well, let me finish, and maybe you'll be more confident that I had no choice. I did the right thing, and I would do it again. These folks needed help. They were ignored. My requests to move them properly were ignored, and here we are today. This all could have been avoided. Absolutely could have been avoided. The other two park coordinators were okay and almost insisted. That's easy to verify. Again, it's all in the data here. It's all in the information. Dig for the truth. So, I authorized them to move because I couldn't get anybody to respond before the first big storm. We've had 2 more storms since then. If you went up and saw the park location and why they wanted to move there and why it is the best thing for Curry County parks, okay, then why would we defy them? Why would we not allow them to? Because for what reason? I don't understand. It just absolutely defies common sense. I know I'm going to hear they have to be able to see people come in through the Southway Loop. They can see them through there, and the pictures will verify that. So yes, they moved earlier that morning. Again, my decision was the right thing to do. I have no doubt I had the authority to make this urgent call, and based on, okay, we could have just let them.
Go ahead, sir.
Well, I'm not done. He can wait.
He's the chair.
Hmm?
He's the chair.
Okay, you interrupted me right in the middle of it. I'm frustrated, Mr. Chair, because I don't.
Well, it might give you a chance to breathe and calm down a little bit.
Yeah, to see how these people have been treated, it's very emotional to me because it's got to be cleared up.
Mr. DeRock?
Thank you. I would just like to point out that the camp hosts have pretty much eliminated all communication with myself and go directly to Court Boyce for everything, including today. I was unaware that they were both leaving the campground today to be here. I noticed that they were here when I was coming up to the meeting in the hallway. You know, they are supposed to inform me when leaving the property, and it's just further proving what's going on with the lack of communication. And with him in reference to Site 18, just even going back to the previous coordinator, Josh Hopkins, I was in contact with him directly, and he informed me that he did not give the prior camp host, Ron Ketchum, permission to be in Site 18. And when I arrived and took over his position, that was the only thing I ever asked of Ron, was that he had to move to the designated camp host spot, and he refused.
Okay. Thank you.
JJ
Boyd?
has something.
Mr. Boyce, I think what you're looking for is called Boyce Park. Is it I can't see it without my glasses on.
Oh,
here.
down at the bottom. Nope.
It's Boyce.
Oh, up top, on the very top, I think it said
Should be
Boyce.
6 slides.
Right there, I think it says Boyce.
No, I've been on that several times. See, we keep coming back to that.
All right, well, that's the only one that says Boyce. Anyway.
Well, if you saw yeah, we got a double there. No. So let me continue. I apologize for the emotions, but when you look at the whole thing and you look at all the emails and are willing to do that because you want to get to the bottom of this, that's absolutely the only thing we can do is to sort it out, and that should be an independent review. None of us, no director of operations or anyone except look at all the emails and see the exchanges. These people have had 3 different contracts to look at in 10 weeks, and they can't afford an attorney, and so they were intimidated. Okay, they're not comfortable around the Curry County representatives, except for me. So I'm not going to walk away from my responsibilities. He can wait.
Are you done?
No, I'm not done. Thank you. The files actually tell both the Meekins and the Ketchum stories. If we're looking, are we looking today, Mr. Chair, at terminating their contract?
That's not my decision to make, sir. That's the park coordinator position.
you think we should weigh in on that if we find out that there is, that they have been mistreated or that there's been unfair conduct toward them? Let me offer you this. Just last night, she was trying, Mr. Meekins wasn't there, and she was trying to get to her RV. She was uncomfortable with the intimidating, aggressive actions of Curry County. I'm not going to say exactly who it was, but she got into her home, and he was still pounding on the door. We have people that witnessed it, and they were appalled. And I have a written statement from them here. So I'm going to keep going, and then...
While you're looking, Ms. Schmelzer, you had something?
Yes, I have to say something. First of all, the parks host was there yesterday to collect the money. He needed Ms. Meekins to come out because he cannot collect the money by himself. They have to go through that together. There were 3 contracts because Ms. Meekins originally was hired as a backup camp host with no stipend, but then she wanted the stipend, so we had to amend the agenda to give her a stipend.
And that was to better her stay there.
That was, yes, and then it's not like we kept changing it. You know, at first there was a short term, the contract was only till October 1st. She wanted to stay there longer, so we had to amend the contract. That's not mistreating her, that is trying to help her. I do have to say, because I cannot let this go without clarifying, a record will show court was told, I said to court, you can't tell them to move to that site. You have no authority. And court said, I'll do what I want. And I said, you can't do that. And you said, put handcuffs on me. I haven't been in handcuffs since I was a kid, basically. That's the type of behavior. Ms. Meekins, I've talked or emailed Ms. Meekins, and I said, Ms. Meekins, just so you know, if you can't can't reach Tony, talk to me. And if you can't talk to me, reach out to the liaison, Sue Gold. She reached out to me one time, and I responded. It was a very friendly email. I can attest that Tony has been, and I've seen the emails, and I think Tony has purposefully been left out of things. And I also think there was also an email to Brad saying, don't tell Tony about this problem. I mean, if we want to put an end to this, let's do an investigation, because that investigation is going to show that exactly what I think you're trying to accomplish, Commissioner Pash, and that is that Tony is being prevented from doing his duties, and court, you've totally interjected yourself, and I've told you that, to the point where it has now caused problems for the Meekins.
So the emails will either verify or discredit what you just said, okay?
They will.
And so you just said you'd like to have an investigation. That's a great day.
I didn't say I'd like to. I said I certainly can understand why you would do it, because I think the investigation would show what's really going on here.
And isn't that what we ultimately need to accomplish and determine?
So where are the resources coming for an investigation?
Well, I think it comes from parks. If it wasn't for these people, where would we be right now? They were the 3rd camp host in there. You want to see the several letters, Chair, that support them?
Well,
can I just read a few of them to you?
No,
you can just take a second.
You don't need to, sir.
Oh,
You've
okay.
You stuck them on all of our doors.
Yeah, did
so
that
we have
impact
them.
you?
We already have them, so we don't need to revisit.
Let the public know what's going on here.
Well,
you made the point.
Commissioner-
This is the 3rd camp host group couple that we've had there.
In regard to these letters that were stuck on people's doors, I do have to say the first one is never stayed in the park. The second one did not stay in the park. The third one, we have a 14-day limit on the park, and so the husband and the wife continually change the reservation every 2 weeks to stay in there longer. The third one, if we want to be honest and let the public know what's going on here, the third one has no date, and we can't make out the name, and they didn't even say anything about the camp host. And the other one, we have no record of them staying there. And the last one, again, we have no record of them even staying there.
Okay, so let me try and end this if I can. Mr. Vowdy, do you have, is it?
It's time to bring the host up, Mr. Chair, if we can.
I was speaking, sir, I'm sorry.
He's been up there 3 times.
I asked the host a while ago and you said no. You spoke for them on that occasion.
I'm sorry, I'm just thinking now's a good time.
So Mr. Vowdy, if you would please.
D-Rock.
Or I'm sorry, Mr. DeRock. Same first name, sorry, I'm getting old. Do you have it in your intent to cancel the contracts for the current camp hosts at Boy Scope?
That's ultimately director of operations ability. That's not, I don't have the ability to terminate those contracts, so that would be something that she would have to discuss.
And that contract currently runs through December 31st, correct?
January 6th.
January 6th. Okay.
But
So,
I would, if I could, like to also verify some of what Ms. Smelser stated with the contract. They were brought in on a temporary short-term contract that had no stipend because there was intended to be 2 hosts. When there was 2 hosts on the property, neither of them were receiving a stipend. So then when the other host ended up leaving for medical reasons, we altered the contract to allow Sheila Meekins to receive payment, to receive a stipend. So when the contract was altered, it was altered to issue her payment. And then the next time was a new contract to allow them to stay longer because their previous original one expired. So there has technically been 3 up until this day, but it's only been 2.
there were amendments is what they
There
were.
was 1 amendment to the original contract. The original contract had no payment. It was amended to issue them payment, and then that one expired, and we created the new one, which they are still under payment.
Commissioner Boyce?
Thank you again. So they come in, and the story is they come in on the 24th of July. And things were pretty intense with 2 previous hosts leaving, and I still question with Ron Ketchum and Karen leaving. I think we need to get to the bottom of why they left. The other couple, why they were hired over the Meekins. The Meekins are probably the most qualified applicants that we've had in this county in a long time. And if they not come in to rescue Curry County and take care of a overflow due to COVID and Oregon State Parks being shut down and handling it incredibly well, where would we be right now? Back to the money can come out of parks for an independent review. Again, that's what I'm asking for. So now, if I may, Mr. Chair, I'd like to invite them to come up, and I want them to be available for questions. I want them to have a chance to, I don't even know if you've ever met them before. And I know it's noon, but that's okay. We can keep going because this is critical.
Well, we really can't. For union reasons, we really can't.
I don't want you limited.
All right, go ahead.
Okay.
Well, just try and keep it very short, ma'am.
I will. Okay. My name's Sheila Meekins.
Hold the mic down there.
My name's Sheila Meekins, and I am Boys Camp host. For one thing, in all of my 30 years of being a camp host and being a disabled veteran from the service, I have never, ever been treated and disrespected as I have with Duroc. I've never met you. I've never met you. You guys have not reached out to me to talk to me, you know, and I would think that would be a good thing. Okay, back to, I love my job. I'm proud of what I do, and I love Boys Cope. But the reason we moved over there is because, and I have pictures on my phone of why we've had to put tarps on there, because a leak in our motorhome started. And so we had to tarp that. I'm a little nervous, sorry. My heater, my propane heater kept going out. I couldn't keep it going because the wind kept hitting it. Mr. Duroc told me to turn my motorhome around so that it worked that it'd take the wind off, and also said that for me to buy a electric water heater for my motorhome. Well, to do that, it's not plumbed correctly. That would have cost me about $600. If you, when you turn the motorhome around, you have your sewer on this side, your electrical on this side, it would have never worked to be on the other side. The sewer is on this side, the electrical is on that side. It would have never worked for me to turn my motorhome around, so I was facing the opposite direction. So I'm just coming to you guys because I don't feel like I was treated right. I have really worked hard in the summer to make this place, the Boys Cope, run properly and efficiently. Thank you.
3 questions.
Yes, sir.
Were you given an initial contract with no stipend?
Yes, sir, but I'd like to say something about that. When I applied for this, it said on Facebook, and I wished I had it because I would have done a lot of things differently if I wished I would have had to come and be put under this pressure. I don't understand it. But, I'm sorry, I forgot what the question was.
On
Facebook.
Facebook, you looked at it on
Okay.
Facebook, the stipend.
This one said, and I would have not have applied for it, it said year-round, and I even asked him, Anthony, I says, is this a year-round position? And he said yes.
But the Facebook, did it show a stipend? Were you under the first
I
contract?
was under the opinion that there was going to be a stipend.
But when you signed the contract, you knew there wasn't going to be because it had been explained to you that there was not going to be a stipend because there were going to be 2 camp hosts, correct?
Correct, but those
Okay,
camp
but
hosts left 4 days.
I understand, but you agreed to that under the first contract.
Correct.
And then once that contract changed, were you then offered another contract because you were going to be the only camp host that you would get a stipend?
Yes.
Okay. So you agreed to that contract. And when did that contract expire?
I don't quite remember. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. But there came a point that it was going to expire. So at that time, were you then offered another contract to sign that extended your stay?
With
a
a
stipend.
stipend.
Were you at that point?
Yes.
Okay.
But that was Mr.
But I would like to say, I would like to come back to this. I know that I'm overstepping, and I know you guys got to go, but I have been treated so badly. I am afraid. I feel threatened. I feel
Intimidated?
intimidated.
Sorry,
Thank you.
don't put words
I'm shaking like a leaf. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Tony yesterday I did feel threatened. I did not know, and I did not know that Mr. Durock followed me into my trailer. Because I have, not into it, but he followed around me because I did not want to argue with him. I told him
up to your trailer?
up to my trailer, and he was banging on the door because he wanted me to come out. When he got there, I stepped out and I says, I'm not going to argue with you, because he says, you know you're not supposed to be in this spot. I said, I do have permission. And he kept arguing with me and arguing. And I told him, I said, I'm not going to argue with you. And then he quieted. And then as I was walking back, he started to argue with me again. And that's at that point I turned around and I was going to my motorhome because I did not want to argue with him. And that is where my witness saw him come after me to the door and started pounding on the door because he wanted to talk to me. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion.
Can he say just
Briefly, go ahead.
take your mask off?
Yeah, I'm Walter Meekins. I'm Sheila's husband. And that, the reason that we never contact him that much anymore, because in the past we've tried to call him in the past during the day, and we could never get a hold of him. He says he's out of range or whatever, but she's tried to contact him several different times on the phone, and he won't talk to you either. He's always doing the stupid text stuff. He won't talk to a person, never. You got to text him, but he won't talk to you or anything. And half the time, and if he did get back to you, it'd be a day later. And then, he always says we don't contact him to get, if we need anything. Well, he doesn't ever call us before he comes up there and asks, hey, do you guys need anything? Like, hey, sometimes we do need stuff to repair stuff. But he never does that. He just comes up there, and then he comes back. But getting back to this well thing, that well, I checked it out. And I run Angler's RV Park for 4 years back in the early 2000. And I rebuilt that whole park. I rewired it, I plumbed it, and everything. So I know plumbing really well. So anyway, Sunday when I went in there was 3 to 4 inches of water in there. And I borrowed a sump pump from a friend of mine. I pumped it all out, and I found out where the leak was coming from. So that guy that come out Sunday or Monday morning, we dug down on the outside of it, and where that main pipe comes up out of the ground, there's an elbow at the bottom of it. It's cracked. That's where it is. And we already got the hole dug. You can see the one pipe going out that goes to the laundry room, and the other one's right there beside it. And you can already reach in your hand and feel the water coming out of the crack. All that's got to be done is that hole's got to be dug another foot and a half out, and probably another foot and a half wide in the same depth, and you can crawl right in there. I could fix it myself. I wouldn't even hire anybody. I mean, you don't need a machine. All you guys need is a couple guys, which I had a couple guys that would come help.
Well, we're really running long
Okay.
here.
So I can do a
But
30
anyway,
second
so that
motion.
ain't a serious problem up there. And you can, and since I dug, the hole dug out, a person can turn the pump on, the water won't run inside anymore because the water runs into the hole.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, may I make a motion?
Give me a minute, sir.
Okay.
I'm not done. The issue is, though, it's you're contacting the wrong person. The person you are to contact is the parks coordinator. If you cannot or feel uncomfortable to contact the parks coordinator, then your job is, or then you should be contacting the director of operations. I'm confident that you understand that you should not be contacting Commissioner Boyce, and you still do. So that's the issue here,
Well,
and that is the reason. If I could finish, sir, that is the reason for this censure is not for you, but it's to protect this county. So I am at this point going to make a motion that the board accept the censure.
Mr. Chair, you have to give these people due process. You're ignoring the facts. Please, don't bury this.
I'm not ignoring it. We're going to have to deal with it.
Investigation, Ms. Smelger said. I'm going to make a motion, because I asked you twice now. This is the third time. I'm going to move.
Sir?
That we direct staff to bring an order back.
Commissioner.
Point of order.
Please. This is my discussion and action item, and it is not on you to make a motion right now.
Don't throw these people under the bus, please.
I'd ask you to please remain silent as well,
I am.
sir.
I'm talking to my wife.
So, at this point, there's a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
I second that.
Further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Without searching facts, you're basically kicking these people to the curb.
No, I'm not, sir.
Well,
I read you from this censure.
Okay,
It is
that's
not
fine.
your delegated duty to contact these people. It is not your duty and brevity to enforce OSHA rules. It is not your
Where'd the OSHA rules come from? You know?
personnel rules as one commissioner, sir.
Okay,
So we have a motion and a second. Is there anything further on this censure? Roll, please.
I'm just got a comment here before I give my vote. It saddens me to see this board have to make this decision about a fellow board member. I can no longer stay silent on this issue and would like to make a few comments before I cast my vote. I have seen good employees resign because of this behavior, and I have witnessed a non-disclosure agreement broken during public meetings after this agreement was made with a former employee. I have talked with former employees that have had difficulty finding jobs because of this behavior in a public forum. I have had conversations with a number of employees that are presently working here that are afraid of losing their job because of the bullying and harassment. This is very unfortunate, and I sincerely hope this behavior stops. I also fear that the county could be involved in costly litigation if the behavior continues. I not only sympathize with these employees, but I empathize with them because I have been the recipient of the harassment and bullying in public meetings, publications sent out far and wide, and listen to disparaging comments made in the office. I have always tried to take the high ground and refrain from causing further disturbances in meetings because I feel very strongly that as a commissioner, I should be acting in a dignified manner. After getting advice from outside counsel, I have found that I have no grounds for taking legal action against this behavior because I'm an elected official. I am therefore doing the only thing that is in my power to do on this issue, so I am voting to censure Commissioner Boyce for his continued questionable behaviors towards employees, public citizens, and others in this office. That is an aye.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Opposed?
Chair Pash.
Aye.
Motion carried 2-1.
So, Mr. Chair, can I make a motion now?
We don't have anything on the floor.
I move, Mr. Chair, that we direct staff to bring an order back to our board for our approval, authorizing an independent review of all documents for the purpose. Representing Walt and Sheila Meekins and Ron and Karen Ketchum, Boyce Cope Park Campos, finding of facts. Return it to our 12-2 general meeting. Will you please second that?
I would like to probably bring that back for the next meeting for discussion, or we can bring it back after lunch hour for further discussion in this meeting, but I think that it's too premature to have that right now. So why don't we, it's at 12:15 right now. I'll tell you what, we'll come back at 1:15. That'll give us plenty of time to get through that and hopefully executive session before our workshop. So with that, this meeting is in recess.
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you, and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
I'm a facilitator. We got a grant from the Ford Family Foundation to do a feasibility study and renditions, and that's what you're looking at here with this display. We actually have two buildings. We have the community building that we're in now. This is the American Legion Hall next door, and this is the floor plan for the whole complex. And it is our biggest meeting space. The American Legion Hall has a kitchen that needs to be refurbished, and so far in about 90 days we've generated about $73,000 from our local community, and this project has a budget of about $1.5 million. We're hoping to start construction in 3 years.
It's a rehabilitation of existing buildings, and it's important to take care of what we have.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Welcome to Oregon's capital, your Oregon capital. The Capitol is home to the Oregon State Legislature, the Governor, Secretary of State, and the State Treasurer. This is Oregon's 3rd state capitol, the previous 2 having been destroyed by fires in 1855 and 1935. The current building was designed in 1938 by Francis Keeley, a New York architect. The wings were completed and dedicated in 1977.
I'm very pleased to join with all of you this afternoon for the dedication of the new Capitol wings. I welcome all of our many friends and distinguished guests who are able to be with us to share in this proud day.
The Senate wing is named after Jason Bowe, who was the Senate president. The House wing is named after Phil Lang, who was the Speaker of the House, both during the 1977 legislative session. Welcome to the Rotunda. The 4 large murals that grace the walls in the Rotunda represent 4 events that shaped Oregon's history. They were painted by Frank Schwartz and Barry Faulkner. The first mural, located on the southeast wall, depicts Captain Robert Gray's discovery of the Columbia River in 1792. Gray, an American explorer, named the river after his ship, the Columbia Rediviva. Because Gray was an American, his discovery laid the foundation to the United States' claim to the Pacific Northwest. This opened up important trade relations with the natives. The second mural on the southwest wall shows Meriwether Lewis and William Clark, 2 of our nation's most famous explorers. Lewis and Clark were appointed by President Thomas Jefferson to lead an expedition west across the continent. The expedition, named Corps of Discovery, left St. Louis, Missouri with a contingency of experienced frontiersmen in the spring of 1804 and arrived 19 months later at the Pacific coast in 1805. The mural depicts the expedition portaging Celilo Falls near the Dalles, Oregon. The 2 other historical people in the mural, Sacagawea, an 18-year-old Shoshone Native American with her baby, was the only woman on the journey, and York, the first African American to come to the Pacific Northwest. The presence of Sacagawea and her baby served to allay the suspicions of the native tribes that the expedition encountered during their long journey. York was much admired by the Indians. When the expedition returned to the east, York remained behind and was the first African American to own land in Oregon Territory. The third mural on the northwest wall portrays the arrival of the first non-native women to the Oregon Territory. The women were missionaries, Eliza Spalding and Narcissa Whitman, who came to convert natives to Christianity. The women are being greeted by Dr. John McLaughlin, chief factor of the Hudson Bay Company. Because of his generous support of the settlers, McLaughlin is considered to be the father of Oregon. The fourth mural on the northeast wall depicts the Great Wagon Train Migration of 1843. In the 1840s and 50s, nearly 3,500 pioneers made their way west across the Oregon Trail. They came for the abundant resources of fertile soil and free land. There were 900 people in the first wagon train migration. Nearly 600 were children. In the mural, the pioneers are shown resting at the Dalles before making the arduous journey down the Columbia River.
In 2008, the House and Senate wings were remodeled due to health and safety issues. This was the first upgrade since 1977.
The centerpiece of the Capitol Rotunda is the bronze replica of the Oregon seal sculpted by Ulrich Ullerhusen. Ollerhusen also designed the Oregon Pioneer and the 6 cast bronze sculptures over the inside and the outside of the main entrance. The seal includes 9 symbols of Oregon: a British man-of-war ship leaving our shore, an American steamship arriving, the western sunset, mountains, stand of timber, wildlife, sheaf of wheat, plow and pickaxe, and the American eagle. The phrase "the Union" was the motto of the state until it was changed by the 1987 legislature to the state's territorial government motto, "She flies with her own wings." There are 33 stars in the seal symbolizing that Oregon was the 33rd state to be admitted into the Union in February 14th, 1859. The rotunda rises 106 feet from the floor to the ceiling. Directly overhead, you can see elements of the seal lining the walls of the rotunda. The Capitol's exterior is faced with white marble from the Danby Quarry in Vermont. The walls inside the Capitol are lined with rose travertine marble from Gardner, Montana. Floors and staircases utilize large squares of Phoenix Napoleon gray marble from Carthage, Missouri, with Art Deco borders of black radial marble from Vermont.
Russell Zielinski, a Springfield City employee, designed this piece of art from 3,250 different items that he collected from the city sewer. After boiling them, it took 60 hours to assemble.
The governor's formal or ceremonial office is home to the sitting governor of Oregon. The governor's reception area table was a gift from Francis Keeley, architect of the present Capitol. The ceremonial office is where the governor holds press conferences, bill signings, and other special events. Above the fireplace is a hand-painted map of Oregon, which was painstakingly restored after the fire of 2008. This is the governor's ceremonial desk and chair. Most of the furniture in the office was designed by the architect and has been in the building since 1938. With the exception of the smaller slanted top desk, the desk was used by legislators in both the House and the Senate chambers of the previous Capitol building.
On August 30th, 2008, a 3-alarm fire, which started on the terrace, burned the governor's ceremonial office. Firefighters were able to extinguish the blaze in 30 minutes. The governor set up a temporary office outside of the Capitol while restoration work was done.
Welcome to the House of Representatives. Golden oak paneling and furniture decorate Oregon's House of Representatives. The distinctive carpet features a repeat pattern of Oregon's state tree, the Douglas fir, which also signifies Oregon's timber industry. The House consists of 60 members who serve 2-year terms. Behind the rostrum, where the Speaker of the House presides, is a mural showing the historic vote at the Champoeg Settlement, which created a provisional government to the Oregon Territory in 1843. On that day, 100 men had gathered. They represented the 2 groups of settlers that resided in the Oregon Territory. At first, the vote was a tie. Then a fur trapper by the name of Joe Meek emerged from the group, drew a line in the dirt saying, "Who's for the divide? All in favor of the report and the organization follow me." Meek was indeed a persuasive man. 2 French-Canadian trappers changed their minds and switched to support the provisional government. With Joe Meek's encouragement, the 50-50 vote was changed to 52-48. If you look above the chambers, you can find the names of 158 people who helped with the development of Oregon.
The Capitol has many volunteers who give their free time to educate, inform, and assist the public in many ways. Their broad knowledge and investment of their personal time is a priceless resource for the Oregon State Capitol and its visitors.
Welcome to the Senate chambers. There are some striking similarities and noticeable differences between the House and the Senate chambers. The Senate chamber is finished in matching black walnut. As in the house, the carpet was designed by the architect and features alternating designs of a sheaf of wheat symbolizing Oregon's agriculture industry and the state fish, a Chinook salmon, which also symbolizes Oregon's fishing industry. The most obvious difference between the chambers is the amount of desks. There are only 30 Senate members that serve 4-year terms. The mural behind the Senate President's podium illustrates a scene in Salem on St. Patrick's Day in 1859 when the news of Oregon's statehood finally arrived in Salem. A popular attraction is the Tower Tour. Guests climb the 121 steps to the observation deck where they can enjoy the amazing panoramic view of Salem and the Golden Pioneer. 23 feet tall, 8.5 tons of sculpted bronze, and covered in 11.5 ounces of gold leaf, the Golden Pioneer is a testament to the pioneering spirit of Oregonians. Oregon is the first state in the nation to mount solar panels on its capital. A portion of the energy generated by the solar array is used to light the Golden Pioneer on the state capitol. There are many monuments on the Capitol grounds. For more information, pick up a brochure from the Visitor Services Information Kiosk. Thank you for visiting the Oregon State Capitol. We hope your tour was both educational and informative. If you have any questions, feel free to call Visitor Services at 503-986-1388.
When I was your age, I was just like you, fascinated by stars. But now I get to search for life in the universe. And who knows, maybe life is looking for us too.
So we're like aliens to them?
Yeah. Does anyone want to be a scientist now?
I do.
Awesome. We need more girls in STEM.
Maybe we can find aliens. Okay, Dad. 1, 2, 3. You saved me. Dad?
Are you okay?
I'm fine, dear.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving.
The 23-foot-tall, 8.5-ton Golden Pioneer, which adorns the Capitol Dome, is a symbol of Oregon's pioneering spirit. In 1938, a New York architect by the name of Francis Keeley was commissioned to design Oregon's third state capitol after the second one was lost to a fire. Keeley commissioned a New Jersey artist, Ulrich Ellerhusen, to sculpt and cast a monument for the new Capitol building. At his workshop in New Jersey, Ellerhusen sculpted 5 models out of plaster before settling on the design we see today. Due to the nature and size of this project, Ellerhusen had special doors put in his workshop. His friend Aileen Eveleth Hammond described it this way.
It was a very large piece of sculpture, and he had to have a door built in his studio so he could roll it outside and see it in the daylight, because he knew that that pioneer was going to stand on your Capitol in the sunshine, and he wanted to make sure that it was a beautiful piece.
Ulrich Ellerhusen, a German-born sculptor who studied at the Art Institute of Chicago, is also known for accomplishments that include ornamental designs that adorn the outside of the Louisiana State Capitol, weeping figures on the colonnade of the San Francisco Palace of Fine Arts, additions to the tympanum over the entrance of the Oriental Institute in Chicago. When finished, the final Golden Pioneer was sculpted of bronze. After work was completed in 1938, the Golden Pioneer was loaded on a steamship and traveled via the Panama Canal to Oregon. Upon arriving in Oregon, the Golden Pioneer was loaded on a flatbed truck and transported to the new state capitol.
There were a whole bunch of us, and my older cousin was much more adventuresome. And he was even, when they weren't looking and it was off the truck but on the ground, he was even climbing up into it. Times were more relaxed back then, and people weren't so worried about lawsuits, and kids could get into a lot more trouble.
In an era before helicopters and hydraulic cranes, workers spent 3 days using a makeshift wooden crane, pulleys, and muscle to hoist the Golden Pioneer 160 feet to his perch on the Capitol Dome. Workers then constructed a plastic cocoon around the statue so that the gold leaf covering could be applied. When gold leaf is added, this is called gilding, and was used to cover the bronze, which keeps it from tarnishing. This allows for easier cleaning in the future. The cocoon prevented the fine leaf from being damaged during its application. Every 20 to 25 years, the Golden Pioneer has been re-gilded to repair damage brought on by years of oxidation and weather. With the cost of re-gilding escalating over the years, funds have relied mostly on private donations and community fundraising. In 1984, Oregon school children raised more than $37,000 in coins, mostly dimes, which cover the cost of re-gilding the statue. Once again, workers erected scaffolding and a cocoon around the statue, this time with the help of modern equipment.
Oregon Pioneer statue. He actually completely broke free and rotated up on its pedestal. It had a complete shear crack all the way around. When the pedestal had fractured, we came back in and decided that we needed to reattach the brick together and the marble, so we epoxy injected the joints and put in some large diameter steel rods. Basically put everything back into compression. During our seismic retrofit, we were able to remove the large diameter stainless steel bolts that we had installed after the Scotts Mills earthquake. Replace those with a reinforced pneumatically placed concrete wall, tied the brick together with the marble, and then was able to reattach the Oregon Pioneer to these reinforced concrete walls, something that originally had been omitted from the original 1937 drawings.
In 2000, the state capitol was in the process of being recalked due to leakage in the exterior marble. During the process, it was determined the Golden Pioneer was very oxidized and corroded. A scaffolding was put around him to determine the advanced state of damage. Upon inspection, it was decided to regild again. This magnificent monument that graces the top of the Oregon State Capitol building reflects the courage and pioneering spirit of Oregonians.
He's symbolic of the pioneers that came to Oregon originally. When he faces north but his head is looking west, that's what the pioneers were doing when they came out here. They were headed west. And you're coming to Salem, you can look up and you see the Gold Man on a sunny day especially, and you know that's where the Capitol is. You know that's where you're going.
Did you know dragging chains can spark a wildfire?
Only you can prevent wildfires.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move. So I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day, I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
My mother was always very familiar with her neighborhood, but one day she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. And she didn't know whether she should go forward or turn, and she wasn't even really sure where she was at. It was very unsettling for her.
I felt so much better after my son told me, "Mom, I don't want you to worry or be afraid. I'll be there for you, and we'll figure it out."
STEM is precise, no margin for error.
Dare to forget that. Dare to have fun with it. Get weird with it. Dare to load their minds. Dare to explore. Dare to STEM. Learn more at She Can STEM.
Being prepared is a part of who you are, but it's especially important in the case of a disaster. Be informed about possible emergencies in your area. Make a plan that covers where you'll go in an emergency. Build a kit with the things you need to survive. There's no one more capable of planning for your situation than you. Start your plan today. Go to ready.gov/myplan.
If yours is the next big idea and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
Today I'm going to talk to you about physics. Come on in, girls. Let's go. This is the first rocket to get humans to Mars.
Really tall.
I'm a rocket structural engineer, designing and building parts of the rocket. You are the generation that will be stepping foot on Mars. Do I have a group of astronauts on my hands?
Yes.
You can become a rocket scientist or whatever else you want to be.
The Northwest is filled with mountains, lakes, trees, and traditions. Wood carving is an old Northwest tradition. There's so many things in nature here that inspire an artist. I do consider myself a Northwest artist and a traditional artist to boot. I'm Ed Quigley, wood carver and painter, but carving has been more or less of a hobby for me. It's fun to take a square block and start carving and make a figure develop out of it that seems to have life. I've done a lot of carving commercially, but mostly for fun. Mother said when I was a little kid in my high chair, they'd give me a cookie and I'd bite a horse out of it. Some affection there from the very beginning. I love to be around a good horse. I like the smell of them. I like to go out and take care of them. I've carved so much in sugar pine, which is a nice wood to carve. It's a good uniform grain. It's fairly soft. One that I never finished is a group of buffalo carved out of maple, eastern maple. I think there's about 5 buffalo in the calf in that. It's a nice design, nice composition, but I never did quite finish it. Some people tell me that I paint horses that are too well nourished and so forth, but I've very seldom have painted a poor bony horse. I kind of feel sorry for him, I guess. I thought that being a painter too, I could combine it in a diorama, which with proper lighting would be like a painting in a way and still something that had life to it. The wagons probably took about a month apiece, or a little bit better. The things that I carved are the things that I like the best. The draft teams and the crazy clown band. I used to follow them along the street when they had the parades when I was a kid. All those circus horses down there are 4 inches thick sugar pine. I would draw my elevation of the horse and the attitude I wanted on that one side of that. Then I could draw a line on the back of the spine, center, all the way around the horse. That was the first team, that was the 6-horse team that I carved. And that took a week apiece to carve each horse, paint them with dapple gray, and make the harness. At the Goodwill, I could get some belts that some very large woman wore that may be 3 feet long. I could cut the little strings for the reins. The other leather was from old purses, and the hames were cut out of holly. I made the buckles out of paper clips. When I carved these figures on top of the bandwagon, they all had instruments like a trombone, and clarinet, like Emmett Kelly, Otto Griebling, another pantomime clown, a tramp clown, used a lot of little gimmicks like juggling and knitting. He was knitting this piece. He sits up on the bandwagon there in his derby hat and his tramp clothes and knitting on this little piece of yarn.
There's all the trees out there and the Columbia Gorge and the streams going by, and that at least the air is still fairly breathable. I go to San Francisco or back east somewhere, well, my God, it might be nice to go to one of the big fancy restaurants or the theater or something like that for a few days, but as far as living there, I couldn't imagine living anywhere but in Oregon. Well, I don't like having to be completely involved with the world. I'd rather have my own little world, and if I have to go out and cope with the rest of it, okay, you know, sometimes I want to, but it's nice to be able to be completely enclosed by nothing other than your own interests. I'm Douglas McGregor. I live and work in the privacy that I can find in Corbett, Oregon. I restore carousel animals and make real and mythical creatures. The first animal that I made was an Oregon leopard frog. And I went through a few other various ideas for animals and came up with frogs. No one had ever particularly made a frog, at least not one like mine. Found a picture of a frog sitting that I liked, so I took that photograph and blew the body up to the size that I wanted. From there, it's just a matter of changing your drawing into a wooden animal. Frog is hollow, and so is his head. Just make a square box and round off the corners. The legs are either just glued or glued and nailed or glued and pegged. carousel animals were generally made out of whatever was the soft carving wood that grew in that area. I use basswood. I just like the wood. And also it's compatible with the repairs that I make. A lot of my work is just matching what the original carver did, which can really be kind of hard sometimes because there were so many different carvers and so many different styles. You look at one horse and you can say, oh, well, this is a Parker and this is a Loof, and this is an Illians and this is a Densel. Well, every one of those carvers had developed their own style. The whole carousel animal thing probably started somewhere around in the 1850s in Europe. And the first person that came to the United States was Densel. Okay, well, he came over here and went to work for a furniture factory. And then, since he had made animals before, he made a carousel, and I think the first one he made entirely in his spare time at home. And he started taking that around to parks and setting it up, and it just kind of snowballed. I am helping to preserve this kind of carousel-related art in giving these animals kind of a new lease on life. Well, there's one company that still makes carousel animals, and they make them out of magnesium from copies of animals that the company was making in the 30s. There aren't any that are making them out of wood anymore. I think you can't. It's time-consuming, and there aren't any wood carvers anymore either. I've always been interested in making things out of wood, and I started out making bowls and then hand-hewn furniture and buildings. About 10 years ago, I was given an animal to repair, which led me into making my own animals about 3 or 4 years ago. They take on a whole new life after they're painted. It's a complete transformation. Everything is there when the carving is done, but painting, it's like the frosting on the cake. I do almost exclusively my work for collectors. You know, something unusual or an animal that they've always, a dream animal. I kind of like to make people's dreams come true. Well, I'd like to make a carousel of flying horses, Pegasus. Centaurs, griffins. A dragon here and there, or, you know, some kind of sea monster-y looking thing with flippers and that kind of thing. I sort of consider myself still a child anyway.
That ocean throws up some very interesting and beautiful things. It's very exciting, very rewarding, just being there. It's like a vacation. It's like a summer camp all year round down there. Yeah, I love it on the beach. Really, I was fishing here on the coast, and when the salmon season was over, there wasn't much to do. I had no other job, and simply started bringing home pieces of wood from the beach, and I don't know, just started carving. I started working with small birds. I'm Gary Hauser. I'm a woodworker. I live on the Oregon coast, the beautiful Oregon coast in Seal Rock. Came to this area 8 years ago after several city jobs. Find the coast and the ocean a very selective place. Lots of good materials, lots of privacy, lots of quiet, lots of nice people. It's a good place to live, a really good place to work. There's probably two ways that you can approach the beach and the wood that's there. You could need something or have an idea, a preconceived idea of what it is you want to make. You go looking for that, and your selective perception is oriented towards that particular kind of wood. Or you can go other times, which are more fun times. You're freer and open. You're looking at everything, and considering what possibilities could come from this piece of wood or that piece of wood. Approach it physically to see what. Initially, if you can identify the wood, you can't do that right off. You take an axe or a knife and just break through that outer patina, the outer bark, and see what the wood's like. Some days will be very, very good in terms of maybe a couple of redwood burls that are very precious. You feel really good. It's a nice score, good hit. There's nothing in a lumber yard for me. The free form of the stuff that's on the beach is simply there, and why foul it up? Why make it square? I like to preserve as much of what nature has done as possible. If I didn't, I'd manufacture plastic tables. And the really exciting thing about not working for somebody else and doing what you want to do is that you can do that. You can wake up in the morning and get up and say, I'm going to do outside things today, and go out with the chainsaw and spend the day doing them. Maybe the next day you'll feel different. I guess a person needs that freedom and that luxury to be able to do that and feel good about what they're doing. I feel quite guilty about being so happy with what I'm doing. Our environment has a lot to do with what I feel like doing. Midwinter, it feels really good to spend 3 or 4 days on a little piece down in the shop where it's warm and dry. And you feel like doing small, tiny things and, creating little environments. And there's a point where you conceptualize something, and then you get into the mechanics of it, and it does become often the sheer mechanics of getting the notion done in a physical form. It becomes boring. I mean, who likes to spend 8 hours sanding a piece of wood? I can't really say it's a lot of fun, but it has to be done to finish out the concept. Aesthetically, I really like the better hardwoods. Each one has to be approached a little bit differently. Well, you never know, what any piece of wood is going to do until you're all done with it, and then you don't know because it's still moving. It's still a living thing. And when it's a done end product, and it can be somebody's living room for a year, it's still moving and shifting, and it's alive, and you just have to realize that. It really, makes you feel good when somebody, it doesn't matter who, says, hey, I really like that. I'd like to have it. Sure, that's a different part of woodworking, but it's very, very important. Yeah, I do most things, totally for myself, and it feels very good that somebody else likes it too.
I call myself an existential artist, sculptor.
My name is Roy Setzel, and I'm a wood sculptor. And I am sitting here on this mountainside near Sheridan, Oregon, because it offers me the opportunity to have a tree farm and to work in large experimental things that I couldn't do in the city.
I started this hardwood forest as the first of what I hope will be several hardwood forests for sculptors. there are thousands of oak trees and hundreds of little black walnut trees. And the idea is that in the future, sculptors can come and choose a tree of their liking, free of charge, and the only requirement is that they replace it with a hardwood seedling. But I think that the state of Oregon ought to set aside several regions designated for the creative use of wood. These are teak wood relief panels commissioned by Salishan. They were a landmark in my career in that they offered me the first opportunity to, on a large scale, to work with lots of gorgeous teak. The great things about the Salishan people is that they allowed me absolute freedom, didn't even insist on a sketch, you know, which is quite unusual, especially with an artist who's not very well known, and allowed me to work out a brand new discovery that I had made just previous to this occasion. That is, to relate sculptural forms to sculptural forms without any relationship to anything that is recognizable. This is important for sculpture because whereas in music, nobody asks you what does a concerto mean. Everybody, you know, has solved that problem long ago, but people looking at sculpture think they have to know what it means. But
all right, we are back in session. It is 1:15 on November 18th, 2020. Moving on with our agenda, we will go to our director's report. Ms. Schmelzer.
Yes, I don't have too much for you. I did want to, we used to do quarterly reports, and we don't do that anymore because of COVID, but I do try to just mention a little bit about one department each time we meet. Most recently, I think we talked about the revenues that we were seeing in the building safety department. So I just wanted to do a little update on the emergency management department, that due to the grants they've received and the in-kind services they've received through MOUs, 2/3 of their expenses are actually covered outside the general fund. So that's going into the year, we thought we would be covering most of it out of the general fund, but he's really doing good at finding those grants and stuff. As far as COVID reimbursements, last night I did another reimbursement request. So we've now done, put in for reimbursement for about $507,000.
Okay.
So a little over $500,000. Brad and I have had a conference call with some people regarding CDBG. And so with the Railroad Street building, I'll eventually be turning that over to Brad, and Brad will have to finish up with that on that one. And just a little update on Florist Lake. You know, we have to finalize some things by the end of the year. We had to have some lot lines vacated. We're still trying to meet that deadline. I was on shooting some emails back and forth last night with Mike Erickson, who is our county surveyor, and he's trying to help us meet those deadlines so that Florist Lake project can get wrapped up, and then we can actually finally swap properties.
Okay. Is that all you have?
Yes.
Mr. Ruckert, do you have anything? Rickert.
Have any further things?
Okay, Commissioner Boyce.
Oh, bear with me. I want to see the photos here. Okay, this is the north side. This all could have been avoided. It was an easy fix by letting them move over there for 5 months. There's plenty of documentation that this would be a real benefit to them and the park. They have no trouble seeing the people come in and doing proper security. Oh, good job. And when you park it the other way, it doesn't leak. Okay, this is where they're parked now, and that is space 18 right there. But there's great vision right through this whole section when people come in from the north on the driving south loop. Again, this all could have been avoided. This spot right here, the board needs to know, this was blocked off for 2 months. I can't tell you the exact date. I have it on file, but just to say that this cost the park a rental fee every night when it was full, clear through September. So we're talking hundreds of dollars there, and I don't know why it was blocked off. I really don't know. But the Meekins will tell you that they don't understand either. It just makes no sense.
Sir?
He's pretty anxious. Anyway, sorry guys. Okay, back. This is the spot they're in now. We did have that photo already. I think that's it, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Staff Jesuit working on that for me.
Okay. Commissioner Gold, your comments?
Oh, I wasn't done with, I just was done with this here, and then I see you had somebody wanted to speak.
No. This is Commissioner comments. Go ahead.
Okay. We just came through a tough election.
Second. Deputy, did you need something? Okay. Sorry.
I'm going to start trying to wear my mask and speak at the same time.
Executive session. He's here for executive session.
You know, it's just hard to do, but I think it's where this thing is evolving, and I'll just try and turn up my volume a little bit. I just want to say a big kudos to Clerk Cullen and her staff. The elections in Curry County, almost 14,000 voters absolutely went off without a hitch. You know, we have many places around the country that are, you know, still got ballots coming in. And so it's just a tribute to her efforts and what's been accomplished, and certainly her background, experience, professionalism. I know that looking around the state, sometimes I hear, you know, we're lucky to have her here in Curry County, and I think that goes without saying. I've got another one here I'm pulling for on Department of Interior funding for invasive species and sod. I got a hunch it's right. You know, I don't need to go to the link, but it is from the Sudden Oak Death Task Force that you know, I've been pushing pretty hard, and I'm getting some momentum from the state of Oregon Department of Forestry, the watershed program that was here presenting the other day, and it's a lot of money for both sod and gorse. And as gorse increases in Curry County, it's more and more of a concern. And I think we're in a very good position, so I'm hopeful on that. I'm speeding up here. That's it for now. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. No, it's not. My apologies. So the censure we had earlier, I'm going to offer to the board, that's absolutely outrageous. You know, there was no public notice prior. Obviously, with Commissioner Gold's prepared statement, you two were together on it. That's illegal, I believe, without any proper warning. I had no time for defense. I think that's very unfair. I think it was a distraction from the main issue, which was, what are we going to do with this Park Coast couple? Are we going to find the information? So here we sit, and nothing's been done on that, except we brought them all the way from Port Orford. They expressed some concerns. And as far as neighbors that wrote supportive letters for them, never staying in the park, they're part of our citizens. Some of them have been there for years. So I really, it looks like, and maybe this is overstating, I hope not, but it looks like, excuse me, that everybody else is the issue. The Park Coast, Court Boyce, the neighbors, even some of the guests, and we got a real problem up there. As far as the water line, I just want to reemphasize, you can't get a hold of Mr. Durock in the weekends. Now maybe that'll change. And also, if you go back to my emails in the beginning, I'm telling Ron Ketchum, hey, I like both of you guys. Can we get this worked out? Can we sit down? There's some good things that can happen here. It's all in the emails. I want to work with both you guys. Curry County's got a lot of neat opportunity here. Absolutely squashed. And I have no idea why. So, you know, when it comes to the water leak, yeah, I took charge. I was afraid that the park was going to be shut down. I was afraid we're going to have flooded bathrooms, everything else. And so when I got as far as I needed to go, and Mr. Durock was back on the situation, that's what county commissioners should be doing. Do they steamroll somebody else's authority? I think the emails will prove that I sent to Mr. Rickert that that was not my intent, nor was that the result. So Back to the censor, I don't think we should process that order. I think we should come back before the board. And you know, I'm just really disappointed because I think it was borderline illegal, if not completely. And I'm just surprised when you know that what I'm trying to do is help two people that I think may be falsely accused. And of course I can really relate to that. So the board's got to consider here what they want to do, because if I'd have pulled off with one of you commissioners and did that, can you imagine the uproar, and rightfully so. So I think that's, you know, I'm ready to make a motion on the independent review of the files on both sides, documents, everything, to get to the truth, and that has to be where our hearts should be. I really strongly believe that, and I'm not going to let these people be falsely accused and then sent packing, whether they're veterans or not. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so before Commissioner Gold, before your comments, I just want to ask Commissioner, are you accusing Commissioner Gold and/or I of doing something illegal?
Well, I'm asking you.
No, you didn't ask. It sounded like an accusation. You said, if I need to, we can play the tape back. What you said was that it seems that Commissioner Gold and Commissioner Pash had an illegal meeting.
Did you come into this meeting jointly?
I'm asking you a question. Are you accusing myself or Commissioner Gold of doing something illegal?
I think it needs a review also. I'm not accusing you of doing something illegal.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. That's all I have.
So do you want to carry that conversation as
No,
far
I
as?
just had a question to clarify it, that's all.
Did you have discussion with her?
I will discuss that when I feel it's necessary. I will discuss it.
Okay.
Commissioner Gold, your comments?
A couple of things. I attended a DEQ meeting, and they're going to be introducing a bill into the legislative session, next session, and it's about recyclables. And one of the things that has come out of it, they're doing public meetings, and the public has been included here, and we have to transport our recyclable materials quite a distance. And so money is going to be spent to help with this issue. Also, I think it's interesting to note that we have one of the lowest contamination rates in the state, 1.9%. So their next steps are they're going to be meeting with local government groups before they bring this bill before the legislature. Also, let me note that it's Native American Week, and we have here in Curry County the highest number of Native Americans, that would be the Tolowa tribe, that do not have tribal land. So I just thought I'd mention that. Thank you.
For the record, no one but Council Huddle and CIS knew of the censor or the content of the censor. I did alert Ms. Schmelzer and I did alert Commissioner Gold that I was going to censor you this morning. Actually, I did I think, Ms. Schmelzer on it Monday. When she returned. Nobody knew the content and or what I was going to do.
You think that's legal?
What?
And you notified everybody except me, the accused? Or the target?
I didn't notify. I let her know that I was going to do.
That's everybody on this bench, sir, except for me. And you think that's right? I'm appalled, and I'm
you're appalled.
disappointed.
That's
And
fine.
It's not the end of it.
Okay.
So you decide what you want to do, sir, and I still would like to make a motion to do an independent review before we go into executive session to see how these people were treated. What if I'm completely wrong and they're completely wrong? There's an opportunity here to do the right thing.
Well, I think that can be brought up if you'd like to put in an ARS for the next meeting. We can handle that through the next meeting on that agenda. As for my comments,
for your support.
I was given this from Council this morning. It's from the USDA, the NRCS, which is the National Resources Conservation Service, provides innovative conservation solutions to restore, enhance, or protect our working agricultural and forestry land. NRCS offers technical and financial assistance to private landowners and producers interested in preserving those resources. We invite your input. We invite your input to determine what resources, concerns, what resource concerns Coquille NRCS will address and where to focus your efforts within Coos and Curry counties. You can get a hold of them through the nrcs.usda.gov. The other information that I have is I've spoken with the Corps this week again, and we do have a definite promise from them to come in and dredge the mouth of the Rogue River in the spring. I guess, and I'm not clear on the names of the boats, but I believe the Akina sometimes has trouble getting in. If they do have trouble getting in, I was told that whichever one it is that might have trouble getting in, that they have an option for another dredge to come in to do that job. And the intent is to clean the mouth of the Rogue River from the opening past the port entrance all the way to the bridge, to take that entire gravel bar out all the way to the river, or to the Gold Beach Bridge, the Patterson Bridge. With that, that's all I have.
Commissioner?
Yes.
We missed item F.
Oh, you are correct, I did. Sorry. Item F on, it would be 7F, discussing implementing model policies for employees with COVID-19 exposure. Ms. Schmelzer?
Yes, so OSHA has gotten a hold of us and told us that we need a policy on this on this matter. So I did include the model that they've provided that we could use, and with the board's approval, I would just modify this to put in our contact information, and the board could sign it, and then we would be compliant with that.
So do I have a motion? Commissioner
Question.
Gold or Boyce?
Do you know what generated this?
Yes, we were reported to OSHA.
Public or employees, do we know, or can we probably can't even determine, I would assume.
That I don't know. I wasn't involved with the OSHA complaint. I just know this was one of the things they said we had to do to become.
Well, that was back, excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, go ahead. That's.
That was back when somebody sent to Mr. Rickert a note, gosh, I think it was almost a month ago now, basically said the commissioners not only are not wearing, but are not promoting. Of course, it was anonymous, which I think should be thrown out with, you know, if somebody's not willing to put their name on it. But I assume that's where it came, and it instigated or generated a OSHA, I don't say investigation might be a little strong on that word, but anyway, thank you.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, Commissioner. This is dated November 12th, and it's a workplace advisory memo from OSHA. It says that we have to have the policy, so we are trying to do everything OSHA wants us to do. You know, we're doing the risk assessment. This is the other part of what they've told us that we had to do.
So I'll move.
One
We're
second.
ready?
Mr.
Excuse me?
Rickert, go ahead.
Maybe I'm confused, but I think this I don't
Maybe
know.
not connected?
Yeah, I don't think they
Okay.
were. I thought that they weren't connected. I thought it was part of the new OSHA guidelines that came out just a couple weeks ago.
November 12th, yeah.
That probably every
regardless,
county,
Yeah.
you would assume, is receiving.
More government telling us what to do.
Say again.
Maybe every county's probably received the same thing.
I think so. That's my impression.
Okay, thank you.
So did you have a motion, you said?
Yes, excuse me. I move that we accept the OSHA guidelines for Curry County on the COVID-19 exposure. Updated guidelines, maybe I should say, huh?
I'll second that.
Okay. And just clarification, it's to adopt the model policy.
Model policy, yes.
Making it fit Curry County.
Please bring one back to the next meeting.
We could. I just know that they're watching us, so I wanted to make sure that but we can bring it back if
I'd rather bring
you
it
want
back.
to read it again. Okay.
Yeah, I'd rather
We can
read
do
what
it.
we're going to get. So
Okay.
can we just bring this back as the model back in print so we can read it, put it in the packet, we can read it?
Definitely,
That'd
yeah.
be great. All right, with that, we are going to move into executive session per 1926602A to consider the employment of a public officer. Wait a minute, didn't we scratch that one? Oh, we're going to discuss it, that's right.
We're not going to be sure what
Right.
we're going to do on it when we come out.
Right, to consider the employment of a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual. B, consider information exempt from public records law. 1926602F, to consider information or records that are exempt by law from public inspection. With that, we will recess this meeting and come back after executive session is over. So this meeting is in recess.
Commissioner, since we
Go where the spirit or the wind, to the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you, and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
I'm a facilitator. We got a grant from the Ford Family Foundation to do a feasibility study and renditions, and that's what you're looking at here with this display. We actually have two buildings. We have the community building that we're in now. This is the American Legion Hall next door, and this is the floor plan for the whole complex. And it is our biggest meeting space. The American Legion Hall has a kitchen that needs to be refurbished, and so far in about 90 days we've generated about $73,000 from our local community, and this project has a budget of about $1.5 million. We're hoping to start construction in 3 years.
It's a rehabilitation of existing buildings, and it's important to take care of what we have.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Welcome to Oregon's capital, your Oregon capital. The capital is home to the Oregon State Legislature, the governor, Secretary of State, and the state treasurer. This is Oregon's 3rd state capital, the previous 2 having been destroyed by fires in 1855 and 1935. The current building was designed in 1938 by Francis Keeley, a New York architect. The wings were completed and dedicated in 1977.
I'm very pleased to join with all of you this afternoon for the dedication of the new Capitol wings. I welcome all of our many friends and distinguished guests who are able to be with us to share in this proud day.
The Senate wing is named after Jason Bowe, who was the Senate president. The House wing is named after Phil Lang, who was the Speaker of the House, both during the 1977 legislative session. Welcome to the Rotunda. The 4 large murals that grace the walls in the Rotunda represent 4 events that shaped Oregon's history. They were painted by Frank Schwartz and Barry Faulkner. The first mural, located on the southeast wall, depicts Captain Robert Gray's discovery of the Columbia River in 1792. Gray, an American explorer, named the river after his ship, the Columbia Rediviva. Because Gray was an American, his discovery laid the foundation to the United States' claim to the Pacific Northwest. This opened up important trade relations with the natives. The second mural on the southwest wall shows Meriwether Lewis and William Clark, 2 of our nation's most famous explorers. Lewis and Clark were appointed by President Thomas Jefferson to lead an expedition west across the continent. The expedition, named Corps of Discovery, left St. Louis, Missouri with a contingency of experienced frontiersmen in the spring of 1804 and arrived 19 months later at the Pacific coast in 1805. The mural depicts the expedition portaging Celilo Falls near the Dalles, Oregon. The 2 other historical people in the mural, Sacagawea, an 18-year-old Shoshone Native American with her baby, was the only woman on the journey, and York, the first African American to come to the Pacific Northwest. The presence of Sacagawea and her baby served to allay the suspicions of the native tribes that the expedition encountered during their long journey. York was much admired by the Indians. When the expedition returned to the east, York remained behind and was the first African American to own land in Oregon Territory. The third mural on the northwest wall portrays the arrival of the first non-native women to the Oregon Territory. The women were missionaries, Eliza Spalding and Narcissa Whitman, who came to convert natives to Christianity. The women are being greeted by Dr. John McLaughlin, chief factor of the Hudson Bay Company. Because of his generous support of the settlers, McLaughlin is considered to be the father of Oregon. The fourth mural on the northeast wall depicts the Great Wagon Train Migration of 1843. In the 1840s and 50s, nearly 3,500 pioneers made their way west across the Oregon Trail. They came for the abundant resources of fertile soil and free land. There were 900 people in the first wagon train migration. Nearly 600 were children. In the mural, the pioneers are shown resting at the Dalles before making the arduous journey down the Columbia River.
In 2008, the House and Senate wings were remodeled due to health and safety issues. This was the first upgrade since 1977.
The centerpiece of the Capitol Rotunda is the bronze replica of the Oregon seal sculpted by Ulrich Ullerhusen. Ullerhusen also designed the Oregon Pioneer and the 6 cast bronze sculptures over the inside and the outside of the main entrance. The seal includes 9 symbols of Oregon: a British man-of-war ship leaving our shore, an American steamship arriving, the western sunset, mountains, stand of timber, wildlife, sheaf of wheat, plow and pickaxe, and the American eagle. The phrase "the Union" was the motto of the state until it was changed by the 1987 legislature to the state's territorial government motto, "She flies with her own wings." There are 33 stars in the seal, symbolizing that Oregon was the 33rd state to be admitted into the Union in February 14th, 1859. The rotunda rises 106 feet from the floor to the ceiling. Directly overhead, you can see elements of the seal lining the walls of the rotunda. The Capitol's exterior is faced with white marble from the Danby Quarry in Vermont. The walls inside the Capitol are lined with rose travertine marble from Gardner, Montana. Floors and staircases utilize large squares of Phoenix Napoleon gray marble from Carthage, Missouri, with Art Deco borders of black radial marble from Vermont.
Russell Zanolinski, a Springfield City employee, designed this piece of art from 3,250 different items that he collected from the city sewer. After boiling them, it took 60 hours to assemble.
The governor's formal or ceremonial office is home to the sitting governor of Oregon. The governor's reception area table was a gift from Francis Keeley, architect of the present Capitol. The ceremonial office is where the governor holds press conferences, bill signings, and other special events. Above the fireplace is a hand-painted map of Oregon, which was painstakingly restored after the fire of 2008. This is the governor's ceremonial desk and chair. Most of the furniture in the office was designed by the architect and has been in the building since 1938. With the exception of the smaller slanted top desk, the desk was used by legislators in both the House and the Senate chambers of the previous Capitol building.
On August 30th, 2008, a 3-alarm fire, which started on the terrace, burned the governor's ceremonial office. Firefighters were able to extinguish the blaze in 30 minutes. The governor set up a temporary office outside of the Capitol while restoration work was done.
Welcome to the House of Representatives. Golden oak paneling and furniture decorate Oregon's House of Representatives. The distinctive carpet features a repeat pattern of Oregon's state tree, the Douglas fir, which also signifies Oregon's timber industry. The House consists of 60 members who serve 2-year terms. Behind the rostrum, where the Speaker of the House presides, is a mural showing the historic vote at the Champoeg Settlement, which created a provisional government to the Oregon Territory. On that day, 100 men had gathered. They represented the 2 groups of settlers that resided in the Oregon Territory. At first, the vote was a tie. Then a fur trapper by the name of Joe Meek emerged from the group, drew a line in the dirt saying, "Who's for the divide? All in favor of the report and the organization follow me." Meek was indeed a persuasive man. 2 French-Canadian trappers changed their minds and switched to support the provisional government. With Joe Meek's encouragement, the 50-50 vote was changed to 52-48. If you look above the chambers, you can find the names of 158 people who helped with the development of Oregon.
The Capitol has many volunteers who give their free time to educate, inform, and assist the public in many ways. Their broad knowledge and investment of their personal time is a priceless resource for the Oregon State Capitol and its visitors.
Welcome to the Senate chambers. There are some striking similarities and noticeable differences between the House and the Senate chambers. The Senate chamber is finished in matching black walnut. As in the House, the carpet was designed by the architect and features alternating designs of a sheaf of wheat symbolizing Oregon's agriculture industry and the state fish, a Chinook salmon, which also symbolizes Oregon's fishing industry. The most obvious difference between the chambers is the amount of desks. There are only 30 Senate members that serve 4-year terms. The mural behind the Senate President's podium illustrates a scene in Salem on St. Patrick's Day in 1859, when the news of Oregon's statehood finally arrived in Salem. A popular attraction is the Tower Tour. Guests climb the 121 steps to the observation deck, where they can enjoy the amazing panoramic view of Salem and the Golden Pioneer. 23 feet tall, 8.5 tons of sculpted bronze, and covered in 11.5 ounces of gold leaf, the Golden Pioneer is a testament to the pioneering spirit of Oregonians. Oregon is the first state in the nation to mount solar panels on its capital. A portion of the energy generated by the solar array is used to light the Golden Pioneer on the state capitol. There are many monuments on the Capitol grounds. For more information, pick up a brochure from the Visitor Services Information Kiosk. Thank you for visiting the Oregon State Capitol. We hope your tour was both educational and informative. If you have any questions, feel free to call Visitor Services at 503-986-1388.
When I was your age, I was just like you, fascinated by stars. But now I get to search for life in the universe. And who knows, maybe life is looking for us too.
So we're like aliens to them?
Yeah. Does anyone want to be a scientist now?
I do.
Awesome. We need more girls in STEM.
Maybe we can find aliens. Okay, Dad. 1, 2, 3. You saved me. Dad?
Are you okay?
I'm fine, dear.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving.
The 23-foot-tall, 8.5-ton Golden Pioneer, which adorns the Capitol Dome, is a symbol of Oregon's pioneering spirit. In 1938, a New York architect by the name of Francis Keeley was commissioned to design Oregon's third state capitol after the second one was lost to a fire. Keeley commissioned a New Jersey artist, Ulrich Ellerhusen, to sculpt and cast a monument for the new Capitol building. At his workshop in New Jersey, Ellerhusen sculpted 5 models out of plaster before settling on the design we see today. Due to the nature and size of this project, Ellerhusen had special doors put in his workshop. His friend Aileen Eveleth Hammond described it this way.
It was a very large piece of sculpture, and he had to have a door built in his studio so he could roll it outside and see it in the daylight, because he knew that that pioneer was going to stand on your Capitol in the sunshine, and he wanted to make sure that it was a beautiful piece.
Ulrich Ellerhusen, a German-born sculptor who studied at the Art Institute of Chicago, is also known for accomplishments that include ornamental designs that adorn the outside of the Louisiana State Capitol, weeping figures on the colonnade of the San Francisco Palace of Fine Arts, additions to the tympanum over the entrance of the Oriental Institute in Chicago. When finished, the final Golden Pioneer was sculpted of bronze. After work was completed in 1938, the Golden Pioneer was loaded on a steamship and traveled via the Panama Canal to Oregon. Upon arriving in Oregon, the Golden Pioneer was loaded on a flatbed truck and transported to the new state capitol.
There were a whole bunch of us, and my older cousin was much more adventuresome. And he was even, when they weren't looking and it was off the truck but on the ground, he was even climbing up into it. Times were more relaxed back then, and people weren't so worried about lawsuits, and kids could get into a lot more trouble.
In an era before helicopters and hydraulic cranes, workers spent 3 days using a makeshift wooden crane, pulleys, and muscle to hoist the Golden Pioneer 160 feet to his perch on the Capitol Dome. Workers then constructed a plastic cocoon around the statue so that the gold leaf covering could be applied. When gold leaf is added, this is called gilding, and was used to cover the bronze, which keeps it from tarnishing. This allows for easier cleaning in the future. The cocoon prevented the fine leaf from being damaged during its application. Every 20 to 25 years, the Golden Pioneer has been regilded to repair damage brought on by years of oxidation and weather. With the cost of regilding escalating over the years, funds have relied mostly on private donations and community fundraising. In 1984, Oregon school children raised more than $37,000 in coins, mostly dimes, which cover the cost of regilding the statue. Once again, workers erected scaffolding and a cocoon around the statue, this time with the help of modern equipment.
Oregon Pioneer statue. He actually completely broke free and rotated up on its pedestal. It had a complete shear crack all the way around. When the pedestal had fractured, we came back in and decided that we needed to reattach the brick together and the marble, so we epoxy injected the joints and put in some large diameter steel rods to basically put everything back into compression. During our seismic retrofit, we were able to remove the large diameter stainless steel bolts that we had installed after the Scotts Mills earthquake. Replaced those with a reinforced pneumatically placed concrete wall, tied the brick together with the marble, and then was able to reattach the Oregon Pioneer to these reinforced concrete walls, something that originally had been omitted from the original 1937 drawings. In 2000, the state capitol was in the process of being recalked due to leakage in the exterior marble. During the process, it was determined the Golden Pioneer was very oxidized and corroded. A scaffolding was put around him to determine the advanced state of damage. Upon inspection, it was decided to regild again. This magnificent monument that graces the top of the Oregon State Capitol building reflects the courage and pioneering spirit of Oregonians.
He's symbolic of the pioneers that came to Oregon originally. I mean, he faces north, but his head is looking west. That's what the pioneers were doing when they came out here. They were headed west. And you're coming to Salem, you can look up and you see the Gold Man on a sunny day especially, and you know that's where the Capitol is. You know that's where you're going.
Did you know dragging chains can spark a wildfire?
Only you can prevent wildfires.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move, so I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day, I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
My mother was always very familiar with her neighborhood, but one day she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual, and she didn't know whether she should go forward or turn, and she wasn't even really sure where she was at. It was very unsettling for her.
I felt so much better after my son told me, "Mom, I don't want you to worry or be afraid. I'll be there for you, and we'll figure it out."
Stem is precise, no margin for error.
Dare to forget that. Dare to have fun with it. Get weird with it. Dare to load their minds. Dare to explore. Dare to STEM. Learn more at She Can STEM.
Being prepared is a part of who you are, but it's especially important in the case of a disaster. Be informed about possible emergencies in your area. Make a plan that covers where you'll go in an emergency. Build a kit with the things you need to survive. There's no one more capable of planning for your situation than you. Start your plan today. Go to ready.gov/myplan.
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
Today I'm going to talk to you about physics. Come on in, girls. Let's go. This is the first rocket to get humans to Mars.
Really tall.
I'm a rocket structural engineer, designing and building parts of the rocket. You are the generation that will be stepping foot on Mars. Do I have a group of astronauts on my hands?
Yes.
You can become a rocket scientist or whatever else you want to be.
The Northwest is filled with mountains, lakes, trees, and traditions. Wood carving is an old Northwest tradition. There's so many things in nature here that inspire an artist. I do consider myself a Northwest artist and a traditional artist to boot. I'm Ed Quigley, wood carver and painter, but carving has been more or less of a hobby for me. It's fun to take a square block and start carving and make a figure develop out of it that seems to have life. I've done a lot of carving commercially, but mostly for fun. Mother said when I was a little kid in my high chair, they'd give me a cookie and I'd ride a horse out of it. Some affection there from the very beginning. I love to be around a good horse. I like to smell them. I like to go out and take care of them. I've carved so much in sugar pine, which is nice wood to carve. It's a good uniform grain. It's fairly soft. One that I never finished is a group of buffalo carved out of maple, eastern maple. I think there's about 5 buffalo and a calf in that. It's a nice design, nice composition, but I never did quite finish it. Some people tell me that I paint horses that are too well nourished and so forth, but I've very seldom have painted a poor bony horse. I kind of feel sorry for him, I guess. I thought that being a painter too, I could combine it in a diorama, which with proper lighting would be like a painting in a way and still something that had life to it. The wagons probably took about a month apiece, or a little bit better. The things that I carved are the things that I like the best. The draft teams and the crazy clown band. I used to follow them along the street when they had the parades when I was a kid. All those circus horses down there are 4 inches thick, sugar pine. I would draw my elevation of the horse and the attitude I wanted on that one side of that. Then I could...
John's bringing it?
Yeah, John is one. I didn't even have anything to do with it, so he
Here,
must
we have to wait
it.
for John then? Okay. Sorry. We're waiting for, no, we can stay off for a few minutes. We're waiting for council.
I made the buckles out of paper clips. When I carved these figures on top of the bandwagon, they all had instruments like a trombone, and clarinet, like Emmett Kelly, Otto Griebling, another pantomime clown, a tramp clown, used a lot of little gimmicks like juggling and knitting. He was knitting this piece. He sits up on the bandwagon there in his derby hat and his tramp clothes and knitting on this little piece of yarn.
There's all the trees out there and the Columbia Gorge and the streams going by, and that at least the air is still fairly breathable. I go to San Francisco or back east somewhere, well, my God, it might be nice to go to one of the big fancy restaurants or the theater or something like that for a few days, but as far as living there, I couldn't imagine living anywhere but in Oregon. Well, I don't like having to be completely involved with the world. I'd rather have my own little world, and if I have to go out and cope with the rest of it, okay, you know, sometimes I want to, but it's nice to be able to be completely enclosed by nothing other than your own interests. I'm Douglas McGregor. I live and work in the privacy that I can find in Corbett, Oregon. I restore carousel animals and make real and mythical creatures. The first animal that I made was an Oregon leopard frog. And I went through a few other various ideas for animals and came up with frogs. No one had ever particularly made a frog, at least not one like mine. Found a picture of a frog sitting that I liked, so I took that photograph and blew the body up to the size that I wanted. From there, it's just a matter of changing your drawing into a wooden animal. Frog is hollow, and so is his head. Just make a square box and round off the corners. The legs are either just glued or glued and nailed or glued and pegged. carousel animals were generally made out of whatever was the soft carving wood that grew in that area. I use basswood. I just like the wood. And also it's compatible with the repairs that I make. A lot of my work is just matching what the original carver did, which can really be kind of hard sometimes because there were so many different carvers and so many different styles. You look at one horse and you can say, oh, well, this is a Parker and this is a Loof, and this is an Illians and this is a Densel. Well, every one of those carvers had developed their own style. The whole carousel animal thing probably started somewhere around in the 1850s in Europe. And the first person that came to the United States was Densel. Okay, well, he came over here and went to work for a furniture factory. And then, since he had made animals before, he made a carousel, and I think the first one he made entirely in his spare time at home. And he started taking that around to parks and setting it up, and it just kind of snowballed. I am helping to preserve this kind of carousel-related art in giving these animals kind of a new lease on life. Well, there's one company that still makes carousel animals, and they make them out of magnesium from copies of animals that the company was making in the 30s. There aren't any that are making them out of wood anymore. I think you can't. It's time-consuming, and there aren't any wood carvers anymore either. I've always been interested in making things out of wood, and I started out making bowls and then hand-hewn furniture and buildings. About 10 years ago, I was given an animal to repair, which led me into making my own animals about 3 or 4 years ago. They take on a whole new life after they're painted. It's a complete transformation. Everything is there when the carving is done, but painting, it's like the frosting on the cake. I do almost exclusively my work for collectors. You know, something unusual or an animal that they've always, a dream animal. I kind of like to make people's dreams come true. Well, I'd like to make a carousel of flying horses, Pegasus.
All right, we are back in session. It is November 18th at 2:27 p.m. We're still in our regular session. Sorry for the delay on our workshop. Staff is to proceed as directed from executive session. And we have one more thing on our agenda here, which is a number 12 rehire. We have an order in front of us to bring in a rehire as an interim deputy treasurer. And then we are going to need to amend the education and experience paragraph from this document. Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve this order as amended in the education paragraph.
Second? I'll second. Further discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold.
Aye.
Vice Chair Boyce.
No.
Chair Pat.
Aye.
I'm sorry, was that a no?
His is a no, yes.
Okay. Chair
Two
Pat.
noes and a yes. Or 2 yeses and a no.
Okay, motion carried 2-1.
Commissioner, just to clarify for the minutes that we're approving the order for the job description and the order for the hire. Subject to the amendments, correct?
The education description.
Okay. All right.
All right, under other, did you want to talk about anything in other?
I did. I wanted to bring up under other, there was a comment about closing the county. It's interesting because Friday when I was training, working with Brad on stuff, I said, Brad, the hardest part of the job is you're darned if you do, you're darned if you don't. What we had on Friday, the governor sent out some information. And before she even sent it out, we had our emergency management director sat on the call and he sent us the Cliff Notes. And one of the things I've noted here is requiring remote work if at all possible for all businesses across the entire state. And then we had some information from the governor's office, which says requiring all businesses to mandate work from home to the greatest extent possible and closing offices to the public. And last time we had that, we closed all our offices, right? So I said to Brad, Brad's like, what are we doing? I said, well, last time this happened, we had to close, so let's do a press release that we're going to have to close. We'll be open by appointment only. And everything was going really good until last night, and I think it was about 5 o'clock, or that's when we got to the email where she finally put out the executive order. The executive order goes on to talk about workplace restrictions, and it goes on through A, B, and C, and then in the second half of C, which is kind of buried, but in the second half of C it says, this executive order does not apply to offices and buildings owned or occupied by the state legislative and judicial branches, federal government, local governments, and tribal governments. And that's the first we saw of that throughout this whole thing since Friday. So, like I said, we got that. I think it was close to the end of business last night. So we haven't done anything since that, of course. So I did go and I got the OHA guidelines. The OHA guidelines do say, let me just see here. Work from home, close public offices if possible. So again, what do you do? So I reached out to Alex Campbell over lunch, and he did get back to me, and he said they're happy if local governments limit interaction and close offices, but they're not going to mandate it. So it's really up to us. It's the first time this came around, I think we were criticized for not doing enough. We do what we're told, and then of course we finally got the order last night which says something different. So I think we need to decide what we're going to do. Clearly OSHA's been watching us. We're told that we're going to get penalized if we do certain things. So I think it's just what position does the county want to take? We have the OHA guidelines saying try and get people to work from home and close offices. But now, as of last night, the governor exempted local government. So I think we can open our doors, but I think we need to have some clear direction. We don't have, up until last night, we were going under the instruction that all workplaces were supposed to close if at all possible and have everybody work from home. So, but last night that changed.
Well, it seems Assessor Colin wants to have his offices left open, so I don't know, maybe we should leave the buildings open, and if an office feels that they need to be in their office, then they're there.
And we can do that. That's certainly one of the steps we took in the beginning, because at one time, we closed everything, and then as we slowly reopened, we said leave it up to the department. Right. So that is an option. That is something we could do.
Well, I think that makes the most sense, because I know a lot of people are paying taxes right now and that. So if the assessor's office wanted to stay open, that's that department's choice to do that.
Sure.
I don't think it's something that we should mandate. Commissioner Gold?
I agree with Commissioner Pash on this. I think the department should make the determination what's best for their department.
Okay. And same thing with the employees, and just pass on that guidance to make sure that They do want us, if we can work remotely, to work remotely.
And that is until December 2nd, correct?
Yep, it's a
Okay.
2-week guidance.
Okay.
Yeah.
2 weeks.
Yes.
What's the date again? I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
December 2nd.
Okay.
So are we in agreement on that?
I just want to repeat it, that you believe that all the department managers or
Department heads, yeah.
department heads, okay, can make individual decisions on how they want to run their department through this next, well, not, what, 10 days?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Until December 2nd, which is 2 weeks.
Just trying to get some thought around that and see in individual departments how that might affect. So I know that's a tough one, but yeah, I will. Maybe we could shorten that period just a little bit and have the department managers report back to us like Wednesday. Next Wednesday would be.
Well, the government's mandates for 2 weeks. So.
I know, but what if? Okay, I'm just suggesting that shutting down the county for 10 days. 2 weeks, I think that doesn't send a good message overall. So if we say, hey, how about coming back Wednesday? Let's see how we're doing. I mean, we've made so many good gestures and trying to follow suit and be responsible. We got some things worked out today on the face covering thing. We're getting training on cleaning. We're taking more and more responsibility. So I'm just a little apprehensive, reluctant, Mr. Chair, that shutting the county down for a full 10 days, having everybody work from home, we know that's not as productive a time. Some employees, I think, certainly could would be in that category, very productive. But boy, it's expensive, and I'd sure rather have them here if we can really follow proper protocol in the safety aspect. So that's just my opinion. I didn't need to take that long. Thank you.
Okay. Well, again, I think if we leave it up to department heads, if the assessor wants to have his people, he can have them. If you know, other departments want to have their people, they can have them. That's where we are.
So can I just get a quick clarification on that? You'll be leaving the outside doors of the annex open,
yes,
so people can come in? Okay, good. And then something was said about leaving it up to the employees whether or not they'd work from home.
No, it was
We didn't say
the
that.
managers,
Okay.
department heads.
Okay.
All right, I think Commissioner Boyce maybe said employees, but I don't want to put words in his mouth. But yeah, it was department heads. All right, so do we need a formal vote on that, or?
If it's by consensus, we can just proceed to.
I think that's the best way to go.
It's fine with me.
Commissioner?
I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion that we have the department head elected officials report back on the 22nd, which is next Wednesday, and just have an update, see what's going on, if things are looking better. That's my motion. I think that might be a good way to go.
So you're asking for a whole new meeting next Wednesday in a week?
No. They could report to Director of Operations and just give individual reports saying, yeah, this is a good idea. My people are doing well. They're productive. No, we just got 20 new cases over the week. We need to stay in this category. It's just a possible option. I just been communicating to the board that I'm a little unsure about shutting the county down for 10 days, 2 weeks if we don't absolutely have to. It also sends a message to the rest of the citizens where we are. So that's my motion. I'd like to have a second. I don't know if that's going to take place. Okay.
No second, motion fails. I'd just like to make a motion that we per the governor's mandate, non-essential employees, that department heads, or put it this way, for non-essential employees, they can work from home, but it is under their department heads' discretion to do that. Good word. Department heads' discretion to make that decision for them, not to make that decision by themselves. So that's my motion.
I'll second that.
And that'll expire on December 2nd. Further discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold.
Aye.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Aye.
Chair Pash.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, with that and nothing further, this meeting is adjourned. We're going to let JJ reset for a couple of minutes. We're going to come right back into workshop.
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit
2:39 on November 18th, 2020. I would like to apologize to everyone for being tardy. We had our main meeting go over and our executive session. So here we are. Called to order. Do I have any amendments or, to the agenda? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
I move we approve the agenda as written.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold.
Aye.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Aye.
Chair Pash.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, moving on to 3 projects workshop. Coos County Housing presentation. Commissioner Boyce.
Is that what you needed?
I don't know what you just did
I
there.
think you got to open that big one back up again.
If you minimize that one, you can, in the corner.
Just click
All the
on
way
this
up.
one.
All the way up. Minimize it,
You want me to minimize it?
Yeah, just minimize that.
and then expand that one, and it'll tell you people are waiting.
Now double click, just double click on the holding. It should open it up.
Sorry, I'm double clicking.
No? Okay. Use the green arrow. Use the green arrow on the right hand corner.
Okay, let me see
say,
who's waiting. I'm double click. You know this. It's
Click the view. 2 people in the waiting room, you can view them and it'll line them up. There you go. Now you can click on them. Admit. There you go. See, I'm learning this stuff.
You are.
My daughter's a good teacher. Got a PhD to teach me how to get on a computer.
You do Zoom with her all the time?
Yeah.
Tara, can you hear us? Good day.
Hi, guys. Unmute yourself, Tara. You're muted. And United Way, if you're muted as well. Hi.
Hi, Jen.
Hi.
Welcome, both of you. Thanks for the terrific patience. I'm going to do just a couple minutes, kind of an introduction here. We have Beth is going to be, I think don't we have you next? I hope. So what we have, folks, we did an emergency declaration on housing, a resolution for Curry County in August of 2019. Then we did our Curry housing plan, which was a tremendous amount of work went into that. We've had homeless meetings. We have recognized the problem and have had great concerns about it, and now we're trying to move forward. And thanks to the 3 of you, we have made some terrific progress. So Tara Johnson, representing Coos County, was going to give 20 minutes or so, 15 minutes on what you're doing there and some of the challenges, some of the expectations. Between Coos and Curry County, we finally got our housing coordinator in place, and that was through Meyer Memorial Trust. You know, we've had a lot of discussions. We know, certainly from a Curry County standpoint, we have contacted Rachel Maddox Hughes from Sequoia Consulting on how she could possibly help on the non-congregate housing, the shelter, should we have an outbreak. Of course, since we first started those conversations, Curry County's quadrupled in the number of cases, although we're still pretty low, and most of the cases are inactive and doing good. We do have a little bit of upsurge in Curry County in hospitalization, so we have our eye closely on that. The state of Oregon is predicting 15,000, that was a week ago, 15,000 new cases per day in our state for the next 30 days. So of course we're hoping that is far, far from a reality. So we had our meeting, 4 or 5 days ago, and Tara's presentation was very interesting, very helpful. And of course, been spending a lot of time with the Brookings folks, and in fact, they did a housing emergency just about 2 weeks after we did in August of 19. So, Beth, can you go next, and then we'll have Tara go? Do you want her to go first? Would you?
I think that would be
okay.
better order for her to get that overview of who's coming.
Good plan. Thank you. Tara, welcome again.
Started my journey
Uh-oh.
on COVID, much the same as everybody with all of what we have going on in March. I was attending a partners meeting that Coos Health and Wellness was facilitating with clinics, and I was attending more as because we have a day center that helps with homeless and mentally ill people. For those who don't know what the Devereaux Center is. So I was included in that, and we realized that there was a need to address various population groups outside of the partners meeting because that wasn't really the place. So at that point, there were several groups established, including a group for homeless individuals. And I don't remember all of the other groups, so I don't want to mention them and get us in a rabbit trail. At first, our couple of meetings were a really large group, and we discovered that we needed to kind of break up into smaller groups because we were just kind of getting bogged down. So we broke into 2 smaller groups, which kind of a third smaller group, and that was partly like addressing the legal side of things and what that looked like. And that group was pretty small and very, very focused. But the 2 other groups were logistics and operation and site management. So a couple of things I want to say going into this. Most importantly is we've only had 8 cases to date that we've been involved in dealing with that are in the homeless population. So I am not coming from a place of expertise, but rather support, because we aren't experts in this. I'm just sharing what we did and how we got to where we're at, which is important. And I also want to reiterate that I remind myself, even in the trenches of doing the work that I do, that we're doing work to help people, for people, not to people. Sometimes a tendency is we're going to do this and we don't realize that we're doing it to someone rather than for someone. So keep that in mind as the things that I share. Treating our clients with dignity is the cornerstone of the work that we do. And I believe it makes a huge difference in the ultimate outcome. So one of the things that I would suggest is including as many organizations and viewpoints as possible. I'm here representing really a very large group. We have representatives from city officials, the state police department, and the fire department. We're included more because if the site was located in the city, they would be involved in helping with various aspects of that. We included people from DHS, United Way, I'm going to forget people, several different aspects of Coos Health and Wellness. We requested support through ADAPT and Very First Step. They attended sporadically, but we reached out to them when there were instances that their expertise was appropriate. Jen, jump in if I... local clinics. Waterfall Clinic was very, very involved. Advanced Health, our CCO. I know you guys also have All Care. The state, did I already say DHS? They were involved. I think that's broadly the extent. But that provided us a solid foundation when we're dealing with a population that, in all honesty, at times it's like herding cats, and of people over here and this group over here, and you're trying to get all of them into one track, and it doesn't always work. So when you see all the different perspectives and hear, oh, well, this has been my experience, then you can mix that in and come out with a decent recipe instead of a recipe for disaster. Sometimes, though, we spent many hours rehashing what we talked about the week before because we didn't always have good minutes for people to read so that they were up to speed. And sometimes we didn't always have the best facility.
Hey, Tara. Yeah, you might check your audio connections. You're fading in and out.
Okay.
That's better.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. So sometimes we would go over and rehash the same things week after week, which got frustrating to those of us that attended consistently. So it's important to have somebody that facilitates well, and I believe excellent minutes in whatever work you're doing in regards to this type of thing. Not everybody can make it to every meeting, and we understand that, but it's also imperative that you don't spend an hour going over what you went over last week. Collaboration and communication continue to be incredibly important. Even now, with only 8 people that we've dealt with, we see the breakdown in communication within an organization or within the cross communication between organizations. So like for my organization, we're small, so it seems like it shouldn't be an issue, but it's me at least being aware so that if something happens to my case manager, I can jump in and make sure to provide consistency and know who to reach out to if there's a problem. So we utilized, Coos Health and Wellness has purchased a subscription to a cloud-based program, Basecamp, that was very effective in allowing group communication, a solid place to store documents, and address all of the questions, concerns. We could chat back and forth and have all of that in one place, so it wasn't trying to reply all to an email and, then not be able to find it. So specifically speaking of logistics, and all of this is just directly relating to COVID, we struggled to determine a site location. We started out, do we do a tent style? Do we do a hotel? Do we do another large, open area building? I'm sad to report that we didn't ever resolve that. If there was a COVID outbreak and we had to figure out what to do with 60 people tomorrow, we aren't prepared. However, the model that we currently have is we have a contract, Coos Health and Wellness has a contract with one hotel with rooms available, and that is all funneled through Coos Health and Wellness. So they hold the purse strings and they manage getting the resident to that hotel room initially. So what I do believe we were very effective at was establishing a protocol, and I can forward that protocol to you guys for you to work off of if you want that. Was how do we get the person from the clinic or the hospital, how do we get their information to through the whole process? So what we settled on was that Coos Health and Wellness would take the lead. So if Waterfall Clinic had somebody that was COVID positive, they would reach out to Coos Health and Wellness, and then Coos Health and Wellness would make the other contacts. The Devereaux Center is standing in the place of the case management. So if somebody needs food or laundry, we provide that service. We can provide more than that if we get to a position that that's needed. Right now, we've done medication pickup runs, food, laundry, We took one family some clothing. So it depends on what's needed, but that's what we have right now. We also discussed a lengthy process of how do we manage those things if we have a different situation that isn't just a hotel room. Right now it's really easy because we've only had individuals, like 1 or 2 people. If we had, 8 or 10 or 20, then what is that going to look like? And we spent a lot of time working through that. The operation and site management piece, we discussed security and what is a motivation for people to go to a place and stay in that place. And that was a big sticking point, and we looked to Seattle and their model and what they utilized, because a lot of times our clients are a little more carefree and, I don't want to go somewhere and stay there. And then we talked about what are the rules going to look like? Do we offer cigarettes? A lot of our clients don't have funds. So if they have a smoking addiction that they take, that they turn in cans and bottles for, what is that going to look like? Some of those things are not fully resolved, but we at least discussed them. And then most importantly probably is what do we do about somebody who has substance use disorder? What is that going to look like? Do we reach out to ADEPT and see if we can get them on methadone if that's appropriate? So we talked through all of those different things, and I'm not exaggerating, we probably spent 50 to 75 hours working through all of this. And then we talked about what does the ratio of peer or case management to clients look like. And at this point, because the Devereaux Center is the only organization that is involved at the moment, we can probably take on 5 clients depending on the circumstances and situation. Other organizations said they could take on a few. And that's, again, where you kind of need that broad base of people, because if you just have the Devereaux Center and we can only take 5 people, what happens when you end up with 60 people that need case management? So we also, and this seems kind of silly, but we talked about Wi-Fi and entertainment options. If you have people who are used to, walking around and that's what they do all day, what are we offering them entertainment-wise or something to keep them occupied? So we came up with ideas for that, and we also discussed that it's really important, especially now that we're actually going back a step, to consider Wi-Fi, because there potentially are people who would have telephone appointments. They might be in treatment and need to continue those calling appointments. So
we're losing you, Tara. We better. We'll come back to you in a minute. Maybe check your connections there again. But Jen, if you don't mind, can we go to you next, please? Jen Schaefer.
Sure. So, hi everyone. Thanks for your time today. Thank you, Tara, for being here, and Beth. I just wanted to just kind of contextualize this conversation in light of some other work that is going on around housing, just to emphasize that this is one piece of the puzzle, and it's a critical piece during COVID, but it's a piece of the larger puzzle of market rate, workforce, affordable, and unsheltered housing in our coastal community. And just wanted to, as Commissioner Boyce mentioned, there's a regional housing coordinator that has been hired, and we've had a couple task forces that are in Coos and Curry who've been working on housing issues, and we took a little hiatus during COVID, but we're ready to regroup and hopefully get some sort of a housing summit put together for the spring of next year. And in the meantime, the housing and homelessness has been a huge priority under both of our county's community health and rehab plans too. So it's all intertwined.
Can I ask her a question?
Absolutely.
Jen,
When are you going to get a question here?
Jen, it's Julie Schmelzer. I have a question for you about the housing coordinator. at some point, are they going to come to each county and introduce themselves, get to know the staff that might be able to help work with them, or how is that going to work?
Yeah, so this is under Neighborhood Works.
Umpqua.
NeighborWorks Umpqua. Sorry. Brian Shelton Kelly is managing the whole process, so he will be reaching out once everything is in place.
Okay. Thank
Sometimes he is hard to get a hold of, but we're remedying that.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I hope we can come back to you too. Beth? Pull that one microphone down a little bit.
This
The one
one?
on the right.
Yeah.
This one?
Thank you.
We good?
You can take your mask off if you want.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for this time this afternoon, and I'm happy that we're able to come together and have yet another conversation around our unsheltered community members in Curry County and how COVID has either shone a light, brought attention to the subject, or created more barriers for us and for our clients to move forward with any planning projects. I do want to touch on, Jen just brought up something, a very important point, our community health improvement plan and the collaborative efforts to address the data that was collected in the community health assessment and the gaps and areas of concern in our community as they relate to our overall health. And there are 7 focus areas under the main community health improvement plan. And 2 of those areas that are very near and dear to me are housing and homelessness and behavioral health. These 2 intertwine a lot. And in fact, we are the 2 work groups that meet monthly to focus on behavioral health and housing and homelessness are now coordinating a joint meeting so that we can have a better understanding of how each of our programs work, what selection criteria looks like, how we can prepare our clients to be more compliant on the behavioral health piece, addressing then substance use disorder or any other issues that are creating barriers for them to be safe and stably housed in our community. So I just wanted to let you know that we are working outside of the county. We are working really hard to address the issue from a system of care perspective, and how do we all work together to again to have more of our clients be successful in whatever programs they're participating in with mental health, behavioral health, addiction services, and the like. So that meeting I've just sent the draft agenda to Erin Porter for her input so that she can help create that agenda for that meeting. We'll get a date on the calendar. And it might be worthwhile to just kind of listen in, somebody from the county maybe listen in on that meeting and hear, what's exchanged. And the next step from there will be to bring in the rest of our healthcare providers, like Dr. Silver's office, that's very active with the SUDS program and other, Curry Health Network. We need to have all of our healthcare providers in this conversation so that we can have a better idea of how to support our unsheltered community members. I'll tell you, I got a phone call yesterday morning from an ER nurse who said to me, Beth, I've got a man in his mid-60s here. He's been in the ER 3 times in the last 24 hours, and he's sitting in our lobby, and he won't leave. And he said, well, if we had a foul weather shelter, he wouldn't need to use your lobby as a shelter. So foul weather shelters they are being sanctioned under HUD right now, even non-congregate, as long as you're using this physical distancing, mask wearing, hygiene that's being recommended. I had 3 clients just crying this morning when the rain poured down outside our office. I'm not letting people in our office right now. I've gone right back to what we were doing in the very beginning of COVID, which is lobby only, and we give food out the door or supplies out the door, or we'll do phone intakes and assessments, but we are not allowing access into the building at this time. And so at this time last year, everybody would have been inside, drying off, getting some warm food in their bellies and getting dry clothes to go back out into the weather. And so our hospital is feeling the pain of not having a foul weather shelter, and the cost is ridiculous. I mean, for one person to go to the ER 3 times in a 24-hour period, you're looking at a minimum of $10,000 that we could have avoided. And then, you know, this is the hospital that has the burden to bill for those services and hopefully get reimbursed at maybe 67% of the actual cost to care. The more we continue to just have dialogue after dialogue and don't take any action, and trust me, it's been said, why aren't we doing anything? Why aren't we doing anything to address this issue? The Homeless Coalition. I talked to churches till I'm blue in the face. I've talked to people that own commercial space. I've talked to people that own land. If all we can do is an encampment, which I don't want a tent city anywhere in Curry. I don't think that. I think our people deserve better than that. But as far as continuity of care is concerned, if we don't find a location where people are allowed to be, then those of us that are providing the direct service are we're spinning our wheels trying to find people, for one thing. We are finding there's some improvement since the city of Brookings PD has hired a community resource officer that is working directly with our unsheltered community members in South County. We've gotten 2 referrals from Officer Brannion already. We've put somebody on a Greyhound to Clinton, Tennessee, because of the work of Officer Brannion, the outreach that he's doing with the community members. We have another request right now in my inbox to put somebody on a Greyhound and get them to a support network. If I can verify that support network exists, I'll buy the ticket and get them there. But and this is a new system. I know Officer Brandon was up in Coos County and spent the day with their community resource officer in Coos Bay to learn the ropes from that perspective. I just feel like if there's intentional focus on working with this community from all of us, that includes law enforcement, that includes, all the way down to the planning department when we have the opportunity to put shovels in the dirt and build, whether it's subsidized or affordable units or a tiny home. The more people that are involved in this process, the more people are engaged in the dialogue, the more successful we're likely to be when the opportunities come to us. I learned a week ago, Monday, $35 million was approved at the state level to purchase, or the turnkey project, I think it is.
Turnkey, yes.
Purchase the motels that are on the market right now and utilize those for a COVID surge or COVID response in our communities. And at the time, a few weeks ago, there was really only one property that was identified in Curry. There's a second one now, and it's right here in Gold Beach. So when those opportunities come down the pipeline, it'd be really nice if we had a group, that included county folks and that included city folks, and we're already kind of talking the same language and at least have found some common ground of what we want to do moving forward with our unsheltered community members. That would be an advantage to us, that if a project came our way, we would already have a solid foundation for moving forward with housing folks. Gone are the days of saying if we do nothing, they will go away. They're not going away. These are residents that live in our county, born and raised here. They're not leaving, and we need to do something about the fact that we are in a housing emergency. We are in a deficit, and we have been now. Brookings identified a deficit of 457 subsidized units in 2016, and here we are 4 years later, and nothing's been developed in that market. So I would suggest that we're probably closer to 600 unit deficit in Brookings at this point, just because of economy. More and more seniors, I get phone calls from seniors saying, my spouse passed away and I can't afford my rent. Yes, I own a car. Those are the questions that I have to ask. Do you own a vehicle? And a little old lady on the other end is shaking her voice saying, yes, I do. And I said, you may want to mentally prepare yourself for a couple weeks in that vehicle while ORCA, Community Action, we, or the Brookings Homeless Task Force, assess the situation and see if there's anything that we can do to help her. She's been hanging in there since March, and she can't hang in any longer. I think she's at Blue Coast Inn right now. But we're seeing more and more seniors falling into homelessness. Seniors paying $800 a month out of their $1,000 a month income for rent. And there's nowhere for them to go. There just isn't, we don't have the units available for folks that are in need. And so I'm begging that we form a task force, or that we have some formal group that comes together with county officials, with city officials, and we really focus on the housing deficit that we are all facing. And I know we're in the pandemic, and there's a lot that we're restricted in doing right now, but.
So we're gonna wind down just a little bit, but we talked in some of our discussions about, the next step between the two counties, separate, however we should proceed. But every time I listen, I learn more, and the problem is identified, and then we go, okay, where are we going to find the housing? Where are we going to find the property? And so, and it isn't just for homeless. It's, at one time we were anticipating people that were displaced from the fires come in this direction.
Yeah,
and
we
so
did have
thank goodness that
competition.
didn't occur. Jackson County took pretty good care of that. But as we wind down, I want all three of you to identify again who you're with, and just having the United Way representative is tremendous. Beth, you've been an absolute warrior for a long time. Tara, that's the second time I've got a chance to hear your presentation, and Coos Health and Wellness has a good reputation. I know they've had some changes along the way, like we all have. And then too, Jen, we talked about some sort of summit, I think maybe the middle of January or end of January. Would you take over on that, please?
I'm hoping for spring. I think
that's right.
January's a little bit optimistic. Yeah, I want to get the new NeighborWorks OMCO person on and get all of us kind of regrouped again. But yes, maybe late spring would be a good target.
One of the things I'd like to suggest is have a conversation with our sheriff's department and have Sheriff Ward call Sheriff Sickler in Jackson County and talk to him about what is happening in Medford and in Jackson County as a result of Rogue Retreat stepping up and offering to support an encampment. Again, I'm not a big fan of encampments, but if it's what we can do, we can do it. They opened up the site with 25 tent sites, some sanitation and charging stations to support the tenants. They were vetted by law enforcement. That's who decided who got to go to this encampment. Within the 5th to 6th week of operations, Sheriff Sickler reported a 50% reduction in phone calls to his department regarding homelessness. And they've housed 15 veterans who have come through that encampment. The city of Medford then approved another 25 sites, so it's expanded to a 45-site encampment now because they're seeing outcomes. They're seeing people get housed. They're seeing people getting connected and engaged in systems of care. So I'm asking, can we please get a dialogue between the Medford PD, the Medford City Manager, Sheriff Sickler, and our sheriff so that he can hear for himself from another law enforcement agency the benefits and the outcomes of doing something for our unsheltered community members.
Sure.
If I could jump in, I went and toured all the components of Rogue Retreat in September with 2 Coos Bay Police Department officers, and because of their encouragement, we are requesting the city provide us with a piece of property through a memorandum of understanding. It's not like that we own it, but that we would have control of it to operate a community campground. Like that isn't the perfect, I agree that it's not the perfect solution, but at the moment it's what we can afford, and it is a place to begin keeping that continuity of care, and being able to find people and at least offer a shelter for a short term while we can figure out what the next step needs to be. So our law enforcement department was...
We lost you.
Our law enforcement department was impressed enough that they encouraged me to move forward with that and reach out to our city leadership.
Thank you again. Questions?
So Beth, I have a question for you. I wish I had more time to think this out to say it eloquently. It's kind of in defense of the sheriff. As you know, I've been involved in planning homeless, I don't want to say encampments, but facilities. I've written codes to help further house homeless people. I'm very passionate about it. But the successful ones that I have seen are when there's some, like for example, when you can be a member there or a tenant there, but you agree that you're not going to be doing drugs or you're not going to be doing things, or you're going to be going through a treatment program. I think those type of facilities get a lot of support because people know that the people in those facilities are trying.
Right.
What I have seen in Curry County is, what can I say? People that are screaming at us, and I just think that there would be more support if it was identified. The homeless population, how many of them are willing to give up drugs or go through these treatment programs to be housed in a facility? And those are the ones perhaps we should be targeting, because I think the ones that we are seeing, the ones that are forming public opinion or impacting public opinion, are the ones probably that would not even be eligible for something like that.
Well,
Thoughts?
It's difficult to say because, and I know what you're saying, and if you read the article, I said the same thing. What we see, the article that was in the pilot, that's exactly what I said. What we see, or what we hear, is all that negative activity and negative behaviors, and so that's what we carry forward in our lens, and that's how we perceive the whole population. I mean, I had a problem in the beginning of COVID with a family of 5. We couldn't find a motel that would take them. I had to find them a huge tent and buy them camp gear because we couldn't find a motel that would take the entire family into a room. They said fire, life safety, they couldn't do it. So, but what we see is not representative of the entire population. It's just they're the loudest, they're out there, they're in our faces. There are many, many households, seniors and families that they didn't choose to be where they are. This is not a choice that they made. And so to get back to the drug use and the addiction piece of that, the Rogue Retreat system starts people out with the Kelly Shelter. This is where you get stabilized. This is where you enter into a system of care and agree to participate in addiction treatment or mental health treatment. And you don't move on to the Hope Village until you're solid here. So the Housing First model that HUD has adopted and Usage has adopted, it's a national motto, is that we don't say stop before we let you in. We say you can come in, but here's what you need to do to improve your situation. And there are criteria that people need to follow. And is everyone successful with that? No. But those that are, we are able to break that cycle of addiction, break that cycle of homelessness and generational poverty that we experience here in Curry County. I just want to say really quickly, opioids, everybody, and I mean, I was standing here in this room in a workshop talking about opioids, and our DA and our sheriff stood right here and said, our problem is meth and alcohol in Curry. Yes, we have an opioid problem. It's not to say we don't have heroin here, we don't have people misusing prescription pills, but our biggest issues that we see that cause the criminal aspect of the behavior is alcohol and methamphetamines. We have 2 providers in the whole county that have X waivers to subscribe Suboxone for opioid. I've got a guy who's dying back here at the church. He needs treatment for alcoholism. He's gone into our ER 3 times and asked for a Librium taper, Seroquel, and gabapentin. It's no X waiver, nothing. You don't need, any doctor that can prescribe these drugs. And they're turned away. They're told, you're just here seeking pain meds. You're just here as a drug seeker. They're turned away. Simple way to give this man a way to stop, and he's asking for it. And we're not there, and we don't have the answers for him. We can't help him. And so these are, when we start talking about substance use disorder, in the beginning, when somebody chooses to have a 6-pack instead of a beer or 2, in the beginning, that's a choice. But years of that, when somebody passes, and don't ask me where that point is, I don't know, because it's different for all of us. But there's a point of no return where it's no longer a choice, it's a disease. And if we don't put in our bodies what we've been given our bodies, we start to have negative outcomes. And when we're going to our physicians and asking for help and they're not able to help us, I have to question why that is. When we have people coming to us saying, I need to quit drinking, I need help, how do I do that? And I try to advocate with healthcare providers for them, and we're not talking the same language to begin with. I'm not a medical provider, but we're not finding the common ground, and we're not finding a way, a path forward for helping our folks that are really struggling with alcohol and meth addiction. So,
Okay.
Yeah, we just ran out of video.
Yeah.
We're going to fix that before we need it next time. Beth, thank you. I think the Rogue Retreat model, Chad's program, I mean, that's based on people making that a commitment to overcome it before they can get in. And so that's something,
And
yeah.
they're showing a 60% success rate in getting people safely housed once they go through their system of care. So it is a proven, it's an evidence-based model, it's a proven model, and is being duplicated in Josephine County. We would really like to, I mean, that's, Tara and I both are on the same page. We want that Rogue Retreat model in our communities. We know that that's the path to getting more people off the streets. Will we ever we can't end homelessness, you guys. First of all, it's been around forever. So there are people who choose to be nomadic. And, you know, that's just I don't like plans that say it's a plan to end homelessness, because then you're never gonna have, you know, a success at that point. But
So it sounds like our next-
I'd like to be able to feel like we're all kind of rowing in the same direction, at least, towards a solution for our unsheltered community members.
Thank you.
I think our next step is to get together with Rogue Retreat and get some more information and keep trying to identify property. Okay, thank you.
All right, next we're going to go to B, Workshop Ethics in Policies Act. Commissioner Boyce.
Well, this is interesting reading. Here we go. We've had a major, intense national presidential election. Well, not just the president, but the House, the Senate. There's several races still not called. And what we're looking at here there are a couple of different ethics and policy acts. And I don't think this has been, honestly, I haven't had a chance to research if it went through the Oregon legislature yet. But there's some good parts of the policy, and you know, I picked up an interest on this for a variety of reasons. But it does talk about corrupt politicians. It talks about throughout the country. The measure does the following. But when you look at the national elections that happened since we originally looked at putting this on for a workshop and hopeful discussion, the national election, you look at one party is being targeted, and in fact, the radical fringes of the other party are saying, we're going to make a list of who work for that party, and we're going to make sure you don't work again. So we can come up with some ideas on how to show that you are unethical, and you're done. And then you can't get good people on either side to run for office because the stakes are so high and you are such an incredible target. You know, I'm not saying no to this at all. There's some parts of it that interest me. Certainly the police union's challenging some of the people who are making their jobs tougher and compromising the safety of the citizens. I sure like that part. And that's a good in my opinion, that's a good article. So that's all I have on this for now, but I'd like the board to discuss if there's a direction that they want to go. I just see some reward risk potential here. So that's all I have for now, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Gold?
I'll just say I went over this possible Ethics in Politics Act, and I like the idea that it applies to all elected officials. So, and that there is some teeth in it in case there is unethical behavior.
Then that can become, though, you want to be really careful on that because that can be very subjective. And I mean, obviously the issues between you and I the last 4 years and the lawsuits now of censorship and, you know, it's, if you can't have clean political differences and you take the extreme measures to quiet somebody, that's what this could do. And it could be a detriment to the citizens because it can take out a portion of the people that want to serve and want to serve honorably. And if they're taken off or they lose interest or in fact their immunity is ended because of their political views or their beliefs, I just see a little bit of a risk there. Maybe a big risk. We need more people that want to serve, and you know, most people in Curry County, I think, have very high standards and high ethics, and care very much about everybody that they would serve and work with, and the community, just like this discussion we had here. You know, we have a problem that we have to deal with, and boy, there is no easy answers. You know, maybe we should bring this back at some point. Maybe we should tailor it so it's specific to our county. You know, there's some, maybe if we had that as part of our program, we would attract better candidates, or maybe we wouldn't. I don't have the answers. I think in general the concept, and on a superficial way, it has some good things, could have some good things. But I don't want to have it be a political leverage tool. That's a part of a Trojan horse that says, if you don't be quiet, we're gonna silence you one way or the other. And that would just be, again, repeating, you know, in a broad sense, in a general way, a warning. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Did you have a comment?
Yeah, David Barnes. I think this is the one that I sent you all a month or so ago. If you're going to proceed on this and you're going to start talking about this, I'd like to volunteer to help. I used to be the ethics officer for a large university back east, 15,000 employees, I think it was 78,000 students. When there was an ethics complaint, the phone rang on my desk. So I'm pretty much well-versed in ethics and ethics laws and ethics rules. And if you're going to proceed on this, I'd surely like to help with that. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioners?
Yes.
Since we are limited in staff, maybe we should take Mr. Barnes up on his offer and see if he can come up with a draft for us to consider.
I think that'd be a great idea.
You have to what?
I said I think that would be a great idea.
So with the issues that, you know, for 2 years I've been hit pretty hard by Mr. Barnes, and so, yeah, obviously I'm not going to be real comfortable with that. I would like to know, I'd like the board to do their own research, their own review, and determine, based on what I communicated a little bit ago, how this could fit Curry County. And is it an appropriate action right now? And would it be politically motivated?
Commissioner Gold?
I'm just going to say this is a state law, and I would think that pretty much the only input we would have is to make recommendations to the state on these issues.
But oh, excuse me. Has it passed the legislature? Is there a bill?
No.
No, it's
I didn't
walking
think
through.
so. I'm sorry. But it has been received by the Elections Division a month ago, a little more.
I personally think that most ethical decisions, especially when you're getting into immunity and ethics and all that, goes on more of a case-by-case basis. And to write policies that can be, one group might think it means this, and the other group thinks it means that. Must and there's very easy words that can completely change the outcome of the way something is written. So for me, I don't know, is it something that I would want to get my beak too deep into, because it's I'd rather look at things on a case-by-case basis with local political things, as opposed to broad red tape that somebody can construe that the way that they would like to, for their own good or bad. That's my thoughts.
May I ask you a question?
Sure.
You're aware that in the presidential election right now that some of the people that work for our current president are being targeted. Even legal people are being targeted, that we're going to expose who you are and we're going to make sure you never work again. Are you aware of that? Not to put you on the spot.
I have seen and read a couple of articles that make those accusations, yes.
Okay. That's all. I thought probably you were familiar with that, and you can see again how it can be used as political leverage, and it can be very effective too. Very effective. It can hurt someone's reputation and actually destroy it.
I just think sometimes be careful what you ask for is a good statement, and this might be opening more of a can than you want to have. The bad that could come from this might far outweigh the good.
Mr. Chair, what I would do is offer to, over the holidays, maybe Christmas time, sometimes that's when I catch up on my reading on those weekends, and see how this, take the responsibility of seeing how this goes in the Oregon legislature. Brenneman, I think, is who, I can't remember now, but I think he's a moderate, and so if he's supporting this, yeah, that might cause me to take a second look. I might have that Senate name wrong there, but not to just let this go away. Duty to report misconduct, okay, setting high standards, an independent ethics commission, all that. Let's see how the legislature does on all that, and that would be a good responsibility for us to follow.
All right.
And maybe bring it back. Thank you.
All right. Moving on to 3C, HIPAA Policies and Officers Council. Did I offend you?
I think he's walking around.
He's going around the block,
yeah.
Microphone. Is it too hard to walk up? Oh, well, whatever.
Yes, sir.
Hi. Good afternoon, board and everybody else. So what I put in the package, I think, was like a 50-some-odd page document.
Yes, it was.
It's a HIPAA policy. It's almost like a HIPAA, HIPAA guidebook almost, because it's a policy, but then it also requires additional policies and rules to be made. But the overview of HIPAA, so if you recall, earlier this year we resumed public health and providing of public health services. And so HIPAA is a law that applies to healthcare providers. And only, one department in the county clearly does healthcare services, and that's our health department. But there's a couple other departments in the county. The sheriff jail perhaps will provide medical services. And then medical services, or health care, is defined in HIPAA as including some behavioral health and mental health stuff. And I have reached out to juvenile and then adult parole and probation to see how much program treatment they do. But this would declare us a hybrid entity, therefore. And what that does is that means we separate out our HIPAA functions from our non-HIPAA functions. To separate out the HIPAA functions, we have privacy officer and security officer. What I'm proposing is the privacy officer be myself, the security officer be the IT director, and then each department, as we said, some of the departments will be doing healthcare. Each department under this guidelines would have its own HIPAA manager. So for instance, in the health department, Cherie Ward would be the HIPAA manager. She would be responsible for adopting HIPAA rules and practices for that department. And I've gone ahead and, with the research that I've been doing ongoing, I've prepared some draft rules for her department to look at about the operations of that. What are some of those draft rules? They're things you probably have heard of before, but they're essentially, you know, it's as simple as turning your computer screen so that people walking in the door can't see protected health information that's on your screen. It's labeling files that have protected health information in them. It's putting those files in locked file cabinets. It's locking the doors to the office. So it's limiting physical access to this material. It's all about keeping this information private, both physically and then secure electronically. And so, and then also, it's about it's about maintaining the documents in their secured form. There's also a whole bunch of rules about use then of what's called protected health information. There's internal requests and there's external requests. We have rules for that. Those are ongoing. You keep a log of the requests. You keep a log of your response to those requests, very similar to the public records laws we're keeping. The idea of the disclosures is that it's the minimum necessary, and the minimum necessary for what? The minimum necessary to meet the needs of the requested information's purpose. And so you clarify the request and you release only as much information as minimally needed to satisfy the purpose of the request. There are then, again, we talked about administrative safeguards, technical safeguards, and physical safeguards. How is it kept secure physically, virtually? Then also employees have to be trained on the HIPAA rules and the policies. They have to, these rules propose that they receive a copy of the rules and sign that they've had the rules. They have to be trained at least once a year. And
Sorry
then
about
they are also trained within 30 days of onboarding or hiring. Then there's also, again, the individual whose health information it is has a right to access it, but they still have to make a request. And even under these rules, some of your own health information can be limited as far as getting it to you. There's also, we have to have a complaint procedure and a complaint process. We've seen this in other laws, like I think our Title VI. And then what else? Inmates have limited access to PHI. Let me see here. There's also limited uses such as marketing and fundraising. And then there's releases that people, the patients themselves can release the information for us to use for various purposes. And then there are these entities called business associates. And, you know, probably the most clear example of a business associate that we have, especially for mental health, would be Curry Community Health. And so we would need to make sure they have HIPAA policies and protections as well. There's mitigation of loss and duty to report loss, and that would be done with the privacy officer and security officer as well as the HIPAA manager on the different division. And then you have to have rules that discipline the employees who break the HIPAA rules. So we would add to our personnel rules that violation of the HIPAA policy is subject to discipline. We'd require self-reporting, and we'd also require, as you kind of looked at with this ethics thing, reporting of other violations, obviously. So, for instance, earlier, we don't have this requirement, but earlier we talked about, you know, I said, I've seen so-and-so not wearing a mask, or so-and-so, well, I didn't say names, but I said, I've seen employees and whatnot not wearing masks and not keeping social distances. there's not a duty to report that, but if they were not doing HIPAA, under the HIPAA rules, I would have a duty to report them. So that's really the long and the short of HIPAA, and I've got rules and policies in place. I've been outreaching to, I also, if I didn't mention juvenile, I've been outreaching to juvenile as well. Again, it's anything that deals with mental health or physical health, and I think juvenile, parole, and probation, and jail does some of both, and then obviously public health. So those are the main departments, and I know it's a lot of material, but I just want to go over it, and I'll be trying to bring something back as quickly as possible. We haven't updated our HIPAA rules in a long time because, quite honestly, we just weren't doing a lot of public health. But now we're back in the saddle, so it's time to get on it. Is there any questions about it?
Just a comment. Council, could you, if you haven't, could you please include veterans on that list maybe?
Thank you. I will. I appreciate that. Okay, that's all I had.
All right.
And we'll probably be bringing something back in the near future for rules, adoptions, and policies. Thank you.
All right. Moving on, we have public comments. Are there any public comments? With nothing further, this workshop is adjourned.